Melania Juarez. That night at the boarding house was calm and uneventful. Behind a closed door, the TV blared loudly, masking whatever was happening inside. Something serious, though no one realized it yet. The next morning, Melania Juarez didn't answer her phone. She had intended to post on social media, but that never happened. At first, people assumed she was just busy. But as hours passed without any word, the silence grew ominous. Meanwhile, one of the tenants hastily gathered his belongings and vanished. He erased all his social media profiles, switched off his phone, and disappeared, acting as if he wanted to avoid being found. After several days, when the truth finally emerged, everyone was stunned. What had happened to Melania, and why was the prime suspect so desperate to flee? Melania Juarez was born on December 22, 2000, in the Argentine port city of Rosario. Her parents, Daniel and Monica, raised her as the youngest of at least 5 siblings, including Magdalene and Augustin. From a young age, Melania excelled in school. She was intelligent and particularly strong in math and other subjects, even winning academic Olympiads. She was also highly skilled at chess, impressing others with her talent. Those who knew her described Melania as a warm, charming, and ambitious young woman outside the classroom. But what she loved most was dancing. She had been interested in dance, acrobatics, and the beats of salsa since she was a kid. So she studied while also training to be a professional dancer, and she finally became a teacher at a dance school. After she graduated from high school, her family had money problems even though she had a bright future ahead of her. Melania made a big choice that would change her life. She wanted to be independent and stop being a burden on her parents. It was March 28, 2021, and she was 21 years old. She decided to quit both college and her family home. Monica, her mother, was especially upset by this choice. Even though she had always been strict with Melanie and cared a lot about her schooling, she had to let her daughter go and hope she would come back someday. Melanie moved into a boarding house in Rosario's northern area. Different people rented small rooms at the place and lived there. It was there that she met new people and became friends with Fabian, a neighbor. They spent a lot of time together and became close friends very quickly. Melania worked more than one job because she was determined to support herself. In the past, she taught salsa and bachata, worked as a delivery person for a shipping company, and even sold cell phones. The store had to close because of the pandemic limits, which made her goal of becoming financially independent even harder. Because she couldn't find a job, she chose to use her dance skills to make money online. She started making a name for herself online by joining a popular adult content site. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video, where she performed dances to show off her skills. Over time, she built a loyal following by posting pictures and videos all the time. Some reports even said that she added to her content by selling personal items and special materials on the site. There was always change at the boarding house because people moved in and out all the time. Someone new moved in on December 17, 2021. His name was Matias Ezequiel Dominguez, and he was 27 years old. He was tall and had wavy hair. Initially, he appeared friendly and easygoing. At the time, he worked as a delivery driver for a well-known courier company, but little was known about his background. However, soon after arriving, his behavior toward Melania grew disturbing. He quickly became possessive, jealous of her friendship with Fabian, and constantly followed her around. Though he tried to initiate a relationship, Melania made it clear she wasn't interested and rejected his advances. At first, she tried to brush it off and focus on her own affairs. But eventually, she confided in a family member, expressing concern that Matias was a bothersome and persistent neighbor who was making her uncomfortable. Despite her repeated refusals, he continued to pursue her. On the afternoon of Saturday, January 15, 2022, Melania and Fabian spoke on the phone as usual, planning to meet up to talk and share some knot, a traditional Argentine drink. The night went on with them until 10 p.m. when Melania decided it was time to go to bed by herself. When Fabian said goodbye, he had no idea that it would be the last time he would see his best friend. The next day, Sunday, went by, and no one heard from Melania. The next day, Monday, she still hadn't said anything. Melania's family and close friends were getting more and more worried when she didn't answer her calls or texts, which was very unlike her. The fact that she wasn't on any social media sites at all scared them the most. Given that her online profile was a key way for her to make money, she rarely went silent. By Monday, January 17th, 2022, they were even more worried. A close friend couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong that afternoon, so they went to the boarding house where Melania lived. When she got to her room, the door was locked. If Melania had just walked out, she was about to leave when she ran into Matias. When he saw how upset she was, he asked if she was looking for Melania. He quickly reassured her that he had seen her leave that morning around 11 a.m. in a truck with an unknown guy. It looked like Matias wasn't himself. He looked antsy and was quickly packing his things because he said he was moving because he had found a better-paying job in another area. His sudden exit, though, made people suspicious, especially since he had paid his full month's rent just a few days before. People in the neighborhood thought it was strange that he would move so quickly after making that payment. As the hours went by with no word from Melania, her friend chose to tell her sister, Magali. Without waiting, Magali went to the police station on Tuesday, January 18th, to report Melania missing. But the police wouldn't publicly say that Melania was missing because they said not enough time had passed. Still, Magali claimed that her sister had panic attacks and was afraid that she might have had one that left her open to harm. One cop agreed to go with Magali to the boarding house when they realized how bad the situation was. Their room was still locked when they got there. Because they were scared, they chose to go in through a window. According to some accounts, Magali had an extra key that let them in. They found a horrible scene inside that would always bother Magali. Melania was lying on the floor, naked and dead with many wounds. The TV was still on and blasting at full power while her head was resting on the mattress. It was a terrible picture, and Magali had the terrible task of telling their family about what had happened. The authorities started a probe right away. It's strange that there were no clear signs of a fight or forced entry, but Melania's phone was gone. Detectives started to talk to the owner of the boarding house and the people who lived there to try to figure out what had happened. Not long after, several people in the area confirmed that Matias had been incredibly jealous of Melanie and had often harmed her. One witness, a Peruvian renter, said that they went back to the boarding house early on Sunday, January 16th, between 12:30 a.m. and 1 a.m. As he walked by Melanie's room, he saw that the light was on and the door was slightly open. The room was filled with the sound of the TV. He didn't think anything of the fact that she might be inside. Soon after, though, he saw Matias carrying a towel as he walked toward the bathroom. He looked like he was about to take a shower, which would become important later. Someone else who lived there said that Matias had talked about his plans to move in a general way. At first, he said he was moving to the northern part of the city, but later, he changed his mind and said he was going west instead. He said yes when asked if he would keep working as a delivery driver, which is another lie since he was said to have found a more stable and better-paying job. The police got about 15 witness statements in total, but most of them were vague and missing important information. The only person who didn't agree was the owner of the boarding house, who remembered that a renter had suddenly left on Sunday, January 16th. The case became even more mysterious because of this. Even though there were a lot of people living in the boarding house, no one said they heard any screams or other noises. This made both the police and Melanie's family very suspicious. The walls and rooms were not very thick. That night, someone must have heard something happen. In fact, her brother, Augustin, said that some of the neighbors might have been involved by either not saying anything or not doing anything. He also said that tenants weren't properly registered and that anyone could rent a room without giving personal information. This made it very hard to keep track of who came and went. The search for answers had just started. Both Melania's family and friends were sure that Matias was involved in the attack that killed her. At that point, though, there wasn't any obvious proof of it. As the investigation progressed, a lawyer was promptly appointed to represent Melania's family and immediately began working on the case. Shortly after the crime scene examination, the police released a forensic report containing key details about both Melania's body and her room. The medical examiner determined that she had been dead for over 36 hours before being discovered, indicating that the crime occurred early Sunday morning. This crucial information helped detectives establish a timeline. Melania's last known phone activity was logged precisely at 12:01 a.m. that Sunday, reinforcing the theory that she was attacked shortly afterward. About a day into the investigation, the prosecutor's office announced that certain details would remain confidential until the police reviewed security footage from the area. These recordings were vital, especially as suspicion grew around Matias, who had abruptly left the boarding house without notice. It was also discovered that Matias deleted all his social media accounts and switched off his phone soon after leaving, as confirmed by acquaintances. The police eventually identified Matias by analyzing the security footage. Every name, place, and detail has been checked carefully. Please let me know if you need any more changes. The video showed him quickly leaving the boarding house after packing his things into a car. The family of Melania had even more questions after this. Why would he do that? Why did he quit his job as well at the shipping company? Investigators were already working with the company to get all of his work records, and the prosecutor's office was focusing on finding him. Then the autopsy reports for Melania came out, which proved how badly she had been attacked. According to the story, she had been stabbed 14 times, and one of the wounds to her neck was fatal. Forensic tests also showed that she had defensive cuts on her arms and legs, which means she had fought back against her attacker. There was also proof of an attempted assault. As word got out about the crime, a group that fights for women's rights released a statement condemning what they called yet another case of gender-based violence. They asked anyone with information about the case to come forward. They also called for better protections for women, stressing the need to keep weak people from becoming easier targets for predators. For 10 days, people looked for Matias. In order to find him, law enforcement agencies used a lot of information gathering, which later admitted by judicial sources had not been easy. They finally found him on January 27, 2022. After running away from Rosario, Matias hid in the town of Alcorta, which is about 60 miles away. He went to stay with his mother to get away from things. When the cops showed up at his house, his mother told them that he had been there in the afternoon of Monday, January 17th. He showed up with a small truck full of clothes, household things, and 2 bikes. He told her he was going to visit more often, so she told him what she said. He then organized his things, ate, and went to sleep. He got up around 11 a.m. the next day and left the house. But on January 27th, the day he was arrested, he sent his mother a panicked text message asking her to find him a lawyer. He told her that he was being charged with killing a woman from the boarding house. Matias first hid with his mother, but then he went back to Rosario and moved into a different boarding house to try to stay hidden. But by that time, the police were getting closer. Investigators thought that he made a risky move that led to his capture because he felt like he was being surrounded by police. A forensic inspector working on the case said that the police thought Matias had done the crime by himself and not with anyone else. There were also strong rumors that the attack was related to an attempted assault that failed. However, the investigation was still going on at the time, and no solid proof had been found to support this idea. Because Matias killed a woman and did it in a cruel way, which is considered gender-based violence in Argentine law, he was officially charged with aggravated murder. For this kind of crime, the punishment is life in prison. After putting together what happened, police found that Matias had broken into Melania's room on the night of Saturday, January 15th. Later, he went to the bathroom of the boarding house to wash off any blood that was on his body. Forensic evidence found at the scene of the crime tied both him and the victim to the crime, which proved this. The prosecution's case was based on strong proof that put Matias at the scene even though there were no eyewitnesses. The next day, he left the boarding house without warning, which made people even more suspicious of him. Matias went to court a few days after he was arrested to be formally charged. Even though he had the chance to defend himself, he decided to stay quiet. Because of what was going on, the judge in the case ordered pretrial detention, which means he will be held in preventive custody for up to 2 years, as the law allows. The fact that Matias was caught was good news for Melania's family. They had been sure from the start that he was guilty, but soon, their hopes for quick justice would be dashed. The public prosecutor's office still said in early 2024 that Melania's death was a double-qualified murder because it was both extremely cruel and happened in a setting of gender-based violence. That being said, the case went in a shockingly different way after it was put through a shortened trial. The original charges were dropped, and the case was ruled a simple murder instead. The serious factors were not taken into account. The Criminal Justice Center, the defense, and the prosecution all agreed on this decision. They all thought there wasn't enough proof to show that the crime was planned or that it happened in a setting of gender-based violence. For instance, case files reveal that Matias and Melania had no history of violence between them, their only connection being that they lived in the same boarding house. On January 16, 2025, Matias was sentenced to 23 years in prison after admitting his involvement in the crime. While Melania's family felt some relief at his conviction, they remained deeply sorrowful. Magali, her sister, expressed that no sentence could ever bring Melania back. The court dismissed the charges of gender-based violence, a decision that sparked significant public disagreement. Several news reports highlighted that in 2021, 269 women were killed by men, with Melania being the third victim that year. Her tragic story, a young woman with big dreams whose life was tragically cut short after rejecting a man's advances, became a poignant symbol and rallying cry in Argentina's ongoing battle against violence toward women. Moving on to the next case. 2018 Halloween Doe. Although Halloween is meant to be a night of thrills, frights, and harmless fun, it's never expected to bring about real-life horror. In October 2018, authorities initially believed they were dealing with a prank when a severed head was discovered, until they saw it for themselves and realized the grim reality. The decomposing human head was found in the backyard of an apartment complex in Oakland, San Francisco. A visiting couple stumbled upon it and immediately took it to the local police station, where officers were expecting nothing more than a fake prop. However, the moment they laid eyes on the severed head, it became clear that this was no joke. The head had been resting among a few trees in the barren backyard of the complex, unnoticed by residents until that moment. Authorities later interviewed the residents, but ruled them out as suspects. The circumstances surrounding how the head was separated from the body remain unclear. While it may have been intentionally severed, investigators also considered the possibility that an animal had moved it or that natural decomposition had caused it to detach. Authorities described the skull as having some remaining flesh, but found no visible signs of trauma or foul play. However, this did not eliminate the possibility of murder. The length of time the head had been in the yard remained uncertain. By Halloween, investigators began exploring whether it was connected to a nearly mummified, decapitated body of a man discovered nearby in September. Despite this potential link, no updates have confirmed whether the two remains belong to the same individual. Local deputies speculated that both the head and body may have belonged to a transient. It's possible the person died of natural causes, and as previously theorized, animals may have moved the head. Since the remains were found in similar states of decomposition, authorities considered the likelihood of a connection, but as of 2020, no definitive link had been established. To this day, both the head and the body remain unidentified. Moving on to the next case. Demetrius Griffin Jr. Illinois, the sixth most populous state in the U.S., is home to rolling hills, vast farmlands, and a population of 12.85 million. While it is widely recognized for Chicago, a city that has served as the setting for major films like Home Alone, Ocean's 11, and The Dark Knight, Illinois also harbors numerous unsolved and lesser-known true crime cases. Demetrius Griffin Jr., described as respectful, kind, intelligent, and charismatic, seemed to have a bright future ahead of him. At just 15 years old, he had recently begun his freshman year at Steinmetz College Prep on Chicago's Northwest Side in September 2016, following his middle school graduation. Teachers remembered him as a humorous student who enjoyed making others laugh, with a particular talent for math and science. He was also known for his love of dogs, his willingness to assist neighbors, and his interest in joining the school swim team. A devoted churchgoer, Demetrius followed a structured routine. But on Friday, September 16, 2016, everything changed. Demetrius walked home from school alongside a female friend, eventually parting ways just a few blocks from his house. Known for his punctuality and strict adherence to his curfew, he had never stayed out late or gotten into trouble. But that night, he never made it home. His mother, Polly Sykes, later told reporters, "Once I realized he didn't come in on his curfew, I knew something was wrong." Although Polly's instincts told her something was amiss, She didn't know the full extent of the situation until later that night. At 1:25 a.m., firefighters responded to a fire in an alleyway on the 5500 block of West Cortez Street in Chicago's South Austin neighborhood. There, inside a large recycling bin, they discovered the charred remains of a teenage boy. He was soon identified as Demetrius Griffin Jr. His body had been burned beyond recognition, and authorities quickly ruled his death a homicide. The fire's thermal injuries suggested he had been burned alive. Speaking to the media, his devastated mother emphasized he wasn't a gang member. He was a very respectful kid. He walked everybody in the neighborhood's dogs. Demetrius was not known to be affiliated with any gangs in the area, nor was he known to be involved with criminal activity. Due to a lack of evidence and information in the case, it's difficult to say what happens to Demetrius. Although many online sleuths have suggested he became a victim of the gangs who rule the streets of Chicago, his family believe this may be the case too. It has been suggested that Demetrius's murder was a result of mistaken identity, that he was a victim of a gang initiation ritual where someone had to commit murder to prove their loyalty, or that he refused to be part of a gang and was killed in retaliation. It has also been theorized that Demetrius was the victim of a hate crime or a predator, or that it was a simple act of random violence. One Reddit user pointed out that Demetrius's murder was not the first of its kind in the city. In February 2007, 2 African-American women were killed within days of one another after they were both strangled to death, stripped, dumped into bins, and set on fire. Teresa Byrne was just 21 years old and 8 months pregnant when she was murdered. Her body had been covered in accelerants before she was set ablaze. Just over a day later, 52-year-old Hazel Lewis was found dead again in a dumpster set on fire. They were both found near Washington Park. These are not the only victims of this kind of crime. Between 2012 and 2015, 5 charred bodies were found around the city. In November 2012, the remains of a man were located in a burning bin in an alleyway in the 3100 block of North Central Park Avenue. Then in 2013, 20-year-old Amy Martinez was found strangled in a burning dumpster on Chicago's northwest side. Additionally, that same year, a charred body was found in a vehicle in a garage in Irving Park. In June of 2015 in Brighton Park neighborhood, another body was found in a dumpster. That same month, another set of remains were discovered in a bin on the south side of Calumet Park. Although it has been speculated that the cases of Amy Martinez, Teresa Byrne, and Hazel Lewis are connected, many armchair detectives disagree that all 7 of the cases, 8 including Demetrius, were linked due to the fact they were carried out all over the city. Additionally, an article by ABC 7 News notes that a body was found inside a burned garage in the neighborhood of Pilsen in the days before the murder of Demetrius, but police do not believe it to be linked to his case. While it's been 5 years since Demetrius was murdered, his case is no closer to being solved now than it was in 2016. Authorities believe the killer probably burned themselves in the process of setting the 15-year-old alight. In the days following the horrific crime, a crowd of 150 people gathered to honor Demetrius at a vigil. His grieving mother pleaded with the community for help, saying, "Community, I need your help. They killed my baby out here in this alley. I need somebody. If you know something, please come forward. They took my life." In 2019, the reward for information leading to his killer was increased by $5,000, bringing the total to $15,000. A year later, AP News spoke with investigators who confirmed that while the case remained open, no suspects had been identified. Anyone with information about the murder of Demetrius Griffin Jr. is urged to contact the Chicago Police Department at 312-744-8261. Moving on to the next case. Kate Beagley. On May 31, 2007, in Walton-on-Thames, Surrey, United Kingdom, a woman named Kate Beagley was reported missing. She hadn't shown up for work, and no one had been in contact with her. Concerned, her father, knowing she had gone out the previous evening, visited her home to check on her, but she wasn't there. When she also failed to attend another scheduled meeting, her father, convinced this was completely out of character for Kate, contacted the police to report her disappearance. Kate's friends didn't leave the search to authorities alone. They took action by distributing posters around the area, asking the public for any information. They also created a group on Facebook, then a relatively new platform to share updates and gather support. At 32 years old, Kate Beagley was described as a cheerful, dependable woman, known for her kindness, loyalty, and infectious laughter. She was someone people could always rely on in times of need. Kate Beagley worked as a national compliance manager for the gas company Centrica, having earned a prestigious role with a FTSE 100 company through her dedication and work ethic. She had a wide circle of friends, was known for her adventurous spirit, and had a passion for travel. Intelligent and responsible, Kate always made sure to inform others of her whereabouts. Despite Walton-on-Thames being a typically quiet and low-crime area, the police were conducting their investigation in the shadow of another high-profile case, the abduction and murder of Millie Dowler. Millie Dowler, a 13-year-old girl, was taken near her home in Walton-on-Thames in March 2002. Several months later, her remains were discovered, shocking the nation. Her case dominated headlines and remained unsolved for years, becoming a symbol of national concern. Eventually, the man responsible, already imprisoned for 2 other murders and an attempted murder, was identified and brought to justice. From June 23 to June 23, 2011, Levi Belfield was found guilty of kidnapping and killing Millie Dowler. He was given another term of life in prison without the chance of parole. But while Kate was missing, Millie's killer had not yet been caught. The police had to comfort the public and find the answers that a lot of people were looking for. At that point, something very scary happened. Kate's friends got text messages from her phone, but they didn't sound like Kate. When people write, they all speak and type in ways that are unique to them. It wasn't like that in these texts from Kate's phone. She wouldn't have used those words and sentences. The cops found a second phone in her house when they searched it. The missing persons unit looked at the phone more closely and chose to call some of the numbers on it. One of the numbers belonged to a man she had gone on a date with the day before she was reported missing. Other than the fact that his name was Carl, her friends didn't know much about him. A few weeks ago, they met at a club in central London. She might have gone back to his. Her family said it wasn't likely. Who was this Carl then? Carl Taylor was his name. He had lived in a Covent Garden 1-bedroom house for about 8 years. He had a criminal record, but nothing that should have told anyone was wrong. He was found guilty of getting property by lying in February 2002. He tried to kill himself by falling off a bridge that same year, but someone talked him out of it. His mom begged him to get help, and doctors talked to him about it. Texts between the two were found on the phone that was found at her house. They decided to meet up at a certain place. When someone goes missing, the first few hours are very important for gathering proof. The police had nothing to lose and everything to gain by calling his number. He answered, which surprised me. He said that she had met him and dropped him off at Twickenham. He had left for home on a bus and hadn't seen her since. But there was something wrong with this story. When they called his mother, she said that he had come home early in the morning of May 31st, the day Kate was reported missing in a new car, a Volkswagen Golf, that she didn't know. It was also being cleaned. What did he say? It was clean for the woman who gave it to him, so she could take her kids to school. But this wasn't true. Kate had left her Volkswagen Golf behind, and she wasn't there. Why on earth would he have her car if she had dropped him off, and he hadn't seen her again? Furthermore, if there was a completely honest reason, why wouldn't he have shared it right away? After the cops told him what was going on, the investigation into Kate's disappearance showed that he had more of her stuff with him than just her Volkswagen. Also, at 5:45 in the morning, he gave his mother some shopping coupons out of the blue. They weren't his, though. They came from Kate's glove box. He also told everyone about his new car and sold what turned out to be Kate's phone to a friend. Following up on the leads, it was discovered that her car had been seen crossing Chiswick Bridge the wrong way just before midnight on the 30th. The driver was said to be acting strangely, and a police officer saw it and checked with the police national computer. It wasn't looking good with each passing hour. Kate had probably done something very bad. This was becoming more and more clear. Carl Taylor was 27 years old and could do martial arts. He also worked as a football coach and a fitness teacher. He was very fit and strong, so it would have been easy for him to beat Kate. The cops thought they needed to talk to him, so they brought him in. He had the chance to clear things up if this was all a mistake, and he had nothing to do with what happened to Kate. But there was one problem. The man who had answered the phone quickly that morning was now quiet and not talking. It's common for police calls to show no caller ID because the number is hidden, so he probably knew who was trying to call him. So the police tried something different. They used a personal phone to call. It turned out that Carl did answer. He kept telling the same story without giving any more information. 2 cops were going to go up to London to take a statement from him because the answers he was giving them on the phone were not good enough and did not make them feel better. Then he asked if they could meet him at a party that night at a flat in Holland Park. It was strange. A girl he had just gone on a date with had disappeared, and he was driving around in her car without giving a good reason. He was also acting normally as if nothing had happened. When the police showed up, they took him to a different room to talk. Even though they talked to him in person, it didn't help calm them down. He still dodged, was unclear, and didn't really answer their questions. As more people showed up, the party became more crowded, and the drinking began. This was not exactly the best place for a police interview. Carl's behavior began to change too. It was clear that he was getting more and more angry, and the police were worried about their safety and well-being. People agreed that he should be arrested and driven back to Walton-on-Thames, but there were still worries about the safety of the police officers. So police officers from the Metropolitan Police Force were called in case they were needed. Before they got there, the detective sergeant on duty made up a reason to get Carl out of the room into their car, which they did downstairs. Carl didn't figure it out, so he went downstairs and got in their car. He was then arrested on suspicion of taking Kate Beagley hostage. He was taken back to Walton and put in a cell. The case was then given to the Major Crime Team, which was led by Detective Chief Inspector Mark Preston. It was very important for them to talk to him right away if they wanted to find Kate. His story didn't change, though. Since Kate still hadn't been seen or heard from, Carl Taylor was arrested again, this time on suspicion of killing her. He was asked to talk again, but this time, he just wouldn't. He always said no comment when asked a question. The judge told the cops to keep him in jail longer and question him more, but he still wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't say why he had her car or why he was seen on CCTV video filling up the petrol tank at a garage. Strangely, he only put in 1 pound's worth of gas. All of this information painted a dark picture, even if it was only a picture. It was time for him to talk and give them something more specific, so he was taken back to his cell to think about all the proof that had been given. He was given another chance to talk to his mother on the phone on Sunday night, and he was scheduled for another interview. Preston Detective Chief Inspector had been awake for more than 24 hours and chose to go home to try to sleep. His phone rang as soon as his head hit the pillow. It was the train stop. Carl Taylor had admitted it. He had not only admitted to killing her, but he was also going to show them where the body was. His story was both cruel and terrifying. It was his goal to get her car that made him attack her. Since she fought back, he stabbed her several times. She pushed me away, he told the cops. When she tried to grab me, I stabbed her in the throat. Because she was going for my face, I cut her in the neck over and over again. The cops, on the other hand, didn't get this story. He was much bigger and stronger than her, and he had trained in martial arts. So why did he use a weapon against someone he could have easily beaten? The police didn't believe them. He told the police that he had taken her body to a place near Watford in Hertfordshire, so they called Hertfordshire police and asked them to help. Things were very big when they took him there. As he was still being careful, they had to make sure he was filmed and recorded the whole way down so they wouldn't miss any proof. In addition to making sure everyone else was safe, they had to make sure he couldn't get away. It was already late at night when they started their trip to Watford. Carl was there to help them find their way. But was this just going to be another false lead? He showed them the way to a parking lot at Oxey Woods, a nearby nature area. You could barely see your hand in front of your face because it was so dark and quiet. Carl got out of the car and pointed the police to a bunch of stinging nettles. A police officer carefully approached the area from the rear, avoiding any obvious paths the killer might have taken. That search marked the end of the missing person investigation. Kate's naked body was discovered at 3 a.m. that day. Authorities quickly sealed off the area, and forensic teams began the challenging work of collecting and analyzing evidence. In a heartfelt statement, Kate's family, including her parents, Alan and Claire, and her brother, Guy, described her as a loving, thoughtful, dependable, and deeply cherished daughter, sister, granddaughter, godmother, and friend. She was someone who deeply valued her relationships with family and friends. Kate's absence left a profound impact on all who knew her. Many were heartbroken, and mourners gathered at the scene, leaving flowers and tributes. One message read, "I've never met you, but I feel like I've known you my whole life. My thoughts and prayers are with everyone touched by your love and friendship. Without you, This place feels emptier and more painful. Kate was badly hurt, and the heat had already started breaking her down, so she could not be officially named at first. DNA testing had to be used to find her. Her clothes were taken off, and her body was washed. Carl said that his goal was to cleanse her heart and let the stars shine on her. Nothing else was found besides her body. They looked everywhere, but they couldn't find the murder weapon or any of Kate's things. Carl Taylor threw the knife out of her car as he drove it down the highway after dumping her body. It turned out, it's amazing that the police were able to find the murder weapon with some of her clothes. She always had water bottles in her car. These were also discovered, and some of them had been used to clean her body. The knife also had her blood on it. The police had to find her car because it might hold important proof. Carl said he could show them where it was. He said it was on a London development in Hounslow, and it was. The horrible list of injuries Kate had sustained would be shown at the autopsy. She was stabbed more than 30 times in the head, face, and neck. The news of Kate's death was terrible for her family and friends. Understandably, the sadness was very hard to deal with. Trying to understand how to feel after losing a friend and loved one while also having a lot of questions about how violently she died. What had really happened that night, though? The man, who hadn't said anything before, agreed to take cops to the Richmond Hill pub where he and Kate had their first date. Over on the other side of the road, there was a bank with seats that looked out over the Thames. Carl told her that he had hit her on one of these chairs. On the way back to the pub, there was blood on the ground, the steps, and the handrails. The blood was checked, and sadly, it was Kate's. With all the facts in front of them, they decided to charge Carl Taylor with killing Kate Beagley. He pleaded not guilty to the charge even though he had admitted guilt, and there was evidence to support it. He was now saying that he had killed Kate in self-defense, and that Kate had killed herself. So that their case was even stronger, the cops went back to the nature reserve where her body was found to see if there were any more clues there. Because the police thought it might have been a sex murder, they collected more than 100 used from the area and tested each one. However, none of them carried either Carl's or Kate's DNA. Later, it was said that Carl had become friends with Levi Belfield, the man who killed Millie Dowler while he was in jail. But at this point, no one knew. He was also friendly with Mark Dixie. Laura Richards, who used to be the head of Scotland Yard's Homicide Prevention Unit, said that they would teach each other how to cheat the system before their sentencing. She talked about how Levi Belfield and Mark Dixie had a strange friendship after being put in cells next to each other at Belmarsh Prison. After some time, Carl joined their group, and they began telling jail psychologists about their plans and strategies. She said that all three of them would be put on trial at the Old Bailey Courthouse in London within a few weeks of each other. This is a historic building that has been the site of some of the most famous and strangest cases in British criminal history. Now it was Carl Taylor's turn. There were a lot of people in the public gallery who wanted justice to be done. Still, Carl said he wasn't guilty. It was said again by the prosecution that Carl had admitted to killing Kate, and the proof also supported this. An officer told the jury that Carl and Kate met at the CC Club in Piccadilly, central London, on May 18th. They decided to go on a real date in 2 weeks. The bar in Richmond Hill was chosen. During the date, she seemed to be ignoring him and not giving any attention to him. A witness told the police, as soon as they sat down, the girl sat with her phone in her hand and texted. There was no talk. He was the only one talking to her. She kept sending texts. She had a text message open when they left. They went to the bench on the edge of the cliff. He had scissors and a cutting knife hidden up his sleeve when he came. Carl Taylor would witness in his own defense and say that Kate was a nice and kind woman who was having a hard time and planned to kill herself. He claimed he had tried everything to stop her, but the severity of her injuries made it clear she couldn't have inflicted them on herself without losing consciousness. During the trial, the prosecutor handed Carl a rolled-up piece of paper shaped like a knife and asked him to demonstrate for the judge, jury, and courtroom how Kate could have inflicted over 30 wounds to her face, head, and neck. He refused. Judge Giles Forrester reminded him that he was not in control of the courtroom and was obligated to comply with the court's procedures. Many found his explanation absurd and humiliating. He told the court that Kate had supposedly stabbed herself in the neck while simultaneously pulling her hair, causing her head to jerk. He claimed he stood there frozen, unsure of what to do, and then realized she had died. I was crying so hard. I saw the sky while lying on the grass. After that, He dragged her body to her car. He was caught on CCTV pulling into the gas station and buying 1 pound worth of gas. Kate's body was in the trunk. Carl had written a letter to Kate's family from his cell at Staines Police Station, which came out during the trial. "Hi, my name is Carl. I'm the guy who met your daughter on Friday night. In all honesty, my first thought about her was that she was a nice but sad girl. Anyway, I started to see your daughter as an angel in the dark during the short time I met her. Katie still shines like a star in the night sky. Even though she is not here with us, we all know that even though I killed your daughter, her heart still beats in the good things we do, and her soul lives on in all the good memories we have of her. I've been through some very sad things in my life that have taken away from my happiness for a long time. But your lives and Katie will always bring you joy because angels do live on earth, but sometimes have to go to heaven. The world we live in is tough for everyone, and people who try to be nice are turned down. Without a question, what I did was wrong. But think about this. Whose life did I really take? I'm not writing this to make your pain go away, but remember Katie as the birds sing and the flowers bloom in the spring. Let the love you have always had for her and will always have beat in your heart like the drum beats in hers when she first opened her eyes. If you ever miss her, think of a star. I promise that she will always shine in your hearts just like the star I saw. Remember that she hasn't lost you, and you haven't lost her. There are times when touching a flower won't help it grow. The police officers who got the letter chose not to show it to Kate's family. The jurors came to a decision less than 2 hours after going away to think about it. Carl Taylor was guilty. As soon as it was stated, there were cheers from the public gallery. He was given a life sentence in jail with at least 30 years to serve. This is what the judge told him. I am sure that this murder was done to get something. You brought a knife with you when you went to meet this girl. In fact, all she wanted was to be friends with you. You used that girl's weakness against her will to get what you wanted. Carl cut him off and said, Your Honor, I didn't. But Judge Forrester went on, you planned to use the knife, and you kept it hidden on your person. Once you were done with this horrible act, you took her away and carelessly hid her body. He also said Carl was cocky, dishonest, and very dangerous. Today, flowers mark the spot close to where she died. One message reads, We miss you, Kate, and wish you were still this side of the rainbow. After Kate was found guilty, her father spoke outside of court. I speak for us all when I say our lives will never be the same again. Our family has been devastated, and life seems emptied and meaningless without Kate. As the case came to an end, 7 detectives from Surrey Police and a Metropolitan Police analyst were praised for their hard work. Deputy Chief Constable Craig Denholm stated that the complex investigation spanned 3 police jurisdictions and involved multiple crime scenes. He emphasized that the conviction and life sentence, requiring a minimum of 30 years, was a clear reflection of the officers' outstanding collaboration and dedication. The brutality Kate Beagley endured in her final moments has, in a sense, imposed a life sentence on her loved ones. As her father, Alan, expressed, he continues to feel a deep emptiness and coldness that he knows will never fade. Kate had been vibrant, energetic, and full of life. One can only imagine the thoughts racing through her mind during such a horrific and violent ordeal. The fear and confusion must have been overwhelming. This senseless act of cruelty has left lasting scars on everyone who knew and loved her. Alan shared that his wife finds no peace and believes her life will forever feel hollow without their daughter. Moving on to the next case. Madeleine Beth McCann. Madeleine Beth McCann's disappearance is often called the most widely reported missing person case in recent history. Over the nearly 16 years since she vanished, numerous theories have circulated. Some people suspect her parents, Kate and Jerry McCann, or their friends, while others believed Robert Murat was involved. Murat lived just about 50 yards from apartment 5A in Praia da Luz, Portugal, where Madeleine was last seen in February 2007. Despite some conflicting statements from Murat, there was no solid evidence connecting him to the disappearance. Attention then shifted to a string of burglaries near apartment 5A that happened in the days leading up to Madeleine's disappearance. A group of men had been going door to door under the guise of collecting donations for an orphanage to gain access to homes, but no proof was found linking any of them to Madeleine. Then, in February, the case seemed to take a new turn when German police launched an investigation into the possible involvement of Christian Bruckner, who was 43 years old at the time. I made a video at the time outlining all the reasons investigators suspected Christian Bruckner of taking Madeleine. To summarize it briefly, he had committed similar crimes before, was in the same area when Madeleine disappeared, and gave false statements to the authorities. German officials claim to have solid evidence linking Bruckner to Madeleine's death, but they haven't released all the details publicly, and the investigation seems to be ongoing. Of course, this isn't the only theory out there, but it leads us to the most recent development involving Julia Wendel. In February, a Polish woman named Julia Wendel came forward, claiming she might actually be Madeleine. Since several women have made similar claims over the years, it didn't cause much initial buzz. Now let's review what we know about Julia and why she believes she is, in fact, Madeleine. Julia grew up in Wrocław, Poland. Here is a picture of her taken during her childhood, next to a picture of Madeleine. She claims that she does not remember large parts of her childhood and that she was never treated as part of the family by her parents or siblings. Other quote-unquote evidence she has put forward includes a speck in her eye like Madeleine and her allegedly overhearing her mom admit to taking her. Where it gets really interesting is, she also said she was abused by a German man who resembled a one-time suspect in Madeleine's disappearance. She supposedly found a family photo of that man in an older relative's house. I couldn't find any information if she's referring to Christian Bruckner or not. A private detective working on the case in Poland said that they could find no hospital records for Julia relating to the first 5 years of her life. Julia's family in Poland have denied her claims. Her mom and dad have also blocked Julia's number and are refusing to take DNA tests of their own. Julia received many death threats after she went viral on Instagram, sharing that she believed she is Madeleine. Julia then went to California for her own safety. Julia is staying with a private detective and self-professed medium doctor, Fia Johansson, at a safe house in California. Dr. Johansson said Julia has sent off 3 DNA samples for forensic analysis, as well as a genetic test to establish her ancestry. If the results come back that she's British or from that area, then we are going to continue our investigation into Madeleine McCann and communicate with the detectives in Portugal, Dr. Johansson said. We have a lot of evidence right now that shows Julia was definitely trafficked to Poland. The investigation is still ongoing, but it's clear that Julia is not the biological child of her Polish parents. Dr. Johansson also pointed out something odd. Julia's health records only begin at age 5. There's a complete gap from birth to 5 years old, with no medical notes or doctor's signatures explaining the missing information. It's as if she simply didn't exist during that period. Online, some people have even suggested that Julia might be Olivia Schlepp, a Swiss girl who vanished in February 2011 along with her twin sister Alicia, both aged 6. Since the case is still developing, I'm planning to make another video once the DNA test results become public. Meanwhile, I'd love to hear what you think in the comments. Do you believe Julia really is Madeleine, another missing woman, or just Julia Wendel? Moving on to the next case. Mary Green. Mary Green was born on January 17, 1928, and grew up in Mahaska County, Iowa, living with her parents Jenny and Claude along with her 7 siblings. Her father worked as a foreman at a local coal mine. In her mid-30s, Mary worked as a bookkeeper and married Herman Green, a businessman who owned a highly successful backhoe company in Oskaloosa. They were married for 25 years until Herman died of a heart attack at age 59 on June 6, 1987. By that time, Mary, then 59, was already retired. Thanks to her late husband's substantial wealth, Mary was able to live comfortably for the rest of her life, residing modestly in a mobile home at Spring Creek Mobile Park on Highway 23 South in Oskaloosa. Although Mary and Herman had no children together, they raised her nephew Jackie as their own son, and Herman had 5 sons from a previous marriage. On September 27, 1987, one of Herman's sons discovered Mary dead, collapsed on the bedroom floor of her home, with a single stab wound to her chest. The 59-year-old woman had fiercely resisted, as shown by the severe wounds on her fingers, which were nearly severed. Before she died, Mary had crawled to the wardrobe mirror and inscribed the letter N in her own blood. When officers from the Mahaska County Police arrived, they initially did not rule out robbery as a motive. The single stab wound appeared intentional but lacked the frenzy of an anger-driven attack. Sheriff Joe Beal led the investigation with support from the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation. Mary and Herman had been a well-known and respected couple in their community, and after Herman's passing, Mary remained well-liked by her neighbors. She was friendly with those around her and had a large extended family, all of whom were shocked by the brutal crime. No one in Mary's life could explain who might have wanted to kill her or what message she intended to leave with the mysterious N on the mirror. However, police soon learned about Mary's financial status, prompting them to explore this angle further. Friends and relatives estimated her estate to be close to $1,000,000, an estimate that proved quite accurate. Oskaloosa attorney Hugh McCoy informed police that the estate was worth $750,000. Following her death, the money was to be split evenly amongst Herbert's children and Jackie, meaning the kids were entitled to around $120,000 each. As a result of this discovery, investigators turned their attention to those who would benefit from Mary's demise. Sheriff Beal was quick to tell the media that he believed the widow's slaying was motivated by greed and money. Police theorized that one of Mary's stepsons did not want to wait for his share and sought to get rid of the 59-year-old, so he could receive his share of the inheritance as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, very little evidence was uncovered during the investigation. The main item found was a knife which was described as unusual and was discovered in the mobile home park. It was later disguised as a Remington knife with a 4.5-inch blade and was believed to have been the murder weapon. Despite this, investigators pushed forward and eventually on November 20th, first-degree murder charges were filed against two men. One of Herman's sons, 29-year-old Richard Lee Green, and a friend of his, 23-year-old David Kelly Yant, who lived in California. Reportedly, the two had met while Green was living there. When he heard the authorities were looking for him, Green turned himself into the Mahaska County Sheriff's Office. He was held there under a $500,000 bond. Yance was held and charged in Ventura County Jail in Florida in lieu of a $500,000 bond. Later that month, Yance was transported to Iowa, and both men were incarcerated at Mahaska County Jail. Police theorized that Green had hired Yance to kill his stepmother so that he could access his inheritance money. Both men entered not guilty pleas. And as the murder charge was based on a conspiracy between the two, Green and Yance were tried together. During the first trial in July of 1988, the prosecution provided several interesting though not quite damning pieces of evidence. A man matching Yance's description checked into an Oskaloosa motel on the day of the murder. Additionally, he used a false name which had also allegedly been used by Green. Phone records showed that Yance had had several conversations with a Green family member. 5 phone calls were found to have taken place between the two between late August and early September. Not only this, but records showed that somebody in the Green family wired money to Yance the day before the crime. Lastly, Richard Green was known to have owned a knife similar to the Remington one found in the mobile home park. During the trial, Mary's sister-in-law testified that the 59-year-old had been confronted by one of her stepsons on the day Herman died. The stepson was upset about the will and feared that Mary would cut him out of it. Although it is unclear what specific stepson it was, the sister-in-law noted that Mary hadn't seen Richard Green in 2 years prior to his father's death. The stepson who confronted Mary is possibly Stephen, who, according to another news article, demanded that Mary gave him $50,000 following Herman's passing. Several other witnesses came forward during this first trial. One man told the courts that a week before the murder, he'd overheard Yant talking about how he was going to get paid a lot of money to take a trip to Iowa, although he did not specify how much. The witness noted that he had never heard Green and Yant discuss the murder, and Yant told him directly that he was not involved in Mary's death. Meanwhile, a neighbor testified that Mary had told him she was having trouble with one of her stepsons. Although again, she did not specify which one. She told him that she was going to change her locks because of the bother she was having. It is worth noting here that there were no signs of forced entry and the lock had not been tampered with when Mary was found in her home. Green and Yant were given 2 court-appointed defense lawyers and were also defended by a third named Alfredo Parrish. The lawyers argued that there was no crime scene evidence which physically placed either one of the 2 defendants at the scene, and also that Yant had been hired by Green to deliver marijuana from California, not for some murder-for-hire scheme. Additionally, There was no blood on any of Yant's clothing and none found in his car. The defense lawyers claimed that after causing such a wound, it would have been unlikely that the killer had avoided getting blood on his clothing or leaving some behind in his vehicle. It was also argued that since Mary was estimated to have died at 1 p.m. on September 27th, there was no way that Yant would have made the drive home to Ventura in the time span available. He had returned home to California at 6 p.m. the following day, while the drive between Oskaloosa and Ventura is around 26 hours. The first trial ended in a hung jury, but that didn't stop prosecutors seeking out further action. Green and Yance were tried for a second time in Polk County in October of 1988, almost a year after Mary's death. The pair were represented by the same lawyers. At the trial, Yance's father told the court that his son was an outgoing fellow who got along with everybody and anybody. Following a 14-day trial, the jury deliberated for several days. They eventually told the judge that they were deadlocked, and he dismissed them. The third and final trial occurred in January of 1989. The majority of jurors at the second trial had favored conviction, which led Iowa Attorney General Tim Miller to order a third. This time, all three of Green and Yant's defense lawyers requested to be removed from the case. One of them, James Blongren, told the media that defending the pair had become an economic burden that took away too much time from their other clients. He said a guy being defended for first-degree murder ought not to have an attorney who is concerned about the rest of his practice. However, the judge disagreed, and the three lawyers stayed on the case. This time, the trial took place in Washington County. Despite the prosecution's best efforts, on March 22, 1989, and Yance were acquitted. After his release, Richard Green relocated to California. He received his portion of his father's inheritance, but had to use most of it to repay the state of Iowa for his legal defense costs. After this verdict, Mary's case came to a standstill. The case remains unsolved to this day. What Mary intended to write on the mirror before her death has never been uncovered, and no other suspects have been charged in connection with the crime. Mary was laid to rest in Forest Cemetery in Oskaloosa alongside her husband. Moving on to the next case. Michael Rockefeller. Born on May 18, 1938, Michael Rockefeller was the youngest of 5 children born to Nelson and Mary Rockefeller. His father, Nelson Rockefeller, was a prominent political figure who served as vice president under President Gerald Ford from 1974 to 1977 and as governor of New York from 1959 to 1973. Michael grew up in immense wealth and privilege as a member of the Rockefeller family, whose fortune stemmed from the U.S. petroleum industry in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Given his family's status and influence, great expectations were placed upon him. However, Michael took a different path, choosing not to pursue power or wealth, but instead to follow his passion for art, history, and understanding cultures beyond the Western world. In 1961, Michael developed an interest in his father's newly established Museum of Primitive Art, which featured works from cultures such as the Nigerian, Mayan, and Aztec civilizations. He joined the museum's board and expressed a desire to do something unique. He wanted to bring a significant collection of art to New York that had never been seen before. Although he had previously traveled to countries like Japan and Venezuela, they didn't offer what he was seeking. His attention soon turned to Dutch New Guinea, an island off the coast of Australia, after discussions with representatives from the Dutch National Museum of Ethnology, where the deputy director had recently begun field research. The region was inhabited by hunter-gatherer communities known for crafting intricate wooden artworks, pieces Michael believed would make a valuable contribution to his father's museum collection. While in Dutch New Guinea, Michael worked on the documentary Dead Birds as a sound recordist. However, in mid-May, he and a friend took a break from the production to visit the Usmith people whose artwork he was interested in. At this time, many Usmith had never seen a Westerner. Some Usmith people practiced polygamy, and while in bonding rituals, sometimes drank each other's urine. It was not uncommon for them to kill their neighbors and eat human flesh. Their language was complex, containing 17 tenses, and they believed that outside of their island and across the sea lay Safan, the kingdom of their ancestors, an in-between world that was just as real as the one they lived in. Sickness was caused by the spirits of the dead who were jealous of the living. The Usmith people practiced ceremonies which appeased the spirits and returned their ancestors to Safin. Michael wrote at the time, quote, "Now this is wild and somehow more remote country than what I have ever seen before." He returned from Dutch New Guinea revitalized with a serious dedicated plan to produce books and mount the biggest exhibition of Usmith art, laying out, quote, "objectives, themes of investigation, criterion for stylistic variation." In October of 1961, Michael left for Asmat again, accompanied by Renee Wassing, a government anthropologist who joined him on his first visit. This time, he made sure to bring an array of bartering goods including fishing hooks, steel axes, cloth, and tobacco, the latter of which the Asmaks had become addicted to. Joined by 2 Usmith teenagers, Michael and Renee visited 13 villages over 3 weeks, never staying in one place more than a few days. As the weeks passed, Michael built up an impressive and extensive collection of Usmith carvings including drums, bowls, bamboo horns, spears, and shields. He and his group then took a brief break where they stocked up on further supplies before setting out for Asmat once more on November 17th. While crossing the mouth of the Betch River in their boat, Michael and his companion encountered sudden bad weather. A large wave overturned their vessel. 2 Asmat teenagers who were with them managed to swim to shore and, after walking for several hours, alerted authorities. In response, the Dutch launched a wide-scale search involving ships, planes, and helicopters to locate the missing men. On November 19th, fearing they would be carried out to sea, Michael told his companion Renee Wassing that he was going to swim for land. He stripped down to his underwear, attached 2 empty jerry cans to his belt for flotation, and began paddling toward the shore. Renee was found the next morning, still clinging to the overturned boat, but Michael was never seen again. On November 24th, the Dutch Minister of the Interior told the New York Times that hope of finding Michael alive had been lost. By mid-December, the official search was ended. Although no definitive explanation was ever confirmed, many believe Michael likely succumbed to exposure, exhaustion, or drowning during his attempt to reach land. Early reports claim that the 23-year-old was attacked by a shark or a saltwater crocodile. However, it has also been suggested that he was killed and eaten by the Usmith people. In 1969, a journalist traveled to the island to investigate the disappearance and concluded that circumstantial evidence supported the idea that Michael had been killed by the Usmith, noting that in 1958, several village leaders where Michael would have arrived had he made it to shore had been killed by a Dutch patrol. It was theorized that Michael was killed in revenge for these previous murders. Though this information was passed along to the proper authorities and Michael's father inquired about such a hypothesis, he was told by the Dutch Minister of Foreign Affairs that the rumors had been investigated and there was nothing to them. Subsequent reports pertaining to Michael's alleged murder were buried and labeled classified. In 2014, journalist Carl Hoffman visited the Asmans to try and put together the true story of what happened to Michael. In his book, Savage Harvest, A Tale of Cannibals, Colonialism, and Michael Rockefeller's Tragic Quest for Primitive Art, he wrote that in December of 1961, 4 men approached a Dutch Catholic priest on the island and told him what had happened. The men had seen Michael swimming in the river, and after he waved at them, they began arguing about whether or not they should kill him. They eventually did. Michael Rockefeller's alleged remains were reportedly divided among several islanders, with as many as 15 men said to have kept parts of his bones. Following his disappearance, the Asmat region was struck by a cholera outbreak, which many locals interpreted as a form of retribution for their possible involvement in Michael's fate. Despite extensive efforts to uncover the truth, including journalist Carl Hoffman's investigation, no one he interviewed was willing to openly confirm the rumors. To this day, Michael's remains have never been found. He was officially declared legally dead in 1964, though he continues to be listed as a missing person. Moving on to the next case. Michelle Young. Michelle Marie Fisher, originally from Sayville, New York, relocated to Raleigh in 1995 to attend North Carolina State University. She graduated in 1999 with a degree in accounting. During a night out with friends, Michelle met Jason Lin Young, and the two eventually married in October 2003. The couple lived in the Enchanted Oak subdivision near Lake Wheeler in Raleigh with their daughter, Cassidy, who was born in February 2004. In May 2006, The couple was involved in a single-car accident near Brevard when their Mitsubishi veered off a mountain road, rolled down an embankment, and partially submerged in a river. At the time of the accident, Michelle was pregnant but tragically suffered a miscarriage. However, a few months later, she became pregnant again with their second child. On November 3, 2006, Michelle's sister, Meredith Fisher, received a text from Jason asking her to run an errand at their house. When Meredith arrived around 1:30 p.m., she discovered her 29-year-old sister lying face down in the master bedroom, cold, stiff, and covered in blood. She also found the couple's 2-year-old daughter, uninjured, hiding under the sheets of her parents' bed, asking questions about what was wrong with her mother. When Jason arrived at the home, he informed the police that he had left the night before to attend a business meeting in Hillsville, Virginia, and afterward traveled to Brevard, North Carolina, to visit his mother and stepfather. The autopsy revealed that Michelle had died from multiple blows to the head, which caused severe skull fractures and brain hemorrhaging. She had also been strangled, suffered 13 lacerations on the back of her head, had badly bruised lips, and several of her teeth had been knocked out. Investigators found a strand of hair, stuck in blood, clutched in Michelle's left hand. While the autopsy found no evidence of sexual assault, it indicated that she had been struck more than 30 times. During the investigation, detectives discovered additional evidence, including blood in a Ford Explorer seized from Jason. Subsequent testing confirmed that the blood belonged to both Michelle and Jason. In the months leading up to Michelle Young's death, Jason maintained frequent contact with a married woman from Florida named Michelle Money, who was a former sorority sister of his wife. Investigators also discovered that Michelle was under significant stress due to financial issues and was furious about a California vacation Jason had taken without her. Additionally, Jason held substantial life insurance policies on his wife, totaling $1 million in amount that had been increased shortly before their car accident. Evidence from Jason's computer revealed that he had searched for topics such as anatomy of a knockout, head trauma knockout, and divorce before Michelle's death. Investigators also suspected that Jason may have given their young daughter, Cassidy, an over-the-counter medication around the time Michelle was killed. Further inquiries uncovered that Jason had been having an affair with another woman. Just days before Michelle's death, he sent the woman an email that read, "I do not know how all this happened, but I know how it will end up. 2 broken hearts, but I do not care. I know there is pain in my future, but you are so worth it, even if it is only for a blink in time." Progress Energy, Michelle's former employer, offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction. More than a year after the crime, the investigators returned to the house to study marks and stains that had not been analyzed and saw that the house is up for sale. In October 2008, Michelle's mother filed a wrongful demise suit against Jason to try to compel him to answer questions about the case. He had 30 days to respond, but did not. 2 months later, on December 5th, a Wake County judge ruled on the wrongful demise claim, finding that Jason did take the life of his wife, ensuring that he cannot collect on the life insurance policy. Michelle's family was awarded $15,600,000 in damages. Although they never expected to receive any money from Jason, they expressed relief that he was held accountable. Michelle's sister, Meredith, was granted primary custody of Cassidy, who was nearly 5 years old at the time. Jason was given visitation rights on weekends, holidays, and other special occasions. After 37 months of investigation, a grand jury finally indicted Jason on a first-degree murder charge on December 14, 2009. During his trial in June 2011, Jason claimed he was 169 miles away from his home at the time of the crime. However, prosecutors argued that he had left his hotel shortly after checking in, disabled security cameras in a side entrance stairwell, returned home to kill Michelle, and then left their young daughter alone with the body. Following a retrial in March 2012, Jason Young was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Although a third trial was ordered in April 2014, the request was denied in August 2015. Jason is currently serving his sentence at the Piedmont Correctional Institution in Salisbury, North Carolina, a medium-security facility. Moving on to the next case. Mike Williams. On December 20, 2017, a press conference was held where Mark Perez, the special agent in charge of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, revealed a major breakthrough in the case of Mike Williams. Mike, a real estate appraiser from Tallahassee, had been presumed drowned while duck hunting on Lake Seminole on December 16, 2000, with many believing he was eaten by alligators. "Now that I'm here, I can tell you what really happened to Mike Williams," Perez stated. Mike did not drown in the lake. He wasn't attacked by alligators, nor did he abandon his wife and 18-month-old daughter. He was murdered. While details remain confidential to protect the investigation, Perez shared that investigators had informed the Williams family of new developments earlier that day. "This case is one of love, betrayal, infidelity, and greed, but also a testament to a mother's unwavering determination." For 17 years and 4 days, Cheryl Williams, Mike's mother, refused to accept that her son had drowned in Lake Seminole. She relentlessly pushed law enforcement to keep searching, firmly believing that those responsible would eventually be brought to justice, even when no one else believed it. "I had two choices. He was either alive or dead. I chose to believe he was alive, and I truly believe that mindset kept me going," Cheryl said on December 20, 2017. "Many people called me crazy, but if I had given up, we never would have found him." The day before the press conference, Brian Winchester, a close friend of Mike and his wife Denise, who later married Brian, was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Cheryl was proven right. Justice caught up with those responsible, and ironically, they were the ones who ultimately revealed the truth. In February, the affair between Brian and Denise, which had started in 1997, escalated into murder. Years later, their relationship deteriorated from lovers to mistrusting strangers. Fearing that Denise might confess to the police about Mike's fate after their divorce, Brian attacked her. Denise, on the other hand, went to great lengths to get him a life sentence. She was very persuasive in asking the jury for the maximum sentence, and it was these efforts that led to Brian having nothing to lose, and he made a deal with the prosecutor. Brian was sentenced to 20 years in 2017 for the kidnapping of Denise Williams, but he avoided a life sentence. Denise was celebrating the victory and was unaware that the conviction was part of a deal in which Brian Winchester, 49, admitted to planning the murder and a 17-year cover-up of the murder and received immunity from any prosecution for his role in the case. In exchange, he led investigators to Mike's body and gave a full and truthful confession. It would only be a few months later, and on May 8, 2018, Denise Williams would be arrested. At first glance, things are a little confusing, aren't they? Let's break down this case in detail. Jerry Michael Williams was born on October 16, 1969, in Bradfordville, north of Tallahassee, the son of a bus driver and a kindergarten teacher. Family and friends called him Mike. Even though the family didn't have much money, and the boy, along with his older brother, grew up living in a trailer, those were happy times. The parents cared about their son's future, and instead of building a house, they set aside money for the education of both boys, who themselves worked part-time at night in supermarkets. The sons enrolled in North Florida Christian High School. There, Mike excelled. He became student council president, played soccer, and was active in the Key Club. At the age of 15, Mike started duck hunting as a hobby and met Denise Merrill. The young lad was a soccer player and student council president. Denise was a cheerleader and council secretary, and they began dating. Friends thought they were a great couple. While still in high school, Mike became best friends with Brian Winchester, whom Denise introduced him to. Brian later had a friend, Katie Thomas, and the two couples remained friends for the rest of Mike's life. After high school, Mike attended Florida State University, where he majored in political science and urban planning. The lovers graduated together. Denise became a public accountant. Mike became a real estate appraiser. Mike proved to be a valuable worker. He often worked 15 hours a day, and of course his career took off. In 1994, the young successful man married Denise. It was around this time that Brian married Kathy as well. All four of them continued to stay in close contact. Mike loved his wife dearly, strived to provide for their family as best he could, and had incredible energy. At the age of 31, Mike Williams achieved considerable success. As a real estate appraiser, he was earning nearly $200,000 a year. The couple was able to afford a home in a small, upscale neighborhood on the east side of town, and in 1999 became happy parents. They had a daughter whom the couple named Ansley. Mike's friends told me that he was always prudent. Since the young man was engaged in quite risky activities, he wanted to be sure that in case of disaster, his family would definitely be taken care of. Not surprisingly, Mike turned to his best friend who was working as an insurance agent at the time. Brian sold him 2 insurance policies for $250,000 and later for $500,000 in February. Mike's father passed away. Williams was so stunned by this suddenness that, wanting to financially secure his own family, he again turned to a friend. Brian helped Mike to insure his life for $1 million. Thus, about 6 months before his disappearance, the life of the loving father of the family was insured for almost $2 million according to Denise. On the morning of December 16, 2000, her husband woke up early to go duck hunting on Lake Seminole, a large reservoir connected to the Apalachicola River. It was the day of their 6th wedding anniversary, and the couple planned to celebrate the date at night in Apalachicola, a small town on the bayou. The wife and daughter waited for Mike at home at noon, but he never returned. Naturally, Denise became concerned and called her father, who in turn called Mike's best friend, Brian Winchester. Together with his father, Brian drove to Lake Seminole. There, they found Mike's Ford Bronco car near the boat dock. But Mike himself was nowhere to be found. The men went around to all the places Mike liked to hunt, but couldn't even find the boat. So they decided to call the police. After investigators from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Agency were called, the search for Mike began. A few hours later, a helicopter pilot found the boat drifting about 225 feet from the boat ramp. A search of the boat turned up Mike's shotgun, still in its case. Apparently, he never got to use it. The search became a rescue operation. Locals believed that before the 3 rivers were dammed to form the lake, the reservoir was the site of an orchard. Thus, the lake got its name Stumpfield due to the many remaining stumps that protruded above and below the water level, requiring careful handling of any motorized boat in the area. Because of this, searchers speculated that Williams hit a stump on his boat, fell out, and submerged himself in the water. His wading boots filled with water, and he probably drowned when he couldn't get out. Several other agencies were called in to help, including a dive team from Montgomery, Alabama, and the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. But the extensive and methodical search yielded nothing. Mike was never located. A week passed, and the rescue operation turned into a body search operation. Teams were given probe poles to probe the bottom of the lake, and dogs were brought to the site. 10 days into the search, volunteers found a camouflage pattern hunting hat that could not be linked to Williams. Officials with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Agency speculated that Mike had been eaten by alligators, which is why the body could not be found. There were actually quite a few alligators living in the lake. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement found no signs indicating a violent death and agreed with that theory. After 5 weeks, the search was called off. The day after the search was called off, Denise held a memorial service for Mike, less than 2 months after the alleged accident. It seemed to everyone that Denise had come to terms with the loss of her husband, but Mike's mother had not. 6 months later, in June 2001, an angler discovered wading boots floating in the lake. Divers searched the lake area and retrieved a lightweight hunting jacket and flashlight from the bottom. In one of the jacket's pockets was a hunting license with Williams' name and signature. The find raised many questions. Neither the hunting jacket nor the boots had visible teeth marks indicative of an alligator attack. None of the items found showed signs of having been in the water for 6 months. The boots were not slimy, and the flashlight still worked. However, a week later, Denise's attorney asked the court to declare Mike Williams dead. Based on the items found, he suggested that alligators and other aquatic life had swallowed the body whole. The motion was granted. The death certificate said Mike died on December 16, 2000. Cause of death, accidental drowning while duck hunting on Lake Seminole. The body has yet to be recovered. This is how Mike Williams' story might have ended if not for Cheryl Williams, who refused to give up and continued to search for her son. "All I know is that I can't stop looking for him until I find him," she said. Cheryl's efforts seriously strained her relationship with her former sister-in-law. Denise demanded she stop searching and accept reality. She said, "I'm tired of seeing articles about Mike and his disappearance. I just want to move on with my life. If you keep pushing this investigation, You will never see your granddaughter again." Cheryl couldn't give up on her son, and Denise carried out her threat. If not for the mother's persistence, her son's story might have remained submerged at the bottom of a dark, algae-covered lake. It took Cheryl Williams 3 years to convince law enforcement officials to open an investigation into her young son's disappearance. "I made phone calls, put up signs about my missing son, wrote to the governor of Florida every day, compiled my notes into an evidence book, asked people to post on social media, and contacted reporters," Cheryl will tell you years later. The persistent mother contacted Matthew Oresco, an alligator expert. In his response, he explained that alligators do not feed during the cold winter months. Cold weather causes water temperatures to drop, so alligators don't feed in the winter. Alligators simply regulate their body temperature, and at 14 degrees, it's far too cold for them to be interested in hunting or eating. Furthermore, Oresco pointed out that any alligator attack always leaves forensic evidence behind. After 3 years of persistent effort, Cheryl Williams finally convinced law enforcement to dismiss the improbable alligator theory and officially reopen the investigation into her son's disappearance. The case was revisited due to little-known facts about alligator feeding behaviors. Information gathered from interviews and some official data persuaded investigators that Mike Williams' death was no accident. "My gut feeling is that Mike did not die in Lake Seminole, and that's the consensus among all law enforcement agencies involved in this case," said Ronnie Austin, a former investigator with the state attorney's office who prosecuted the case. Initially, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Agency handled the case since Williams was classified as a missing hunter. Officers spent over 7.5 hours searching a 10-acre area of the lake for his body, but didn't investigate any signs of foul play. Deputies from the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, called in to assist, also failed to consider alternative explanations. Investigators spoke with everyone involved in the search, including police officer David Arnett, who was at the scene that day. Years later, he recalled, "Some things immediately seemed off. Williams rarely hunted alone. His truck was found in an undeveloped area where he would have had to drag the boat through mud, instead of the concrete boat launch he typically used. The severe storm that night should have pushed the boat toward the east shore, yet it was found on the west shore. Additionally, the boat's motor wasn't running, but the tank was still full of gasoline. If Mike had been driving the boat and fallen overboard, it would have drifted in circles until the fuel ran out." Unfortunately, law enforcement's doubts about a simple drowning came too late. By then, the crime scene had been trampled by numerous volunteers and searchers. A vehicle that might have held valuable evidence was taken by the family without proper examination. Potential witnesses were overlooked during the investigation. Denise Williams and Brian Winchester became suspicious to investigators because they learned that Winchester had divorced his wife, Kathy, and married Denise. They also learned of Denise's unexpected financial gain of nearly $2 million from her late husband's life insurance policy. Detectives determined that it was Winchester who sold the policy to Mike. They also found it strange that Denise, as Mike's wife, did not want to have anything to do with the investigation and tried to prevent Cheryl's activity, even forbidding the grandmother to communicate with her granddaughter. In February 2005, the newly married couple were called in for questioning, which gave nothing new to the investigation. Brian provided an alibi for the morning of the disappearance of Mike Williams. He said he was 60 miles from the lake, at home, in bed, as his ex-wife, Kathy, could attest. He said he had intended to go hunting with his father-in-law in the morning, but overslept. Denise's interrogation also yielded no new leads. In February 2008, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement announced that Mike's disappearance was not an accident, and they believe he was the victim of a crime. However, without sufficient evidence, they alas cannot prosecute. "We have suspicions, but we need proof." Another investigation failed to find out her son's fate, but Cheryl Williams did not give up again. Her efforts led to the Discovery Cable Channel doing a story on Mike's disappearance and subsequent investigations in late 2011. By then, Cheryl had become disillusioned with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, believing it was either incompetent or uninterested in solving the case. Beginning in 2012, Mike's mother wrote about 1 letter a day to the governor, Rick Scott, asking him to either assign the investigation to another agency or appoint a special prosecutor to do so. Cheryl sent 2,600 letters to the governor over 9 years. In 2012, Denise caught Brian cheating and they broke up. The following year, Denise filed for divorce. After a few more years, an appraisal of the former family home was to take place, after which even property issues would no longer bind them. This event was a turning point in Mike's case. Brian didn't want a divorce. Denise didn't want to continue the relationship. They were constantly fighting, and the Williams investigation was poking fun at them. Brian would call Denise, and she stopped returning his calls. He couldn't handle the stress level. On August 5, 2016, the day a real estate appraisal was due as part of a court order, Denise left her home to drive to work at Florida State University. While talking to her sister on the phone, she saw someone climb over the back seat of her car. It turned out to be Winchester. Brian pressed a loaded gun against Denise's ribs and told her to drive straight ahead. He said he had to do that because she wasn't answering his calls. Denise tried to calm Brian down, agreed with everything he said, and promised to give him a chance to save their marriage. Brian believed it. Denise assured him that she wouldn't go to the police and report what he had just done, and Brian got out of the car. As he got out, he took the brown sheet, plastic sheeting, bleach sprayer, and tools with him. It became clear that Denise had miraculously escaped death. Denise called emergency services. Brian was quickly arrested and charged with kidnapping, which is a first-degree felony in Florida and carries a life sentence as the maximum penalty. He was also charged with domestic violence and armed burglary. The court decided to keep Brian in custody without bail. Cheryl Williams expressed hope that this development will lead to the solving of her son's disappearance case. Brian is not going to let Denise run around alone with all that money, she told the New York Daily News. I pray that he will tell us what really happened. And Brian did tell, bargaining himself an extremely favorable deal with the prosecutor and avoiding a life sentence. At first, I think we were all doing really well. But I wasn't a good husband, Brian began his story. One day, I found a note in my first wife Kathy's purse and realized she was cheating on me. I wanted revenge. We often went to bars and concerts with Denise and Mike. I had been friends with Denise since high school. I was never really attracted to her. But after Kathy cheated on me, I started looking at other women differently. The affair between Brian and Denise began in October 1997. One-time drunken sex at a rock concert quickly escalated to frequent secret meetings. We started meeting at hotels during the workday. We met whenever we had the opportunity. Brian recounted he did not want a divorce. Denise made it clear that she would never divorce her husband. Public opinion was important to her, and she did not want to share custody of her daughter. Over time, the affair became more than just meeting for casual sex. Denise and Brian thought of themselves as a couple, exchanging gifts and love letters. It became clear that they couldn't go on like this. They could not be without each other, and divorce was unacceptable to Denise. Her pious image was not to be harmed. Around this time, Mike almost died in a hunting accident. Brian saved him, and Denise suddenly saw a way out of the situation. After the deal with the prosecutor, Brian will reveal, the year 2000 prompted us to start talking about Mike and Kathy's death. Denise wanted it all on me, not her, and she wanted a scenario where it wasn't a murder, but an accident. She wanted death to be left up to God. That way she could live with it. After considering various options, Brian and Denise settled on a boating accident. In doing so, they timed the murder so that they could get the maximum possible payout on Mike's life insurance policy. They both realized that Mike had to be killed before one of the 3 policies expired at the December 2000. The plan was in place. Brian called his friend to go hunting. He said he'd found a great spot on the shores of Lake Seminole. Mike expected to go there with Brian and return home by noon to celebrate his anniversary with his wife. I told him that we were going to go to a special place and that he absolutely had to bring his wading boots with him. I had to make sure he took them with him because it was believed that if you fell overboard in wading boots, you would drown very quickly. The plan was to make death look like an accidental drowning. Once Brian and Mike were in the water, Brian pushed Mike out of the boat. But instead of sinking, he grabbed onto the stumps and began to wade through them to the shore. Brian panicked. I didn't know what to do. Mike started calling loudly for help. I didn't know how to get out of this situation. I had a shotgun. I was panicking and I shot him in the head. I didn't think about what I was doing. Things didn't go according to plan, and I needed to cover up what happened. There was hardly any time left. I should have been back home by now and getting ready to go hunting with my father-in-law. No one knew I was at the lake with Mike. so I decided it would be best for me to drive home and pretend like I had overslept. I drove home and hoped that Kathy was still asleep. I entered the house as quietly as I could. Katie was asleep. My phone was on the floor. I went to bed, called my father-in-law, and apologized. Brian did everything he could to create an alibi for himself. Then he hid the body. Denise didn't know that Brian had shot Mike in the head and buried him. Brian tried to tell her, but she didn't want to listen. It was enough for her that her husband was gone. Denise wanted to go on living with the idea that it was God who kept him from swimming out and let him drown. According to Brian, they promised each other that neither of them would ever say anything. Denise and Brian justified what happened by saying that the main reason Mike was killed was because it was impossible for them to live together. "We said the money was just the cherry on the cake," Brian would pronounce in court. Investigators learned that it was Brian who planted a hat, boots, flashlight, and license. First, he needed to keep his searchers from leaving a lake. And afterwards, he needed grounds to pronounce Mike dead so Denise could get insurance, since a recognition process usually takes about 5 years. The lovers managed it in just 7 months. Including Social Security and other benefits, Denise received about $2 million on May 8, 2018. Denise Williams was charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and accessory to a felony, which carried a life sentence. Denise pleaded not guilty to all 3 charges. In February 2019, she was sentenced to life in prison. 5 months later, Mike and Denise's daughter, Ansley, received all of her late father's assets and insurance money owed to Denise. In January 2020, Denise Williams appealed the conviction and life sentence. Her attorney argued before Florida's First District Court of Appeal that there was no evidence that she was involved in committing the murder. In November 2020, the murder conviction was overturned, but the 30-year sentence for conspiracy to commit murder was upheld. Denise is now in custody at the Florida Women's Reception Center. She will be 78 years old when she is released. Brian Winchester was transferred to Madison Correctional Institute in Florida to serve the remainder of his sentence. His anticipated release date is July 30th, 2036, at which time he will be 67 years old. Ansley, the daughter of Mike and Denise, firmly maintains her mother's innocence and holds Brian Winchester responsible. She has declined to comment to the media about the case's outcome or her personal life. Cheryl and Nick, Ansley's uncle, have both shared that they have been unable to reach out or communicate with her. Cheryl deeply regrets losing not only her son, but also her granddaughter. Moving on to the next case. The Lorenzi family. Everything appeared flawless. The Lorenzi family from a small Italian town looked like they belonged in a postcard. A beautiful home in a quiet neighborhood, 2 loving sons, and a happy couple, Anna Maria and Stefano. But on the morning of January 30th, 2002, their tranquil world shattered. With trembling hands, Anna Maria called emergency services, screaming that her youngest son, Samuel, was dying. A helicopter arrived within minutes, but what the medical team discovered inside the house chilled them to the bone. Samuel was unconscious, lying on a bedroom floor stained with blood. Anna Maria, clearly distressed, kept saying her son's head had exploded. Who could have committed such a horrific act? And who exactly is Anna Maria Francione? Anna Maria Lorenzi, née Francione, was born on August 19, 1971, in the beautiful Italian city of Bologna. She was the youngest of 6 children in a close-knit, happy, and relatively affluent family. Her father managed a thriving construction business, while her mother focused on raising their large family and creating a warm, welcoming home. From a young age, Anna Maria was determined to excel in all she pursued. She was a top student, took dance classes, and always ensured she looked impeccable. Within her family, she was the adored favorite, loved and protected not only by her parents but also by her older siblings. Yet despite the comforts and advantages of her upbringing, Anna Maria longed for independence. So, as soon as she turned 18, she left home to build a life of her own in a new city. She enrolled in university while working as a hotel receptionist and quickly climbed the ranks to become a manager. Her reputation for handling even the most challenging situations made her a valued employee. True to form, Francione excelled here as well, meeting Stefano Lorenzi. In the mid-1990s, Anna Maria met a young man named Stefano Lorenzi, who who was staying at the hotel where she worked. The chemistry between them was immediate. They exchanged phone numbers and soon began to meet regularly. Their relationship developed rapidly, and it wasn't long before Stefano asked her to move in with him. Stefano was a successful engineer, also originally from Bologna. But as he got older, he decided to trade the hustle and bustle of the city for a quieter, more peaceful life in the countryside. He had saved up enough money to buy a spacious house in the small mountain town of Cannes, nestled in the Aosta Valley region. With a population of around 1,500, life in Cannes was slow-paced, and the crime rate was practically non-existent. The perfect family. In 1995, Stefano proposed to Anna Maria, and she happily accepted, eager to become his wife. The two were married in a beautiful seaside ceremony full of romance. Afterward, they moved into Stefano's house in Cognia. Almost immediately after their wedding, Anna Maria became pregnant, and by the end of that same year, she gave birth to their first son, Davide. In 1999, the couple welcomed their second son, Samuel. After Samuel was born, Anna Maria decided to leave her job and devote herself entirely to managing the household and looking after the family. By all appearances, the Lorenzi family was truly happy and harmonious. Everyone who knew Anna Maria noted how incredible she was as a homemaker, a flawless wife, and a devoted mother. Despite the demands of caring for Davide and Samuel, her home was always immaculately clean, and she presented herself as if she were always ready to attend a high-profile event. Stefano's career thrived, and he received a promotion that allowed him to fully support his family, providing them with a comfortable and worry-free life. In February, Davide started school and immediately stood out as one of the brightest students in his class. Teachers praised his intelligence and curiosity, often using him as an example for his classmates. To the outside world, the Lorenzes seemed to be living a dream life, filled with love, prosperity, and happiness. It looked like nothing could shatter the ideal world they had built. But in January 2002, an unimaginable tragedy occurred, and understanding what had happened would take years of investigation. The disturbing call to emergency services. On January 30th, 2002, at around 9 in the morning, a frantic woman called emergency services. She said her son was seriously ill, vomiting blood, and begged for help to arrive as quickly as possible. Roughly 20 minutes later, the small town's residents heard the whirring of a helicopter flying overhead, searching for a safe spot to land. When the medical team arrived at the scene, they were first met by a woman named Daniela Ferrata. Daniela was a neighbor who had rushed over after hearing Anna Maria's desperate screams and was waiting outside with her for the medics to arrive. Inside the house, on the first floor, the family's doctor, whom Anna Maria had also called, was already there, giving Samuel emergency care before the city medical team could step in. Upstairs in a second-floor bedroom, the 30-year-old mother clutched Samuel, pleading for someone to save him. The room was covered in dark stains, and Samuel had a gauze bandage on his head, soaked through with blood and tissue. He was unconscious and appeared to show no signs of life. He was rushed to the hospital by helicopter, but despite the emergency team's best efforts, they could not resuscitate him. Less than half an hour later, his parents were told that Samuel had passed away. It quickly became clear that Anna Maria had initially provided inaccurate information. Samuel had not been vomiting blood. Instead, under the bandage on his head, he had multiple deep wounds, inflicted with extreme force using a sharp object. He had been struck several times until his skull fractured in multiple places, causing devastating brain damage that left him with almost no chance of survival. But what horrifying incident had unfolded in this seemingly perfect family home? And who could have wished such harm upon him? Strange reactions and confusing testimonies. From the start, the situation surrounding Samuel's case seemed bizarre and suspicious. His mother, Anna Maria, couldn't give a clear explanation of what had happened, and even the witnesses who were first on the scene could make sense of it. The head of the family, Stefano, rushed home from work, but arrived only after Samuel had already been airlifted to the hospital, and he didn't get the chance to say goodbye. When half an hour later, the Lorenzes received the call informing them that their younger son had passed away, Stefano collapsed to the ground, covered his face with his hands, and broke down in tears. Anna Maria, however, remained calm, hugged her husband, and reportedly said that she wanted to have another son to replace Samuel. Both she and Stefano later vehemently denied that she had ever made such a statement. Anna Maria seemed to be in a state of shock. She mumbled incoherently and couldn't piece together the sequence of events. Her testimony was inconsistent, and at times she contradicted herself, while the statements from witnesses only created more confusion. However, when it became clear that foul play was involved, every detail had to be thoroughly examined to understand how and why this had happened. Anna Maria's version of events. According to Anna Maria, she woke up around 7 a.m., made breakfast for her husband, and saw him off to work at around 7:45. She then woke up Davida, fed him, and packed his lunch for school. It was at that moment she heard Samuel crying and rushed to his side. Samuel was complaining of a headache, so Anna Maria moved him to her bedroom so he could rest while she walked David to the bus stop. The bus was about 5 minutes late that morning, so she waited with David until he got on. When she returned home, she found Samuel in a horrifying state. Blood was everywhere, and she couldn't understand what had happened. Thinking he had been vomiting blood, she immediately called the family doctor who lived nearby and could get there quickly. Upon discovering the wound on Samuel's head, Anna Maria screamed, and her neighbor, Daniela Farada, rushed over after hearing her cries. Daniela found Anna Maria covered in blood and tried to understand what had happened. The panicked mother screamed that Samuel's head had exploded and begged for help. Daniela, feeling overwhelmed, went into the house and walked toward the bedroom, but she ran outside almost immediately, trying to suppress her nausea. What she had seen looked like something out of a horror film and defied explanation. Anna Maria kept repeating that Samuel had complained of a headache before she found him in that dreadful state. The family doctor's verdict. The first person to assess Samuel was the family doctor, who arrived shortly after the call. Anna Maria had told him over the phone that Samuel had been vomiting blood, and then later said that his head had exploded. This description sounded bizarre, but the doctor tried to come up with a plausible explanation. He speculated that perhaps Samuel's skull bones had fused improperly, leading to a cerebral aneurysm that burst, causing extensive brain damage and intense pressure resulting in the fractures. The doctor's observations and shifting testimonies. The family doctor could only dress the open wound and administer an anti-shock injection before the emergency helicopter arrived. However, he later admitted that even then, he knew Samuel had little chance of survival. The doctor also noted that Anna Maria's clothing, hands, and face were covered in blood, but he didn't think much of it at the time, assuming she had tried to help her son, touching and moving him in desperation. But when he learned that the medical examiner had counted 18 separate wounds on Samuel's head, inflicted with a sharp object, likely a knife, and that this was undeniably a case of premeditated violence, the family doctor's story began to change. Suddenly, he recalled something unusual. He had seen small particles of brain matter tangled in Anna Maria's hair and couldn't understand how they had gotten there. Revenge of a spurned lover? Despite the inconsistencies and strange details, authorities were in no hurry to press charges against Anna Maria. She maintained that everything had happened while she was at the bus stop with her older son. According to her, Samuel had seemed perfectly fine when he woke up, just a bit fussy and complaining of a headache. Davide backed up his mother's account, stating that he hadn't seen any blood and that his brother had still been in their parents' bedroom when they left the house. Could an unknown attacker have waited until the house was empty, except for Samuel, and then slipped inside to commit this savage crime? Nothing was stolen, and there were no signs of forced entry. The extreme violence pointed to a deeply personal motive. Investigators considered the possibility that Stefano might have had a secret lover seeking revenge or trying to drive him away from his family through drastic means. However, after thorough investigation, it became clear that Stefano was a devoted husband and loving father with no history of infidelity. With no other suspects, the focus shifted firmly to Anna Maria. Still, the police needed more evidence to fully understand the context and motivations behind this brutal act. During the crime scene investigation, they found that the murder weapon used to cause Samuel's fatal injuries was missing, neither inside the house nor anywhere nearby. The parents' bedroom was soaked in blood, consistent with the nature of the crime, but no foreign fingerprints or clues were discovered beyond those of the Lorenzi family members. With limited evidence available, investigators turned to a cutting-edge forensic method of the time, bloodstain pattern analysis. This technique aimed to reveal the angles and trajectories of the blows, the attacker's position, and their movements during the assault. The room was almost entirely covered in blood spatters, making this a meticulous and time-consuming task. Blood spatter experts were called in from the capital, but their conclusions were far from definitive. Since bloodstain pattern analysis was still a relatively new science then, the experts had varying opinions. From their findings, a new theory surfaced. Perhaps a disturbed intruder had forced their way into the home and assaulted Samuel. The violence was so severe that blood splattered up to the ceiling. It was believed that after the attack, the assailant fled quickly, taking the murder weapon with them. However, the perpetrator would have had to escape wearing blood-soaked clothes and shoes, yet no such evidence was found. No bloody footprints, only bare footprints belonging to Anna Maria. Furthermore, none of the neighbors reported seeing anyone suspicious. At that hour, the streets of Tsone were bustling with people heading to work and school, and a person covered in blood would have certainly drawn attention. Behind the bed where Samuel was attacked, investigators found a crumpled pair of Anna Maria's pajamas stained with blood. Oddly, there were no blood stains on the floor beneath them or in that corner of the room. Anna Maria had changed clothes before taking Davide to the bus stop, and she hadn't put those pajamas back on when she returned. So how did the blood end up on them? Moreover, the stains were not consistent with someone using the fabric to apply pressure to a wound. Instead, there were clear spatter marks. Investigators also found her house slippers tucked away, with blood traces on the soles. All the evidence seemed to point toward Anna Maria as the one responsible for the crime. As mentioned before, Anna Maria had always aimed to be the best at everything from a young age. In the bustling city environment, she excelled, top of her class in school, an exemplary university student, and a highly valued employee at the hotel where she worked. But everything changed drastically when she married and moved with Stefano Decani. In the small town, everyone knew each other, and the bored housewives often gossiped about each other's homes, families, and even appearances. It felt as though they were always searching for flaws to have something to discuss, and Anna Maria felt she could never afford to make a mistake. She kept her house impeccably clean, dressed like a Hollywood star, and ensured that Stefano thrived in his career, while Davide excelled in a gifted program at school. Maintaining this image required constant effort and left her both physically and emotionally drained. The strain of a second child. The real struggle began after the birth of her second son. Anna Maria had a difficult pregnancy, followed by severe postpartum depression. Her health deteriorated. She lost significant weight, suffered from insomnia, and experienced constant anxiety. The family doctor prescribed mild sedatives, antidepressants, and sleeping pills. She was also advised to attend a few therapy sessions with a psychologist, but no one saw any real danger in the situation. According to the doctor, Anna Maria never exhibited any serious mental health issues, never posed a threat to herself or others, and showed no tendencies toward aggression or violent behavior. Yet, she was highly sensitive to how others perceived her, took any criticism deeply to heart, and often became consumed by her anxieties about maintaining her image. Confiding in a neighbor. Anna Maria once confided in a close friend and neighbor that her younger son, Samuel, was too fussy and difficult to manage, unlike David, her older son. She even described Samuel as unattractive and said she felt he didn't fit into their picture-perfect family. However, no one could have ever imagined she might be capable of harming him. Arrest and the search for irrefutable evidence. The case drew significant media attention. Although the murder weapon was never found, and Anna Maria adamantly denied any involvement in the crime, she was arrested on March 14, 2002. Forensic experts argued that the blood spatter on her pajamas could only have been deposited during the assault on Samuel, based on its specific pattern and location. Prosecutors believed that Anna Maria had forgotten to dispose of this crucial piece of evidence after changing out of her pajamas and getting rid of the weapon. By the summer of that year, however, Anna Maria was released on house arrest while the investigation continued. The blood spatter analysis was dismissed as unreliable, given that this forensic technique was not widely accepted or proven in Italy at the time, making it impossible to verify its accuracy. The prosecution then spent an additional 6 months bringing in experts from abroad. Using a life-size mannequin and a stand-in with a build similar to Anna Maria's, these experts reconstructed the attack on Samuel. They demonstrated that the blood spatter pattern could have ended up on her pajamas if the person wearing them had been seated on the bed across from Samuel, striking downward with an object similar to a large hunting knife. The case was reopened in January of the following year, but Anna Maria was not detained again because she was pregnant. Psychological evaluations also indicated she was not a danger to herself or others. In March 2003, a year and 2 months after the tragic event, the Lorenzi family welcomed a new son, whom they named Giovanni, an unexpected piece of evidence. The Lorenzi case had become a media sensation, turning into a public spectacle followed by tens of thousands of people. Representing Anna Maria was a flamboyant defense attorney named Carlo Taormina, who wasted no time accusing the investigators of gross incompetence. Determined to expose flaws in the prosecution's case, he launched his own investigation, the defense's theatrics and shifting testimonies. Every time defense attorney Carlo Taormina appeared before the media or in the courtroom, he presented new theories and supposed evidence. Davide, who had initially provided consistent testimony, suddenly remembered seeing a man in black near their house. However, he couldn't describe the stranger in any detail. Prosecutors later accused Taormina of intentionally distorting the boy's memories to introduce the idea of a mysterious outsider. Taormina also claimed that the weapon used was not a knife, but something like a carpenter's hammer with a claw end, whose curved metal hooks are typically used to pull out nails. In his version, the number of strikes was actually half of what was initially reported, as each blow created 2 wounds. This theory suggested that the assailant could have easily finished the attack within the brief window while Anna Maria was walking Davide to the bus stop. A crucial footprint. The most significant new piece of evidence was a shoe print found on the blanket wrapped around Samuel. The print was approximately a men's size 10, indicating the possible presence of a man at the scene. Strangely, this footprint had not been documented during the initial investigation, even though the bloody blanket had been collected as evidence. The situation appeared to be a case of serious negligence, with signs that key evidence proving Anna Maria's innocence had been overlooked. However, further examination revealed that the footprint was not left in blood. It was a regular dirt stain and couldn't have come from the perpetrator. It was later proven that the print belonged to a forensic photographer who had accidentally stepped on the edge of the blanket while documenting the scene. The photographer was charged with professional misconduct, and Anna Maria once again remained the primary suspect. Courtroom battles and new theories. In July 2004, Anna Maria Lorenzi was found guilty of the premeditated crime against her son and sentenced to 30 years in prison. Yet, just a week after the verdict, she made a shocking claim. She accused their neighbor, Ulysses Gicciardo, of being the real criminal. According to her, this man had repeatedly tried to flirt with her, but she had always rejected and ignored his advances. Stefano supported his wife's statement, confirming that Ulysses had indeed shown an inappropriate interest in her. Gicciardo was brought in for questioning, but he was stunned by the accusation and denied everything. Moreover, he had an airtight alibi for the day of the incident. He had been traveling for work, and his account was verified, clearing him of all suspicion. Outraged, Gicciardo filed a countersuit, accusing Anna Maria of defamation. New legal troubles. In October 2004, a new trial began, this time focusing on the defamation case and accusations of tampering with evidence. Anna Maria was once again found guilty, and her sentence was extended by an additional 1.5 years. To complicate matters further, her attorney Carlo Taormina was stripped of his ability to represent her in court. A year later, the Lorenzes put forth yet another theory, claiming that their neighbor Daniela Farata, the same woman who had been the first to respond to Anna Maria's screams, could have been responsible. They suggested jealousy as a potential motive. However, the investigation found no evidence linking Farata to the crime, and her alibi was corroborated by multiple family members. Declared insane or not, Anna Maria Lorenzi's new defense attorney adopted a different strategy, arguing that his client needed a psychiatric evaluation. He claimed that Anna Maria had experienced a temporary mental break and was not aware of her actions. This new angle allowed for procedural delays, and Anna Maria was transferred from a prison cell to a hospital ward. In April 2007, however, the prosecution successfully proved that she was mentally competent and fully aware of her actions. She was found guilty once again, but this time the court considered mitigating factors, such as her prolonged postpartum depression that had allegedly led to a psychological crisis. The fact that she had 2 sons also weighed into the decision, resulting in a reduced sentence from 30 years to 16 years in prison, with the possibility of early release after serving 11. In May 2008, another appeal filed by Anna Maria and her lawyer was dismissed, and the sentence remained unchanged. Around the same time, her former attorney Carlo Taormina filed a lawsuit against her, demanding nearly $880,000 in unpaid legal fees or the confiscation of the Lorenzi family home. His claims, however, were deemed invalid, and he was ultimately unsuccessful in recovering any compensation. Sentence reduction and release. In February 2013, Anna Maria's sentence was reduced due to good behavior. Her punishment was changed from incarceration to house arrest, allowing her to return home to her family. Psychiatrists determined that she no longer posed a threat to society, leading to her early parole being granted by February 2019. Anna Maria and her husband, Stefano, remain together, though they have since moved to a new city. They sold the home where the tragedy took place, as it was too painful for the Lorenzis to return. Notably, none of Anna Maria's loved ones ever deserted her. Her family remained steadfast, firmly believing in her innocence. Even now, the Francione family is convinced that the true culprit behind Samuel's murder has yet to be found and brought to justice. Moving on to the next case. Valentine Jane Doe. The day after Valentine's Day in 1991, the body of a woman was discovered in the Florida Keys. She had been assaulted and strangled. Her personal belongings were found nearby, and her tan lines suggested she wasn't a local. The woman had a tattoo on her left shoulder and another small tattoo of a cross with sun rays on her hand. Witnesses reported seeing her hitchhiking out of Key West the day before, roughly 20 miles from where her body was found. Over the years, detectives pursued countless leads, accumulating more than 4,000 pages of investigative records. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children created a composite sketch of the victim. The case of Valentine Jane Doe was featured on various TV shows, including Unsolved Mysteries. In 2020, Monroe County officials reopened the investigation. Hearing about other cold cases solved through new DNA technology, investigators submitted Valentine Jane Doe's DNA to public databases, which eventually led to her identification. On June 15, 2020, officials revealed that the victim was 18-year-old Wanda Diane Kirkham from Hornell, New York. Sheriff Rick Ramsey, who worked on the case, praised the agency's dedication, saying, "This case is a testament and shining example of the agency's commitment to solving crime no matter how old the case and no matter the challenges." Officials also announced that the person responsible for Wanda's death had been identified as Robert Lynn Bradley, who lived in Miami at the time of the crime. Bradley himself died in April 1992 in Tarrant County, Texas. Though little is known about his death or its circumstances, one can only hope he suffered as much pain as he caused. Moving on to the next case. Donna Bird. On April 16, 1997, Orange County police officers responded to 2002 Lee Street following a report of a possible burglary. A homeowner had called the police after discovering a broken window in an apartment connected to her home. Inside the apartment, officers found a woman's body wrapped on the bedroom floor. She had been strangled. Investigators used fingerprints to identify her as 42-year-old Orlando resident Donna Bird. Upon reviewing her background, police discovered that Donna had been arrested more than 20 times for prostitution in the years before her death. She was known to use vacant properties to meet with clients. Although fingerprints were found at the crime scene, investigators could not determine whether they belonged to Donna or a potential suspect. With no further leads, the case eventually went cold. However, the Orange County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit recently decided to reopen the investigation. As part of their renewed efforts, investigators resubmitted the fingerprints collected from the 1997 crime scene. In September 2020, they finally found a match. The prints were linked to 51-year-old Jimmy Mahone, a resident of Macon, Georgia. He was arrested the following month in October 2020, questioned by authorities, and taken into custody. Jimmy remained in custody while awaiting extradition to Orange County. By November, he was transferred from a prison in Bibb County, Georgia, to Orlando. He is currently being held in the Orange County Jail with a bond set at $100,000. Moving on to the next case. Garrett Bardsley. 12-year-old Garrett Bardsley was on a wilderness trip in Utah's Uinta Mountains with his Boy Scout troop and his father, Kevin Bardsley. On the morning of August 20th, 2004, the two set out early to go fishing. At one point, Garrett stepped too close to the lake and got his shoes and socks wet. He decided to head back to their tent to change into dry footwear. Kevin watched him leave and reminded him which path to follow. When 20 minutes passed with no sign of Garrett, Kevin grew concerned and went to look for him, but Garrett had vanished. The only potential clue ever discovered was a single ankle sock found about half a mile from where he was last seen. Garrett's mother insisted it belonged to her son, though one of the searchers claimed the sock was actually his own. Authorities believe Garrett likely became lost and succumbed to exposure in the rugged wilderness. Kevin Bardsley has expressed that he will never stop hoping to find his son. The region where Garrett disappeared is known for its rugged, unforgiving terrain. On the day he went missing, conditions were harsh, temperatures were near freezing, and the area was hit by both rain and hail. Garrett has light brown hair and hazel eyes, with a noticeable gap between his two upper front teeth. He was last seen wearing a black Quicksilver hoodie, sweatpants, a white t-shirt, ankle socks, and white Converse sneakers. Moving on to the next case. Ivonne Baldelli. The story of Ivonne Baldelli is a dark tale of love gone wrong on what seemed to be a slice of paradise. Sometimes, the quest for an earthly utopia can instead plunge someone into a living nightmare with no way out. A crucial element in this descent often lies in the choice of one's companion on that journey. Picking a partner should be approached with great deliberation and care. Sadly, even those we believe to be our closest allies can reveal themselves as heartless predators. Ivonne Baldelli and Brian Brimager's story began like a romantic dream. Ivonne believed she had found her soulmate, someone worth following to the ends of the earth. Yet, early on, her family had strong misgivings about the man she loved, and their disapproval would later prove tragically justified. This disturbing case began unfolding in 2011, when a joyful and love-struck Ivonne set off with Brimager to a tropical island, unaware of the darkness that lay ahead. As fate would have it, Ivonne was unknowingly walking toward her tragic end. Years later, her mutilated remains were found in a swamp, sealed in bags along with the bodies of her beloved pets. Her family fought tirelessly for justice, a pursuit that ultimately claimed the life of another family member. So, who was Ivonne Baldelli? Born Ivonne Olivia Baldelli, née Nayfold, on June 30th, 1969, she grew up in a small town in Southern California, known for its sunshine and laid-back charm. She was the youngest of 3 children born to Marjorie and James Fold, and she shared a particularly close relationship with her older siblings, Michael and Michelle. Tragedy struck when Ivonne was just 13 years old. Her mother died after a prolonged illness. A year later, her father married Lillian Faust, a compassionate woman who embraced James's children as her own, and the blended family flourished. Ivonne pursued a well-rounded education and dabbled in various career paths, but her heart always belonged to fashion design. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. She dreamed of transforming her passion into a thriving business. However, luck never seemed to be on her side when it came to her personal life. She was married twice, but both marriages ended in separation. Additionally, a surgery she underwent in her youth, followed by complications, left Ivonne unable to have children. After divorcing her second husband, Kevin Baldelli, in February 2007, Ivonne lived alone in her small apartment with her beloved dog, whom she affectionately called her child. She remained in constant contact with her father and sister, calling them almost daily and making an effort to see her family at least once a month. meeting Brian and the love triangle. In February 2009, as Ivonne was preparing to celebrate her 40th birthday, she met a Marine named Brian Brimmager. At that time, he was legally married and raising a young son with his wife. Despite this, Brian was open to having an affair and shared with his mistress how unhappy he was in his marriage, claiming he hadn't filed for divorce solely because of his child, whom he didn't want to distress. Baldelli fell for this fit, tanned, handsome man at first sight and believed every word he said. Having experienced the pain of a loveless marriage herself, and knowing how hard it can be to leave such a relationship, she didn't rush her partner, believing that the presence of a child was indeed the main obstacle. However, Brian wasn't as straightforward and sincere as he appeared. From a young age, his attractive looks had made him very popular with the opposite sex. He was accustomed to juggling multiple relationships simultaneously and expertly deceived the women who fell for him, promising each one marriage, a family, and eternal love. It soon came to light that the married Brimmager was not only seeing Ivonne, but also had another mistress. This other woman was Christine Verhoeven, a stunning blonde with extensive connections. She was an analyst at the White House and had made a remarkable career during George W. Bush Jr.'s administration. When Ivonne discovered the existence of another rival, she decided to confront the issue head-on and was ready to fight for the man she loved. Gathering her courage, she called her lover's wife to inform her that Brian was cheating on her with not just one, but two women. This revelation sparked a major scandal, forcing Brian to make a difficult choice. Eventually, he chose Ivonne, though it's possible she pressured him into making this decision. A few months later, Brian officially divorced his wife and moved in with his new love interest. At that time, he was still serving in the Marines, but had been contemplating ending his military career for a while. The couple seemed genuinely happy, but Ivonne's relatives remained wary of her new partner, doubting the sincerity of his feelings. Moving to a tropical paradise. In the summer of 2011, Brian began to talk about radically changing his life, leaving the service, moving away from the bustling city, and settling down on a tropical island. Ivonne shared his sentiments, supported him in everything, and was ready to follow him wherever and whenever he decided. She believed she had met the most important man in her life and adored him. By September of the same year, the decision was final. The couple chose to move to Panama and settle on the small island of Caranero, a place that could truly be called a paradise. Ivonne informed her family just before leaving, so they had no chance to persuade her to reconsider. Ivonne sold her apartment, quit her job, and started packing for the journey. She took only a few bikinis, shorts, tank tops, and her sewing machine, hoping to fulfill her dream of opening a small boutique to create and sell custom outfits to tourists on the new island. In early September, Brian, Ivonne, and her beloved little dog flew to Panama. They spent a couple of days in the country's capital before taking a ferry to Caranero Island, where they rented a house right on the ocean front. The climate was hot and humid with little temperature variation, attracting a steady flow of tourists throughout the year, primarily diving and surfing enthusiasts. The island was just 1 square kilometer, so one could leisurely walk around it in about an hour. All the infrastructure was located along the coast, while the interior was dense jungle and swampy areas teeming with venomous snakes, spiders, and other wildlife, making it unsafe to venture into. Brian, who had been an excellent guitar player since his youth, brought his instrument with the intention of starting a musical career on the island, performing in entertainment venues. Within a week after moving, he had made connections with several local bar owners, and one of them happily offered him a job. He played in the evenings, entertaining the crowd, but his appreciative audience often bought him drinks as a compliment, leading him to drink heavily almost daily. Ivonne's business also developed very slowly, with weak sales and virtually no profit. However, she didn't lose heart. She started working at one of the bars and even adopted a second dog she found on the island and decided to keep. She communicated with her sister, Michelle Valenzuela, almost daily, sharing everything. But her messages became increasingly shorter and more somber, which worried her family. The first few months on the island seemed like paradise to the couple. Ivonne hoped that Brian would propose, and they would have a romantic wedding ceremony on the ocean shore. But time passed. Brian didn't rush into marriage, and their relationship rapidly deteriorated. The mysterious disappearance. In early December, Michelle stopped receiving messages from Ivonne, which raised her concerns significantly. Then, on December 14, 2011, Brian unexpectedly called Michelle, inquiring when he could stop by to pick up his SUV, which he had left in her garage before heading to Panama. This call and question caught Michelle off guard. It meant Brian had returned to the U.S. and wanted to retrieve his vehicle. But where was Ivonne? Why hadn't she come back, or even called? In response, Brian claimed he had explained everything in an email sent a few days earlier. He also mentioned that his now ex-girlfriend had supposedly sent her a message explaining the situation. Michelle checked her messages, but found nothing, so she turned to her email. Indeed, there were 2 unread messages, one from her sister and one from her boyfriend. In his message, Brian stated that Ivonne had left him, running off with a new lover to Costa Rica. The other message, supposedly from Ivonne, claimed she had left Brian upon discovering his infidelity and learning that another woman had given birth to his child. It concluded with her saying she had met another man and gone to Costa Rica with him. The other woman turned out to be Brian's old friend, Christine Verhoeven, with whom he had been involved all along and who was pregnant with his child when he and Ivan flew to Panama. At first glance, everything seemed plausible and logical, especially since Ivan couldn't have children. The news that her partner had fathered a child with someone else could have been devastating for her. However, Ivonne wasn't known for impulsive actions, and she would have certainly called her sister to discuss such significant changes in her life. Moreover, the tone of the supposed message from Ivonne was somewhat odd and unlike her previous communications, which raised further suspicions. When Michelle tried to determine her sister's current whereabouts, she couldn't get any concrete information. Calls went unanswered, and the messages that came through were brief and detached, saying things like, "I'm okay. I need some time. I'm not ready to talk about this." Michelle suggested that Brian should join her in filing a missing persons report. Brian appeared nervous, but insisted it wasn't necessary, claiming Ivonne was fine, capable of taking care of herself, and would decide when to come home on her own. Despite Brian's reluctance even to discuss the matter and his hasty departure after picking up his vehicle, a message from Ivonne's phone soon arrived stating she planned to return home in January for their father's birthday. This message provided Michelle with some relief, and she decided to wait a few more weeks, hoping Ivonne would return as indicated in the message. Search efforts and surprising discoveries. By mid-January, not only had Ivonne not returned home, but she also hadn't called even once during that time, and her messages had completely stopped. Moreover, Michelle was shocked to learn that Brian had gotten married to the mother of his child, Christine Verhoeven, right before the new year, which seemed very odd since he had parted ways with his former girlfriend just a few weeks before the celebration. Concerned, Michelle finally went to the police and reported her sister missing, suspecting that Ivonne had not gone to Costa Rica. An official inquiry sent to Panama confirmed her fears. It was definitively established that Ivonne Baldelli had not left the country. Valenzuela then turned to her cousin, a programmer, to help trace the IP address from which Ivonne's messages were sent, determining their actual origin. It turned out the emails supposedly sent by Ivonne from Costa Rica in December were actually sent from Dana Point, California, where Brian was located. The same IP address was used for an email sent by Brian himself. With the situation becoming increasingly alarming, Michelle hurriedly informed the police about her discovery. Valenzuela reached out to the FBI and the State Department, sharing her suspicions that Brian had harmed her sister in Panama, and then continued to send messages from her phone and email, pretending to be her for about a month. However, there was not enough solid evidence at the time to arrest him, so law enforcement could only interview him and continue gathering proof of his guilt. It was revealed that Brian had proposed to Christine while still in Panama with Ivonne. He promised Verhoeven that he would soon return. They would get married and raise their daughter together. Moreover, Christine was unaware that her child's father had gone to the island with another woman, as he had told her he was there on business. The family's independent investigation. 2 months after Ivonne's disappearance, her sister and niece took matters into their own hands and flew to Panama. There, they enlisted the help of Don Winter, a former U.S. intelligence officer turned private investigator with expertise in locating missing American citizens abroad. They explained the circumstances of Ivonne's vanishing, along with the narrative provided by Brian. After hearing their account, Winter quickly voiced his fear that Ivonne was likely no longer alive. Drawing on his extensive experience and professional network, Winter decided to apply pressure on the Panamanian authorities while simultaneously bringing international attention to the case. He helped organize a press conference that included members of Ivonne's family, transforming her disappearance into a global news story. In time, her father, stepmother, brother, and other close relatives and friends traveled to Panama to support the investigation and aid in the search. They journeyed to the remote island of Carnero, combing through the area meticulously. However, the thick jungle and swampy terrain, crawling with wildlife, made their search both grueling and unfruitful. In addition, the family questioned the island's residents about how well they knew Brian and Ivonne and what they could say about them. It turned out that the couple had recently been heavily indulging in alcoholic beverages and were frequently involved in loud disputes, unconcerned about those around them. Almost daily, they were seen in bars drinking alcohol and having heated arguments. Furthermore, people began to notice bruises and scratches on Ivonne's face and body. She almost never took off her sunglasses, seemingly to hide the bruises under her eyes. The landlord of the house the couple had rented confirmed that neighbors regularly complained about the noise, screams, and cursing coming from their residents. Simultaneously, FBI agents brought a special team of divers to the island to scour the waters around it for any potential evidence or remains of the missing woman. Unfortunately, these searches too did not yield any success. The prime suspect and the first solid evidence. From the outset, Brian was the prime suspect in the case, but there was nothing concrete to charge him with. He denied any involvement, consistently recounting the same story about his ex-partner running off with another man. It wasn't until September 21, 2012, that Brimmager was finally interrogated and a search was conducted in his home. At the time, his wife, Christine, was at work, while Brian was unemployed, staying at home with their child and indulging in his favorite pastime, playing golf. Initially, he appeared confident, repeating that Ivonne had left him after finding out about his child with another woman. However, he became visibly nervous when the police mentioned that the last messages sent in Ivan's name came from his area and expressed interest in examining the laptop found on his table. The seized laptop turned out to belong to Ivonne, with messages sent from it after she supposedly fled. A photo of the missing woman with a bruise under her eye was found on the computer, as well as a screenshot of a conversation from November, where Brian and Christine discussed their ongoing affair and shared daughter, presumably how Baldelli learned about them. Moreover, the laptop's search history from November 26, 2011 contained queries such as how to clean blood and how to remove blood from a mattress. These pieces of evidence were significant, but circumstantial, since neither a body nor a mattress with bloodstains was found. The fact that Brian had been sending messages pretending to be Ivonne didn't definitively prove him guilty. Soon, Don Winter discovered that before leaving Panama, Brimmager had sold a machete he owned. In an online conversation with a potential buyer, he joked that he had used the weapon just once to finish off a stripper. The joke was macabre, prompting authorities to track down the new owner of the machete and seize the blade for examination, which initially revealed nothing conclusive. The long-awaited arrest. The police overlooked another crucial detail, Ivonne's bank card, which Brian used after her disappearance. To add credibility to his story, before returning to the States, he decided to make a trip to Costa Rica and use the missing woman's card a couple of times, creating the illusion that she had indeed fled to that country. He paid for his tickets in cash and withdrew money from different locations in San Jose, draining the card before discarding it. However, Brimmager failed to consider that he was captured on surveillance cameras at the ATMs. It wasn't until July 2013, a year and a half after the woman's disappearance, that her relatives, armed with all the evidence gathered by the police, FBI agents, and Don Winter, finally managed to secure Brian's arrest. Initially, he was detained on charges of making false statements and obstructing the investigation, as there was nothing more substantial to charge him with at that time. By then, he had become a father for the second time. Christine had given birth to a son just a week before his arrest. Authorities attempted to engage the suspect in a candid conversation, offering him a chance to confess to the crime and disclose the location of the body, but Brian consistently denied any wrongdoing. His lawyer also insisted on the absence of a body or direct evidence, proving Yvonne's demise and Brian's involvement in it. The gruesome discovery in the swamp. Just 2 months after Brimager's arrest, a significant breakthrough occurred in the case. On the island of Carinaro, a worker taking a shortcut wandered into the swampy underbrush and spotted an army backpack barely visible above the water's surface. Driven by curiosity and hoping to find something valuable or useful inside, he looked in the bag, only to recoil in horror at the sight of a human skull staring back at him. He immediately reported his find to the police, and responding officers took the backpack for examination. Inside were fragments of a human body, along with the remains of 2 small dogs. The remains had been chopped up, placed in the bag, and discarded in a location where it was assumed they would never be found. DNA testing confirmed that the human remains belonged to Yvonne, although limbs were missing. Pathologists also determined that she had been brutally beaten before her demise, with a broken nose, cheekbone, and several missing teeth. The demise of the dogs was probably orchestrated to lend credence to the narrative, as it seemed implausible that she would willingly leave behind her cherished pets on the island, suggesting a scenario where they were eliminated and laid to rest alongside their owner. When the chop marks found on the victim's bones were matched with the blade of the machete, there was no doubt. The body had been dismembered using this weapon, as each blade has its own signature, akin to a person's fingerprints. With this evidence, Brian was formally charged with murder, dismemberment, and concealing a crime. The trial and verdict. In early 2014, Michelle Valenzuela was diagnosed with an advanced stage of aggressive cancer. She had been so consumed by the investigation into her sister's case that she neglected her deteriorating health, postponing visits to the doctor. After undergoing intensive treatment for about 6 months and realizing it was in vain, she decided to dedicate the last months of her life to seeking justice for her sister. In September 2014, when doctors told Michelle she had only a few weeks left, she declared that although she was losing her battle with the disease, she would continue to fight for her sister until her last breath. Choosing to make her testimony in front of Brian, she detailed everything she knew and submitted all their correspondence with Yvonne to the court. She meticulously described Brian's actions after her sister's disappearance and then fainted from weakness. Michelle passed away 3 days later. The prosecution argued that on the evening of November 26th, following another argument with Yvonne, when she discovered Brian's communications with Christine, Brian, in a fit of rage and under the influence of alcohol, assaulted Yvonne and then fatally stabbed her. He then dismembered her body in the bathtub using a machete, also using it to take the live Yvonne's beloved dogs, and placed the remains in his military backpack. The limbs that didn't fit in the bag were dumped in the ocean, dropped off a rocky cliff early in the morning along with the blood-stained mattress. Brian carried the backpack deep into the island and submerged it in a swamp. For the next few weeks, he continued living in the same coastal house, meticulously erasing any evidence of the crime. He told everyone on the island a story about his flighty girlfriend leaving him for a new lover, a story that sounded convincing enough that locals sympathized with Brian. And he even managed to find a new girlfriend, Nicole Powell, who comforted him for a few weeks until his departure to the U.S. During the trial, Nicole testified against Brian, accusing him of dishonesty and cruelty. Confronted with undeniable evidence, Brian ultimately admitted to the crime but claimed he acted in self-defense, alleging that Yvonne had attacked him first with a knife, which he then used against her. He asserted that everything that followed, dismembering her body, killing the dogs, and concealing the evidence, occurred while he was in a state of shock, insisting he had no recollection of those actions. Nonetheless, his internet search history and efforts to cover his tracks pointed to a clear awareness of what he had done, along with a calculated attempt to construct a false narrative to explain Yvonne's disappearance. In the spring of 2016, Brian was convicted of manslaughter and received a 26-year prison sentence, with the possibility of parole in 2035. His background as a Marine was taken into account during sentencing, sparing him a life sentence. Despite the conviction, Brian's wife, Christine Verhoeven, continued to express faith in his innocence and pledged her unwavering support. Moving on to the next case. Mary Agnes Moroni. In November 1930, 2-year-old Mary Agnes Moroni vanished from the busy streets of Chicago on a cold day. Her disappearance puzzled authorities for 93 years, leaving her family heartbroken. This decades-long missing child case was fraught with confusion and uncertainty. Mary Agnes Moroni's mysterious vanishing captured international attention for years. False leads and dead ends prevented her recovery and reunion with her loved ones for nearly a century. However, gradually, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Hello, wonderful viewers, and welcome back to Mystery Detective, where we dive into cold cases, baffling mysteries, and eerie stories that keep you awake at night. Today, we'll explore the prolonged search for Mary Agnes Moroni, who disappeared from her Chicago home in 1930 and was never seen again. Despite countless DNA tests, suspicious letters, and reported sightings, her case remained unsolved until 2023, when a woman from California stepped forward with the key to the enduring mystery. Stay tuned as we uncover the startling facts behind Mary's disappearance and the unexpected twist that finally brought closure to her story. Mary Agnes Moroni was born on May 9, 1928, to Catherine and Michael Moroni in Chicago, Illinois. Amid the harsh realities of the Great Depression, the family struggled to make ends meet. Mary had a younger sister, Anastasia, who was just 11 years old at the time. The Moronis lived in a second-floor apartment above a supermarket located at 5200 Wentworth Avenue. Michael earned a modest weekly wage of only $15 by distributing handbills, and the family was facing significant financial hardship. During these difficult times, a relative of Catherine Moroni took an interest in their situation and reached out to a welfare organization. This led to a public advertisement highlighting their financial struggles. Shortly after, on the evening of Wednesday, May 13, 1930, Edgar Gilpin, a man who described himself as a nurse and philanthropist, responded to the ad. He offered Michael assistance in the form of a suit and a pair of shoes. Since the welfare organization kept the addresses of those in need confidential, the family accepted Gilpin's help through this intermediary. But due to a small error, a mysterious woman learned the Moroni family's address. They had no idea that this seemingly insignificant mistake would trigger a tragic chain of events that would alter their lives for good. On May 14, 1930, Catherine Moroni, who was 17 years old at the time, was at home by herself with Mary Agnes and Anastasia. She heard a knock at the door as she was mopping the floor. When she goes to answer the door, a nicely dressed woman who identified herself as Mrs. Henderson and claimed to be a representative of the social worker who had seen the Moroni family's advertisement for assistance, was standing at the doorstep. She had just brought inside some groceries she had bought from the downstairs grocery store for $2.55. Mary Agnes, who was typically reserved, quickly warmed up to the woman as Catherine described their family's hardship to her. The woman appeared friendly and eager to assist while listening intently. She said her aging husband had passed away, leaving her with a sizable fortune. A child like Mary Agnes was something else she mentioned wanting. She then requested that Mary Agnes be temporarily taken to California with her while assuring Catherine that the young girl would be as chubby as a butterball. Catherine struggled to overcome her unease. She politely turned down the woman's sudden offer, and the woman seemed to have accepted the mother's decision. The woman soon left and assured Catherine she would be back the following day. Catherine asked for her name, and the woman reluctantly identified herself as Julia Otis. Julia gave Catherine $2 and 2 books before she left as a sign of support. The next day, on May 14, 1930, even though it was raining, Julia Otis went back to the Moroni's house. She brought fresh baby clothes this time for Catherine, who was at the time expecting her third child. Later, it was found that Julia had bought these clothes from a department store with a brand new $50 bill. She offered to drive Mary Agnes to a close-by shop so she could buy new clothes and shoes, and claimed to have found her father a better job. Catherine reluctantly agreed to let Mary Agnes go with her because she was appreciative of the woman's generosity and thought of her as a blessing. Julia Otis took little Mary away and left in spite of her sobs and tantrums. The two, however, disappeared without a trace. Catherine and Michael turned to the police for assistance as they searched desperately for their beloved daughter. They searched for traces, but none were discovered. On the same evening, An elderly man in shabby clothing who claimed to be a welfare worker showed up at the Moroni home. Catherine reported him to the police because she was uncomfortable with his presence. The men tried to stop her from making the call through to the police, but failed, and eventually ran away. He was never identified or found. Julia Otis was described by Catherine as a pleasant and attractive woman, around the age of 22, standing at around 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighing 125 pounds. She spoke with a refined voice and had visible front teeth. Julia was dressed in a gray suit, a gray lace hat, a pearl necklace, and a jeweled wristwatch when they last saw each other. At around 8 p.m. the following day, on May 16th, a letter from Julia Otis arrived at the Moroni residence. The letter was written on letterhead, and the postmark on it showed that it was delivered at 4:30 p.m. It came with a $5 bill and was delivered via special delivery. The letter read, "Please don't be alarmed. I have taken your little girl to California with me. I have hired a special nurse to care for her. We'll be back in 2 months. By that time, you will be on your feet again and will be able to care for her." She didn't even cry a bit. She is outfitted like a princess. In the meantime, I'll help all I can to get you on your feet. Don't worry about anything else. When you get this letter, we'll be on our way already. As ever, Julia Otis. The authorities examined the letter and found that there were deliberate attempts to make the writing appear illiterate. Could the letter's author have been hiding their true educational background on purpose? As word of the letter spread, witnesses soon came forward with stories of a woman who resembled Julia's description. A young girl who resembled Mary Agnes and the woman were spotted together at a store. A witness saw the woman dictating a letter to a store employee. The Moronis got a second letter from someone named Alice Henderson 2 weeks later. She claimed to be Julia Otis's cousin. Alice stated in her letter that Julia had lost both her husband and her child the year before, and so she had been craving love since her tragic loss. Alice expressed her wish for Julia to change her mind and give Mary Agnes back. She then ceased all correspondence with the family. Authorities eventually found that both letters had identical handwriting. For days after Mary Agnes was kidnapped, on May 19th, Catherine Moroni took matters into her own hands and asked a judge for a warrant, accusing Julia Otis of abducting her first fruit. Both the public and law enforcement were puzzled by this mysterious woman's abduction of Mary Agnes Moroni. Police conducted a thorough search of all the railroad stations in Chicago, hoping to find any sign that Mary Agnes and her family had boarded a train, but it seemed as if they had vanished without a trace. On July 23, 1931, a young girl matching Mary Agnes' description was spotted in Rockford, Illinois. Witnesses saw a 3-year-old white girl with tanned skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes being pushed in a cart by an elderly Native American woman named Martha Thompson. When the Moroni family was alerted and arrived to identify the child, Martha claimed that the girl had been abandoned by her mother, Florence Fuller, and that she was on her way to join a circus with the child. Catherine Moroni, however, was certain the girl was not her daughter. She carefully examined the child, checking her teeth and body to confirm her identity. Both parents were heartbroken when they realized the girl was not Mary Agnes. One key difference was a distinctive red mark on Mary Agnes' arm, something the girl from Rockford did not have. The case of Mary Agnes's disappearance eventually became cold because the investigation yielded no meaningful leads. In the coming years, the Moroni family welcomed another child whom they named Catherine into the world. They then had the good fortune to welcome 5 more boys named Michael Jr., Patrick, George, Harold, and William. When other kids went missing, the media frequently ran stories about Mary Agnes keeping her name in the public eye. When Chicago Daily News reporter Eden Wright came across a picture of the Moroni family, he noticed something important. All of the family members looked alike, which gave him the idea for a story. In an effort to get someone to recognize Mary Agnes, the Chicago Daily News worked with the California newspaper to publish photos of the Moroni family. Soon enough, a Californian man by the name of Everett McClellan came forward in 1952. The men claimed that Anastasia, one of Mary Agnes' sisters, looked so much like his wife that it might have been her picture. The woman, Mary McClellan, was 24 years old and had been adopted in 1930 by Charles and Nora Beck. The teeth, blood type, skull type, fingerprints, and handprints of Mary McClellan appeared to be identical to those of Mary Agnes. However, Mary McClellan lacked 2 things Mary Agnes had: Mary Agnes was born a year later than McClelland, and McClelland did not have Mary Agnes' distinctive hernia scar from a surgical procedure. The newspaper arranged a meeting between Mary McClelland and Catherine on September 4, 1952, but much to everyone's dismay, Catherine Moroni insisted that Mary McClelland was not her lost daughter. Regardless, the women developed a close bond over time. Ultimately, a DNA test carried out in 2008 after Mary McClelland's demise established that she was not Mary Agnes. Mary Agnes' parents, Catherine and Michael, were profoundly affected by the tragic disappearance of their daughter. Michael passed away in 1957 at the age of 58, leaving behind an extraordinary amount of pain brought on by the loss of his dearly loved daughter. Depression plagued Catherine for years as she was consumed by the pain of her daughter's disappearance. She was only 49 years old when she died in 1962, after she had endured her loss all the way to the end. For close to a century, Mary Agnes' case remained a mystery. When Cook County Sheriff's Detective Jose Rodriguez started looking into Mary Agnes' disappearance in 2022 and contacted Terry Arnold, the daughter of a woman he thought was the long-lost Mary Agnes Moroni, the case took a great turn. Detective Rodriguez thought Mary Agnes might actually be Terry's mother based on DNA evidence. When the detective first explained his hypothesis that Jeanette Burchard might actually be Mary Agnes Moroni to Terry Arnold, Terry was doubtful and didn't buy it. She emphasized the absence of Mary Agnes' birthmark and other distinguishing features in her mother. But Terry agreed to take a commercial DNA test in order to disprove the theory and offer concrete proof. On October 28, 2022, the test results were received, and they produced a startling finding. Her genetic makeup, in contrast to Terry's Polish heritage, predominantly revealed Irish ancestry, which was a notable similarity with the Moroni family. The DNA test also established Terry Arnold's relationship to the Moroni family's surviving members as first-line cousins. This coincidental relationship strengthened the notion that Terry's mother was Mary Agnes Moroni. Who was she, though? Her family had been informed that Jeanette Burchard was born on April 14, 1928. She was raised by Jeanette Celeric Darris Anderson and her stepfather, Frank Darris. Detective Rodriguez did not find any obvious abnormalities in Burchard's family during his investigation. However, Terry provided a crucial piece of information. Frank Darris, Terry's step-grandfather, once told Jeanette Burchard that the woman who raised her wasn't her biological mother. Terry also claimed that her mother attempted to find out more about her true ancestry by contacting her Chicago-based cousins, but they claimed to be unaware of the situation. However, it was later discovered that before getting married to Frank Darris, the woman who raised Jeanette had a brief relationship with a man by the name of John Fahey. Fahey and the woman, along with Jeanette Burchard, were listed as residing in the same Chicago home in the 1930 census. After getting married to Darris, the family moved to Virginia in the early 1930s. Later, during World War II, they moved to Florida. Jeanette Burchard wed Edward Jennings in the 1940s, and the two of them had two children named Barbara Joan Jennings and Edward Clifton Jennings Jr. After starting her career as a nurse, Jeanette gave birth to Terry Arnold, her third child, in 1957. A few decades later, she wed Earl Burchard a second time. The Miami Dolphins were Jeanette's favorite team, and she supported them from the time they were founded in 1966 throughout her entire life. Jeanette was a nurse, but she also had a great love for animals, especially dogs and cats. She also loved opera, with Madame Butterfly being a particular favorite. According to Terry, the last time her mother visited Chicago was probably between 1989 and 1995, possibly for a funeral. She later died in Florida in February 2003, and her remains were buried alongside her pets. A year later, her son, Edward Clifton Jennings Jr. died. Her daughter, Barbara Joan Jennings, soon passed away in 2006 too. Terry Arnold, the only surviving child of Jeanette Burchard, firmly believes that Mary Agnes Moroni is indeed her mother, whom she has always known as Jeanette Burchard. In an interview, Terry admitted that she had no knowledge of the name Julia Otis or the reasons why her grandmother ended up raising her mother. She remains unaware of the full details behind this mystery. However, Terry expressed deep sympathy for Mary Agnes's parents, acknowledging that they never received closure or the truth about what truly happened to their daughter. She assured the Moroni family that, despite the unanswered questions, Jeanette Burchard, Mary Agnes Teteri, was deeply loved. Mary Agnes Moroni was the focus of a relentless search spanning decades after her disappearance in 1930. This painful chapter that haunted the Moroni family for nearly a century finally reached a resolution in 2023. Yet one question remains unanswered. Who was Julia Otis, and what drove her to abduct young Mary Agnes from her devoted family? Some answers may never be uncovered. Moving on to the next case. Pamela Mastrop Pietro. Addiction is a destructive and deeply pervasive condition that not only devastates the life of the person suffering from it, but also inflicts lasting pain on their loved ones. Like any serious illness, it demands prompt and professional treatment before the consequences become irreversible. The tragic case of 18-year-old Pamela Mastrop Pietro, which unfolded in Italy in February 2018, horrified the country due to its extreme brutality. The incident nearly sparked widespread social unrest and provoked racially motivated violence, with innocent black migrants attacked simply for their ethnicity. More bloodshed was narrowly avoided by chance. Pamela was born on August 23, 1999, in Rome, Italy, the only child of Alessandra Verni and Stefano Mastrop Pietro. She was raised in an educated and financially secure household. Her parents ran a successful business and did their best to provide her with every opportunity. However, their demanding work schedules often meant they had limited time to spend with her. From an early age, Pamela exhibited signs of unusual behavior. She was extremely shy, withdrawn, and avoided social situations. Pamela's parents initially dismissed her early signs of shyness and withdrawal, assuming she would grow out of them once she started school and formed friendships. However, these traits only intensified over time. Throughout her school years, Pamela found it increasingly difficult to socialize and connect with her peers. Though teachers acknowledged her intelligence and potential, they noted her deep lack of self-confidence. She also suffered from acute anxiety, frequent sleep problems, and a range of fears, prompting her parents to consult a specialist for help. Pamela was eventually diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. She often misplaced her trust in others, failed to recognize potential dangers, and displayed an almost absent sense of self-preservation. As she grew older, her struggles with mental health became more visible and severe. By the time she was 11, her family was under considerable strain, with her parents, Alessandra and Stefano, nearing the point of divorce. This turmoil deeply affected Pamela, leading to a diagnosis of depression. Although her parents eventually managed to resolve their differences and preserve their marriage, Pamela's condition did not improve. 2 years later, she was also diagnosed with bipolar disorder, yet she continued attending regular school despite her struggles to fit in socially. To keep up with her studies, Pamela relied heavily on prescribed medications which her mother closely monitored. Alessandra held on to hope that her daughter might grow out of her mental health issues. But Pamela's academic performance declined steadily, and her behavior became increasingly erratic and unpredictable. Pamela blossomed into a striking young woman with a model-like figure and captivating features. By her teenage years, she began attracting attention from young men, but had no idea how to handle their advances. Her trusting and naive nature persisted, making her susceptible to manipulative individuals and questionable invitations. This ultimately led her to fall in with a dangerous crowd. Pamela's lack of confidence and susceptibility made her prone to experimentation. She was introduced to alcohol and later to prohibited substances at an early age. Her mental health struggles often clouded her judgment, and she became vulnerable in her relationships. Her psychiatrist would later testify in court that Pamela was often incapable of fully understanding her actions or providing informed consent, leaving her exposed to exploitation. Under the influence of substances or alcohol, Pamela felt more self-assured, carefree, and happy. These fleeting moments of relief quickly spiraled into a serious dependency. At the age of 15, Pamela was admitted to a private rehabilitation center, where her parents hoped she could overcome her growing addiction. The treatment was initially successful, and a few months later, she returned to school, seemingly free from her previous dependencies. She managed to maintain her progress for over a year until, at 17, she met a 20-year-old Romanian man named Claudio Nitu. He quickly earned her trust, and they began a relationship. Under his influence, Pamela returned to substance use, abandoned her studies, and began running away from home. Her dependencies not only resurfaced, but intensified significantly. Claudio ultimately convinced her to engage in dangerous activities, including exploiting her own body to fund their growing substance use. When the Mastrop Pietros learned about Pamela's situation, they contacted the police. Claudio attempted to flee, but was quickly located and arrested. He was later sentenced to 4 years in prison for influencing a minor to use alcohol and potent substances, as well as for coercing her into engaging in illicit activities. In mid-October 2017, Pamela's parents decided to send her to another rehabilitation clinic. This time, they chose to remove her from Rome entirely, aiming to isolate her from the influences and connections that had enabled her substance use. To achieve this, Alessandra and Stefano selected a treatment center located in the small town of Maserati. The program at this facility came with a steep price tag, but her parents spared no expense, determined to give Pamela every chance to recover. The treatment plan was scheduled to last 3 months and included individual and group therapy with psychologists, as well as care from addiction specialists. After completing the program, Pamela was expected to return to a dependency-free, stable life. The Mastrop Pietros believed the clinic's high cost would ensure their daughter was under constant supervision and protected from any opportunity to access harmful substances. However, the clinic staff and security were neglectful of their responsibilities. Patients were often able to leave the premises freely, violating curfews, purchasing prohibited substances, and engaging in risky behaviors. Pamela initially seemed to make progress, staying at the clinic for about 2 months. She claimed to feel much better as the support and community of individuals with similar struggles gave her hope. But this same community, combined with the lack of proper oversight, ultimately worked against her. By early January 2018, as her rehabilitation program neared its end, Pamela began leaving the clinic to obtain and use substances again. With no intervention from the staff, her dependency, which she had fought so hard to overcome, returned with renewed intensity. Strangely, her treating physician failed to notice the relapse, setting the stage for what would become a tragic series of events. On January 29, 2018, Pamela's parents received a call from the rehabilitation center. They were informed that their daughter was missing, having allegedly escaped the facility. However, a closer investigation revealed a very different story. An inspection of her room and security camera footage showed that Pamela had calmly packed all her belongings into a suitcase and walked out through the main entrance. No one at the clinic stopped her or even asked where she was going. Pamela's companions at the rehabilitation center later revealed that she had recently started using substances more frequently, purchasing them from dealers outside the facility. She had also spoken about her intention to leave what she believed to be ineffective treatment and return to Rome. It was likely this destination she had in mind when she left the clinic, but she never boarded a train, didn't return home, and hadn't been seen or heard from by anyone she knew since. Understandably, Alessandra and Stefano were distraught and determined not to let their daughter's disappearance go unresolved. They filed a missing persons report with the police and enlisted the help of the media. The couple appeared on a local Macerata TV station, appealing to the public for any information that could help find their daughter. They offered a significant reward for any credible leads, but for the first 2 days, no substantial updates emerged. On January 31st, a distressed man called the police, reporting that 2 suspicious suitcases emitting a foul odor had been dumped in a ditch near his home. Fearing they might contain something dangerous, he refrained from touching or opening them. The caller lived in a suburban area of Macerata, just a few miles from the rehabilitation center where Pamela had disappeared days earlier. Law enforcement, accompanied by bomb disposal experts, arrived at the scene, cordoned off the area, and carefully inspected the suitcases to ensure they contained no explosives. Once deemed safe, the suitcases were opened, and what they found inside shocked even seasoned investigators. The dismembered remains of a young woman had been packed into the luggage, soaked in a corrosive chemical solution. Police immediately suspected the remains belonged to Pamela, but definitive confirmation required further analysis. They showed the suitcases to her parents, who identified one as belonging to their daughter. Tragically, Pamela's body could only be officially identified through DNA testing due to the severe damage and disfigurement. Determining the cause of death proved challenging, given the state of the remains. To complicate matters further, the perpetrator had soaked the body parts in a bleach-like chemical, likely in an attempt to destroy traces of their DNA. This process had caused the horrid stench of decomposing tissue mixed with harsh cleaning agents that initially drew attention to the suitcases. The next step for investigators was to trace Pamela's movements after she left the rehabilitation center. Security footage from street cameras showed her walking toward a nearby public transportation stop, where she appeared to be flagging down passing vehicles. About 15 minutes later, a taxi pulled over. Pamela exchanged a few words with the driver before getting into the car. The trail of the car Pamela entered vanished once it moved beyond the reach of street surveillance, but investigators were able to trace the vehicle by its license plate. The taxi driver was soon located, and when shown Pamela's photograph, he immediately recognized her. His version of events introduced a disturbing new dimension to the case. He recounted that a young woman carrying a suitcase had approached him at a bus stop that evening, requesting a ride to the train station. She had planned to catch a train to Rome, but upon learning that the last train had already left, she told him she would wait overnight at the station for the next one. The driver admitted that he suggested she come to his home instead, and to his surprise, she agreed without hesitation. He confessed they had a sexual encounter, claiming it was consensual. The next morning, Pamela reportedly said she was feeling unwell and asked to be dropped off at a nearby park rather than returning to the train station. The driver suspected she might be experiencing withdrawal symptoms, especially since the park she mentioned was known locally as a spot where undocumented migrants sold illegal substances. Nevertheless, he chose not to intervene and left her there, as requested. That, he claimed, was the last time he saw her. The driver's story and alibi were quickly verified. He had indeed dropped Pamela off at the park before continuing his work. While he was cleared of any suspicion in the crime, Pamela's parents later attempted to hold him accountable for what they deemed an exploitative encounter, arguing that their daughter's condition rendered her incapable of giving informed consent. However, the court ruled in the driver's favor, acquitting him of all charges. In the park, Pamela encountered a man known as Desmond, a Nigerian national involved in selling substances. He was a familiar figure in certain circles and had been on law enforcement's radar. Thanks to police informants, Desmond was swiftly identified and arrested on suspicion of involvement in Pamela's death. During questioning, Desmond admitted to selling Pamela a dose of a prohibited substance for which she had paid with a necklace. However, he insisted that after their exchange, she left and that he had no connection to her death. Although his account was corroborated, Desmond remained in custody due to pending charges for distributing substances and residing in Italy without documentation. His potential involvement in the crime or in covering up evidence was not ruled out. Approximately 15 minutes after Pamela purchased the substance, security footage captured her entering a nearby pharmacy. She bought a single-use syringe and left shortly after. However, the footage also showed another man entering and exiting the pharmacy around the same time. He appeared to maintain a distance, but seemed to know Pamela. The man was later identified as Innocent Osagiel, a 30-year-old undocumented immigrant from Nigeria, also involved in the sale of substances. Innocent quickly became a key suspect in the investigation into Pamela's death. Law enforcement obtained his address from Desmond, who had been offered a reduced sentence in exchange for cooperation. Innocent Osagiel lived in a troubled neighborhood just a few blocks from the park where Pamela had last been seen. Investigators speculated that she might have gone to his home to use the substances she had purchased. A police unit was dispatched to the address, but no one was home. However, law enforcement had already obtained the necessary warrants to search the premises, which they suspected could be the scene of a serious crime. During the search, officers discovered multiple blood stains that appeared to have been poorly cleaned. They also found women's clothing matching the description of what Pamela had been wearing. Testing confirmed the blood belonged to Pamela, and her parents identified the clothing as hers, recognizing it from the suitcase where her remains had been found. In the bathroom, investigators discovered more blood traces and 4 empty bottles of chlorine bleach. These findings erased any doubt that the crime had been committed there. Forensic specialists theorized that Innocent had lured Pamela to his home, where they used substances together. He may have then subjected her to intimate aggression and decided to end her life afterward. The dismemberment and bleaching of her remains were likely attempts to eliminate his DNA. Nearby, surveillance cameras captured Innocent sneaking toward the ditch, where the suitcases containing Pamela's remains were later discovered. However, he wasn't alone. Footage revealed that he arrived in a car driven by another man, with a third person in the vehicle. This indicated that multiple individuals might have been involved in the disposal of evidence. The car was soon traced to a friend of Desmond's, a man named Lucky Avellamo, who was arrested the same day. Investigators determined that Lucky had been driving the vehicle used to transport the suitcases. Alongside Lucky and Innocent, Desmond was also in the car, although he initially tried to deny his involvement. Confronted with evidence, both accomplices provided the suspected location of Innocent, but claimed they didn't know what was inside the suitcases. They insisted they were merely helping Innocent dispose of what he described as trash. Innocent was arrested on February 2, 2018. As expected, he denied any wrongdoing and instead offered a bizarre and implausible version of events. He claimed that he had met Pamela in the park after she purchased substances and was looking for a secluded place to use them. He said he invited her to his home, and she agreed. On their way to his home, Pamela and Innocent stopped at a pharmacy where she purchased a syringe. Once at his apartment, Pamela took the first dose, but complained that it didn't have the desired effect. She asked for more, but with no money left, she allegedly offered to pay Innocent with physical intimacy. He agreed. After the second dose, they were intimate. But shortly afterward, Pamela began gasping for air, experiencing convulsions, and lost consciousness. Within minutes, she showed no signs of life. Innocent claimed Pamela had died from an overdose. Panicked and fearing that the blame would fall entirely on him, he decided to dispose of her body. He explained that cutting it into parts, placing it in suitcases, and discarding it outside the city seemed like the best plan at the time. He used chemicals to destroy his DNA, believing no one would accept that their intimacy was consensual and initiated by her as payment for the substances. When asked about the involvement of his associates, Lucky and Desmond, Innocent changed his story. He alleged that they had arrived at his apartment shortly after he and Pamela had taken the substances. He claimed he passed out, and when he woke up, his friends told him Pamela was dead. They allegedly proposed disposing of her remains by dismembering and packing them into suitcases. Verifying Innocent's statements proved difficult, as he had indeed destroyed much of the evidence. However, investigators soon discovered critical new clues. Innocent had overlooked one detail: the victim's hands. Forensic experts found traces of his skin cells under Pamela's nails, indicating that she had fought back and scratched her attacker. As for Desmond and Lucky, they denied being at Innocent's apartment during the crime. Both provided alibis linked to their illicit substance trade, reasoning that such confessions would result in lighter sentences compared to being charged with assault or involvement in a violent crime. Their alibis were corroborated, but questions remained about their knowledge of the gruesome contents of the suitcases they helped transport. While all three suspects were in custody, forensic teams continued examining Pamela's remains to determine the cause of death. Toxicology reports revealed high levels of prohibited substances in her system, but the amounts were not fatal and unlikely to have caused her death. Further examination uncovered 2 penetrating wounds on her right side, inflicted while she was still alive. Her liver had sustained severe damage, and it was evident that she had died from these injuries due to significant blood loss. The dismemberment occurred several hours after her death. During subsequent interrogations, Desmond and Lucky admitted that Innocent had spoken to them about a woman whose incapacitated state he had taken advantage of while she was unconscious from substance use. They believed this woman was Pamela, but claimed they had no knowledge of what happened to her afterward. For over 6 months, the investigation into Pamela's death made little progress. Authorities lacked sufficient evidence to bring the case to trial, even as Innocent Osegal remained the prime suspect. In a bold move, investigators planted an informant in his cell to gain his trust and extract a confession. The strategy worked. Innocent struck up a friendship with his cellmate, and eventually admitted that he had noticed an attractive young woman behaving strangely in the park. According to him, she was so trusting that she agreed to accompany him to his home and accepted substances from him without questioning their contents. When the woman became unconscious, Innocent decided to exploit her vulnerability, viewing it as payment for the dose since she had no money. However, Pamela regained consciousness, began to resist, scratched him, and threatened to call the police. This enraged Innocent, who grabbed a knife and stabbed her in the liver. Moments later, Pamela became still and appeared to stop breathing. Assuming she was dead, Innocent quickly devised a plan to dispose of her body in a suitcase. Realizing the body wouldn't fit, he decided to dismember it. As he started with her limbs, Pamela unexpectedly regained consciousness, screaming and crying for help. Panicking, he stabbed her again in the liver, this time delivering a fatal wound. The informant recorded Innocent's confession, making it a pivotal piece of evidence. The informant later became a key witness during the trial. Additionally, Lucky Avelimo came forward, revealing that Innocent had called him, presumably during the attack, asking for help disposing of trash. Lucky admitted hearing faint cries in the background, but dismissed them as noise from the television. The trial for Innocent Oseguel, Desmond Lucky, and Lucky Avelimo began in February. By then, prosecutors had amassed substantial evidence proving Innocent's guilt. Toxicology reports confirmed that Pamela had not died from a substance overdose, as Innocent had claimed. The cause of death was 2 deep stab wounds to her liver, which caused fatal blood loss. Furthermore, forensic evidence revealed that the dismemberment began while she was still alive. In May 2019, Innocent Oseguel was convicted of committing non-consensual acts of an intimate nature against Pamela, who was in a vulnerable state due to her mental health and substance use. He was also found guilty of a violent crime, desecration of her body, and attempting to destroy evidence. Innocent received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. All of Innocent Oseguel's appeals were ultimately rejected. The case triggered widespread outrage both within Italy and internationally, reigniting fierce debates around immigration, criminal justice, and the protection of society's most vulnerable. Oseguel's actions, combined with his status as an undocumented migrant, intensified public discourse surrounding the responsibilities of host countries in managing migrant populations and addressing systemic gaps that allow such crimes to occur. Although there was no direct evidence implicating Desmond or Lucky in the violent crime itself, the court found that they likely knew the contents of the suitcases and understood why Oseguel had instructed them to dispose of them in a ditch outside the city. As a result, they were not charged as accomplices to the murder, but were instead convicted of drug-related offenses. Both received 5-year prison sentences for distributing illegal substances. The murder of Pamela Mastrop Pietro received massive media attention and ignited a surge of public anger, much of it directed toward black migrants. In one particularly disturbing act of retaliation, an Italian man named Luca Traini armed himself with a handgun and opened fire on a bus carrying African passengers. 6 innocent people were wounded, and it was only through sheer luck that no fatalities occurred. Traini was apprehended shortly after the attack and admitted his actions were a form of revenge, though he expressed no remorse. He was eventually convicted and sentenced to 12 years in prison. Moving on to the next case. Brittany McGlone. 19-year-old Brittany McGlone lived in East Texas in February 2007. She worked 2 jobs to save money for college, planning to attend Baylor University to study nursing. One of her jobs was at the Lowe's distribution center in Mount Vernon. On the morning of May 4, 2007, after finishing her overnight shift, Brittany drove to her boyfriend Jeff Stogner's house in Winsboro, Texas, to get some sleep. At the time, Jeff and his family, who also lived there, were away giving someone a ride to the airport. Brittany's mother tried calling her multiple times that day, but received no response. Concerned, she reached out to Jeff, who had just returned home. He told her that Brittany's car was still in the driveway before they ended the call. Jeff went into the house, found Brittany's body on his bed, and called 911. She'd been assaulted and beaten with an unknown object. An autopsy ruled that the cause was massive head trauma. Many people were questioned by detectives, including Jeff and his family, but no suspects have been publicly named. Brittany's sister, Hope, had a lot to say about Brittany's character. No matter what kind of day she was having, Brittany could always find the silver lining. Her bright smile, goofy sense of humor, and positive outlook on life would spread to the one she was with, making it impossible for anyone to have a bad day. She didn't deserve this, Hope said. She was this innocent, pure person who never did anything wrong, never got into trouble. She always saw the good in people and just loved life. Why would someone do this to her? Hope has publicly said that her family have their theories about who took Brittany's life, but remain open to any and all possibilities. Among the possibilities is a man known by Jeff Stogner's family, who was questioned early in the investigation. The man has a lengthy criminal record with prior charges for burglary, assault, and assault with a weapon. In 2021, Wood County Sheriff Kelly Cole said there is plenty of evidence, like bloodstains and DNA, from the scene that they plan to retest now the DNA technology is more advanced. On September 1st, 2022, the Wood County Sheriff's Office in Texas shared an update on Facebook regarding Brittany's case. They announced that on August 31st, an arrest warrant had been obtained, leading Captain Mike Chilson and Ranger John Vance to travel to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, where they arrested Chad Earl Carr. Brittany's family had long suspected Carr's involvement. He is currently being held in the Wood County Jail with bond set at $1 million. Following the arrest, Brittany's family expressed their emotions in a Facebook post, stating, "Never did I think this day would come. 15 years later, and it has." They also took a moment to thank Sheriff Cole. However, they emphasized that this was only the beginning. Moving on to the next case. Flora Stevens. In 1975, 36-year-old Flora Stevens lived in Sullivan County, New York. She worked at the Concord Hotel and was married to Robert Stevens. On August 3rd of that year, Robert dropped her off at Community General Hospital in Monticello, New York, for a doctor's appointment. However, when he returned to pick her up, Flora was nowhere to be found. After searching for her without success, Robert reported her missing. Over the years, detectives periodically revisited the case, but no significant leads ever emerged. In February, the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office received a call from a New York State Police investigator regarding unidentified skeletal remains found in southern Orange County. The woman's remains bore a resemblance to Flora's general description, leading the investigator to seek DNA from any surviving relatives for identification. Instead, investigators uncovered a surprising clue. Someone in Massachusetts had been using Flora's social security number. Detectives tracked down the social security number to an assisted living facility in Lowell, Massachusetts. Staff at the facility confirmed that the number belonged to Flora Harris, who had been at the facility since February 2001. Investigators decided to go talk to 78-year-old Flora, but found she suffers from dementia and is unable to speak more than 1 or 2 words at a time. She did recognize her ID from the Concord Hotel as her own. Officials were able to trace Flora's medical records back about 30 years and learned she spent time in a nursing home in New Hampshire and at St. Luke's Roosevelt Hospital in Manhattan. Due to her illness, the circumstances surrounding Flora's disappearance from Monticello in 1975, as well as where she went afterward, remain a mystery. Adding to the challenge, authorities have been unable to find any living relatives. When shown a photograph of herself as a young woman, Flora responded, "Me," and when presented with a picture of her husband, Robert, she recognized him by name. This confirmed to investigators that Flora Stevens and Flora Harris were indeed the same person. As for Robert, he sadly never learned the truth about his wife's disappearance, and he has since passed away. Moving on to the next case. Richie Edwards. Richard Edwards, commonly known as Richie, was born in Blackwood, Wales, in 1967. He gained recognition in 1989 when he joined the Welsh alternative rock band Manic Street Preachers as their 4th member, initially working with them as a driver and roadie. Though he lacked notable musical ability, Richie became renowned as the band's primary lyricist, with his writing described as dark and intellectually driven. He often mimed playing rhythm guitar during performances and was responsible for approximately 80% of the lyrics on the band's 3rd album, The Holy Bible. In The Independent, journalist Ed Power portrayed Richie as the emotional core and wounded spirit of the band. Despite the acclaim the group received and Richie's own artistic success, he faced significant personal struggles. He was candid about his severe depression and tendency towards self-harm, once explaining that it provided him with a sense of relief. A notable incident occurred in May 1991 when an NME journalist questioned his dedication to his art. In response, the 24-year-old carved the words "for real" into his forearm with a razor. The injury required 18 stitches, and the photo of Richie displaying the wound remains one of his most iconic images. Alongside his struggles with depression and self-harm, Richie also battled an eating disorder and chronic insomnia, often using alcohol as a sleep aid. Just before the release of the band's third album in 1994, he voluntarily admitted himself to a hospital, which caused him to miss much of the album's promotional activities. After being discharged, he went on tour with the band one final time. His last performance with the Manic Street Preachers took place in London on December 21, 1994, concluding with the band wrecking their instruments and damaging the venue's lighting system. Richie initiated the destruction by smashing his guitar during the final song of the night. On January 23, 1995, he sat for what would be his last interview. In the lead-up to that, he had spoken openly in other interviews about his feelings of emotional isolation and failed romantic connections, expressing a belief that he was fundamentally unlovable. He once said, "I've never had any long relationship. The longest when I was young was about 4 days. Since the band started, I've only really been involved with one girl. I can speak to her more naturally than to anyone else. It means something, but I've never told her I love her. I've known her for years, but I've only kissed her once, twice. That's all. How can I explain? When I love somebody, I feel sort of trapped." Richie was also known to have commented on where his life went wrong, citing comprehensive school as the problem. "Up to the age of 13, I was ecstatically happy. People treated me very well. My dog was beautiful. I live with my nan and she was beautiful. School's nothing. You go there, come back, and just play football in the fields. Then I moved from my nan's and started a comprehensive school, and everything started going wrong. In my 20s, there's nothing that's been that spectacular since." Richie's date of disappearance is February 1, 1995. That day, he and James Dean Bradfield, lead guitarist and singer for the Manic Street Preachers, were due to fly to the U.S. to promote the band's most recent album. In the weeks leading up to his disappearance, Richie withdrew a total of £800. The reason for the cash withdrawals is unknown even today. There is some speculation he planned to spend the money in the U.S., while it's also been suggested that he was going to use it to pay for a new desk he'd ordered. However, the desk was worth only half of the money he'd withdrawn and was never actually purchased. At 7 o'clock on the morning of February 1st, Richie checked out of the Embassy Hotel on Bayswater Road, leaving behind his toiletries, packed suitcase, and some of his Prozac. He took with him only a little of his Prozac, his wallet, car keys, and passports. Richie subsequently left for his flat in Cardiff, where he would leave his passport, Prozac, and a toll booth receipt for the Severn Bridge, which runs between England and Wales. He was never seen alive again, and what became of him has been one of music's most saddening mysteries. On February 14th, Richie's vehicle, a Vauxhall Cavalier, received a parking ticket at the Severn View service station. 3 days later, the car was found abandoned here, close to the Severn Bridge. A toll booth seats found inside the vehicle showed he'd crossed the bridge at what was initially thought to be 2:55 p.m. However, the entire timeline of events was thrown into question when it was revealed in 2018 that he'd crossed the bridge at 2:55 a.m. and that the tolling system used a 24-hour clock. The Vauxhall's battery was found dead, and there were signs suggesting someone had been living in the car. Given that the Severn Bridge was notorious as a suicide location, many speculated that Richie may have taken his own life. However, despite his well-documented mental health struggles, Richie had publicly dismissed the idea of suicide in 1994. He stated, "In terms of the S word, that does not enter my mind, and it never has done in terms of an attempt, because I am stronger than that. I might be a weak person, but I can take pain." Since his disappearance, numerous alleged sightings of Richie have surfaced from locations as far apart as Goa, India, the Canary Islands, and Newport, England. Just days after he went missing, a fan of the Manic Street Preachers claimed to have seen Richie at both the Newport bus station and the Newport passport office. At the time, She was unaware he had been reported missing and later shared the encounter with a friend. On February 7th, 6 days after Richie vanished, a Newport taxi driver reported picking up a man he believed to be Richie from the King's Hotel. The man asked to be driven around his hometown of Blackwood and nearby areas. The driver noted that the passenger spoke in a Cockney accent, which occasionally shifted into a Welsh one. When they arrived at Blackwood bus station, the man changed his mind and instead asked to be taken to Pontypool railway station. He ultimately left the cab at the Severn View service station near the village of Aust, South Gloucestershire, and paid the fare in cash. This service station is the same one where his car was later ticketed. None of these sightings, however, have ever been confirmed by investigators. The investigation into Richie's disappearance has also been heavily criticized over the last few decades. Music journalist Simon Price, who wrote a book in 1999 about the Manic Street Preachers, noted that the inquiry was far from satisfactory, adding that Richie's younger sister, Rachel, hid out at police handling of the case when CCTV footage possibly linked the 27-year-old's disappearance was not analyzed until 2 years after he went missing. Rachel herself has spoken with numerous outlets stating that the police did not appear to take her brother's disappearance seriously, believing that he was a fame-hungry was certified as high risk given his psychiatric problems, yet there was never any helicopter or river searches. The people who last saw him were never interviewed. There wasn't a searches. The people who last saw him were never interviewed. There wasn't a DNA sample on file until 2005, and even then I had to instigate the submission of this to their database. Rachel noted that the investigation was often hindered by poor communication and a lack of consistency, with 3 different police forces involved and little coordination between them. She mentioned that it was frequently difficult to contact investigators and that the family received few updates. In 2019, a book titled Withdrawn Traces, Searching for the Truth about Richie Manic was published with Rachel's cooperation. The book revealed that Richie had been fascinated by disappearances from a young age. It also mentioned that during his hospital stay in 1994, he met a woman who later relocated to Israel, and that he had spoken of going there himself not long before vanishing. The book further speculated that Richie may have had undiagnosed Asperger's syndrome and possibly orchestrated his own disappearance as a way to retreat from a world he found overwhelming. In 2008, Richie was officially declared presumed dead, allowing his family to settle his personal matters. His father passed away in 2013, followed by his mother in 2019. Despite their deaths, his sister continues to advocate for him and regularly brings attention to his case to keep his memory alive. Given Richie's enduring cult status among fans of alternative rock and the Manic Street Preachers, it's unlikely he will ever be truly forgotten. Moving on to the next case. Sydney Irene Loof. Imagine for a moment that today we're heading not to a Hollywood film set, but to Wilbur, Nebraska, where, instead of a glamorous movie production, our story unfolds like a chilling thriller. Nebraska, part of the Great Plains, lies within Tornado Alley. During the spring and summer months, the region frequently experiences powerful thunderstorms and tornadoes. Uniquely, Nebraska is the only landlocked tri-state, meaning that to reach the ocean, a bay, or a gulf, you must travel through at least 3 other states. It's the kind of place where most motorists prefer not to stop along dark country roads. But for Michael, a flat tire left him no choice. Forced to pull over on a desolate highway, he stepped out of his car. While inspecting the vehicle, something nearby caught his eye. A large black trash bag lying just off the road, its shape oddly irregular. Curious and uneasy, Michael returned to his car, grabbed a flashlight from the glove box, and shined it toward the bag. The bag had been torn open. A dark stain marked the ground beneath it. Something had clearly leaked out. Faint, light-colored material peeked through the holes in the plastic. As Michael moved in for a closer look, he froze in horror. Protruding from the bag was a human hand. His call to emergency services set off a chain reaction that roused the entire town. Within minutes, investigators arrived at the remote stretch of highway and began a meticulous search of the scene. They quickly confirmed that the bag did, in fact, contain human remains. The evidence was carefully collected and sent for forensic analysis, while search teams expanded their efforts in the surrounding area. Before long, the remains were successfully identified. The victim was 24-year-old Sydney Irene Loof. Sydney Irene Loof was born on August 21, 1993 in Broken Bow, Nebraska. She grew up in Arcadia with her parents George and Susie Loof. Sydney's family moved to Neligh in February, at which time she was in 2nd grade. Her mother Susie was a special education teacher, and her father George was the school principal. Sydney was always a very active child. The girl had a normal, happy childhood filled with a love of nature. She loved fishing, which her father always took her to. During her school years, Cindy played basketball and golf, where she made good progress, but developed scoliosis, curvature of the spine, forced to give up many of her favorite hobbies and put a cross on her sports career. In 2011, after graduating from high school, Sydney got a job at a local Menards store that specialized in home improvement products. The Loofs were a close-knit family, and when Sydney had to move from Norfolk to Lincoln because of work, they all made sure to keep in touch almost every day and often met for dinner. Even though Sydney lived separately, she often returned home to her parents' house. But lately, Sydney had been struggling with depression and felt that the medications she was taking were only making things worse. Susie was very worried about her daughter and recommended a new doctor for her. He prescribed her various medications. In phone conversations with her mom, Sydney told how her inner state was getting back to normal, her voice sounding quite optimistic. She was trying to make some changes in her life and was looking for a new job. For a young woman, working in a store was not the limit of her dreams. She did not know what she wanted to become or what to do with her career, and these worries led to a rather depressive state. In November 2017, her mental state deteriorated to the point where she started taking antidepressants and sometimes allowed herself to smoke pot. Her family and friends were supportive in every way possible, but she wanted not only companionship, but also love. Being young and modern, Sydney had an interest in the female gender, so she would sometimes look for other girls on social media for dating purposes. To find a friend, Sydney used Tinder, an app that allows millions of people around the world to find, fall in love, and date. In November 2017, she found a girl named Audrey, and the girl replied to her. They began to correspond. The girls found many common interests, such as gambling, hiking, and delicious food. Already after 100 messages, they decided to meet. On November 14th, Sydney headed over to Audrey's house to Wilbur. Their first meeting went so well that Sydney was very happy. They liked each other and agreed to meet again at Audrey's house. On November 15th, Sydney worked her shift at the store and went home. She cleaned herself up, styled her hair, and did her makeup. Before going out, she took a photo and posted it on Tinder with the caption, "Ready for my date." After the photo, she got a message to go out with Audrey waiting for her in the car. The girls drove off. The next day, Sydney Loof didn't show up for work. But even though she had been in high spirits for the past few days because of her new acquaintance, her family was concerned when co-workers informed them that she didn't show up for work because it was nothing like their responsible Sydney. Susie spoke of her daughter suffering from anxiety and deep depression. Just days before her disappearance, Loof had discussed her deteriorating mental health with her family, who advised her to see a doctor again to take antidepressants. That was the last time Loof's family saw Sydney. The girl's parents went to her apartment and were extremely surprised that Sydney had left her favorite cat, Mimsy, without food or water. This was extremely unlike a caring landlady. The parents knew how much Sydney loved her cat and never left her alone for long. They were concerned and reported Sydney missing to the police. The apartment itself was locked. When the police did a welfare check of Sydney's home, they saw nothing out of the ordinary. But the family was adamant. Something was wrong, and the police took their concerns seriously. On November 16, 2017, the 5'7" blonde was reported missing after she failed to show up at the showroom of the Menards store where she worked at 27th Street and Cornhusker Highway. Sydney suffered from a spinal condition and walked in a different way that would make her stand out from the crowd. She was wearing a white Columbia brand jacket and a cream-colored shirt. When testifying about the prior events before she went missing, her parents told police that she told her friend on Snapchat Wednesday morning that she had gone on a date with a woman she met online Tuesday night and planned to meet up with her again Wednesday night. Sydney's car, which she left in Northeast Lincoln, was found. Police officers said they have conducted interviews and were looking for any leads that could lead to Sydney or her trail. Loof's family distributed flyers saying she may have been abducted 40 miles southwest of Lincoln. where the latest information indicated her cell phone was communicating with the tower. The flyer also noted that there was no activity in her bank account and that her cell phone was turned off the night she disappeared. The flyers gave a description of the young woman and distinguishing features such as several tattoos. One on her arm with the words, "Everything will be great someday," a yin-yang sign under her elbow, and the word "believe" on her wrist. Anyone with information on Sydney Loof's whereabouts has been asked to contact police by phone. A huge appeal to find Sydney was launched, which included highway billboards with the girl's picture, and a manhunt was also launched on the TV news. Susie persisted in claiming that something had happened to Sydney after the date her daughter had gone on. To prove her point, she took a screenshot of a post that Sydney posted on Snapchat with her picture caption, "Ready for my date?" Sydney's friends confirmed that she was going on a date with a woman she met through Tinder named Audrey. During the search, police reviewed Sydney's phone records and surveillance footage from the store where she worked and quickly identified the person they wanted to talk to. The last time Sydney's phone rang a cell tower in the Wilbur neighborhood, probably not far from Audrey's home, but police had no idea who she was. Authorities began searching for a woman named Audrey, the last person to see Sydney alive. But no one knew how to find her because no one knew who she was or if she had a real name. To the police's rescue came Sydney's friend, Brooklyn, who decided to find Audrey herself through Tinder. She downloaded the app, found Audrey, and exchanged phone numbers with her. That's how police learned Audrey's real name. She turned out to be 26-year-old Bailey Boswell. It turned out that Bailey's apartment is within reach of the very cell tower where Sydney's phone was last seen connected to the tower. It also became known that this apartment Bailey shared with her partner, 52-year-old Aubrey Trail. So who are Bailey and Aubrey? Bailey Boswell grew up in Lyons, Iowa. She grew up in a wholesome, normal family, was a friendly kid, and did well in school. Bailey had success in basketball and was an excellent runner. However, after losing her father, her life changed direction. And after graduating from high school, Bailey went down the wrong path. Bad company, alcohol, and illicit drugs came into her life. On one of the dating websites, she met Aubrey after looking for a daddy status. Aubrey Trail had a depressing past. He had multiple fraud charges, fraudulent check fraud, and theft. Aubrey created his own cult where he called himself the Vampire Daddy. He paid women $200 a week to follow his rules. The rules were strange enough, but there were women who believed Aubrey. At the time of Sydney's disappearance, Aubrey and Bailey were ordered by the court to pay over $400 for fraud. They also had numerous misdemeanors on the two of them, but the couple managed to go on the run. On November 19, 2017, after obtaining a warrant, police searched Bailey and Aubrey's home. An inspection of the apartment revealed that some of the walls had been scrubbed with bleach, which was confirmed by a neighbor who had noticed the acrid smell of chlorinated substances 2 days earlier. Police actively began searching for the suspects. While on the run, they posted videos on Facebook saying they had no involvement in Sydney's disappearance and hoped for her safe return. Bailey claimed she went on 2 dates with Sydney, but dropped her off at a friend's house and never heard from her again. She said, "I just want Sydney's family to know that I'm really sorry, but I had nothing to do with it. I hope Sydney is found very soon. She's a lovely, amazing girl." It took several days, but police eventually tracked down the couple connected to the case. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were located at a hotel in Branson, Missouri, where they were taken into custody. A few weeks after Sydney was first reported missing, investigators, using cell phone data and Bailey's location history, made a grim discovery: Sydney's remains. Her body had been dismembered into 14 parts. 13 of those were found stuffed into black plastic garbage bags and discarded in ditches throughout Clay County. Disturbingly, some of her organs, including her heart, were missing. It was a scene of unimaginable horror. In total, authorities identified 16 crime scenes tied to Sydney's remains or her personal effects. Her car keys, driver's license, and phone case were recovered along the highway, each location aligning perfectly with the movements of Boswell and Trail. Forensic experts performed autopsies on the 13 recovered body parts. Their findings revealed abrasions on Sydney's wrists, a bump on her head, torn earlobes, as well as bruises and scrapes on her back, clear signs that she had fought desperately for her life. The tragic discovery sent shockwaves through not only Sydney Loof's loved ones, but across the entire state of Nebraska. On December 11, 2017, the Loof family held a private funeral for Sydney at the Lutheran church she had attended throughout her life. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were formally charged with first-degree murder, improper disposal of human remains, and conspiracy to commit a felony. Bailey entered a plea of not guilty to all 3 charges. Aubrey also pleaded not guilty to murder and conspiracy, but admitted guilt in the charge of improper disposal. As the investigation unfolded, Aubrey's statements continuously shifted. Each deposition contradicted the last. He altered the timeline, changed the details, and introduced new individuals, creating an ever-growing web of inconsistencies. When Aubrey first talked to the police after his arrest, he told them about the cult he and Bailey were involved in. He talked about witchcraft and told them that he was a vampire who could fly. Aubrey portrayed himself as the leader of this cult and a vampire, and assured them that he had witches in the cult who had to kill another woman to get powers. So at one of his first court hearings, he admitted that he killed Sydney Loof, but did it completely by accident. He said that he paid her $5,000 to fulfill his intimate fantasy with 2 other women. Sydney agreed, but died accidentally during the intimate act when he accidentally strangled her with a cord. He also admitted that he disposed of the body by cutting her into pieces, as it was a ritual in accordance with his religious beliefs. He had to drain all the blood to release her soul to the gods in a sacred place and lay out her body parts to help her reincarnate faster. But this version turned out to be false. Surveillance footage provided, dated November 14th, shows Bailey and Aubrey checking into a hotel in Lincoln, not far from where Sydney lives. And then, on November 15th, they visit a home improvement store, which shows them buying a gruesome array of tools: a hacksaw, chlorine bleach, a folding saw, a stationery knife, and the bags used for Sydney's remains. On November 15th at 12:01 in the afternoon, a surveillance camera captured Sydney crossing paths with Aubrey at the Menards store during business hours. But the girl had no idea at the time who he was or how cruelly fate would play her. On June 11th, 2018, the first court hearing was held for the murder and improper burial of Sydney Loof's remains. Separate trials were ordered, but the charge was essentially the same for both. The trials were held in Lexington because attorneys argued that Bailey and Aubrey would not get a fair trial in Wilbur because of the publicity surrounding the case. The prosecution argued that Sydney was murdered, she was strangled, and the crime was a premeditated attack that was carefully planned. Aubrey and Bailey were declared ringleaders of a group that was interested in recruiting young women for intimate games. Bailey therefore used Tinder to find the women. At trial, the jury heard testimony from 3 other women who said they had been in relationships with Aubrey and Bailey at different times, and their acquaintance also began on Tinder. All of them had been involved with Bailey and had participated in intimate acts with Bailey and Aubrey. One woman said she even traveled with them after they met. She said Aubrey gave her a weekly allowance of $200 and invited her to join his cult. He called the cult members witches and said she had to torture and kill someone to join them. She testified that Bailey was called a witch queen. Another woman testified that Bailey talked in great detail about breaking her fingers and her desire to dismember the body. She liked to talk about torture. All 3 women who testified made it clear that both Bailey and Aubrey were involved in all the talk about torture and the crime. It is quite strange that in our modern world, there are still people who believe in the horrors of exorcism and try to assure the rest of us that they do. Talking about the investigation and the evidence obtained, the prosecution reconstructed the picture of what happened on the tragic evening of November 15th, 2017. Sydney was getting ready for a date with a woman she had known for a couple days. They texted on Tinder, and Bailey picked Sydney up from her apartment. They went for a ride in Bailey's car. After a while, the car stopped at Bailey's house where Sydney was lured into the apartment. There, Bailey and Aubrey pounced on her as soon as she went inside and strangled her with an extension cord on the living room floor. The apartment was then thoroughly cleaned out by Bailey and Aubrey, a part the prosecution alleged was also pre-planned. They then cut next day, November 16th. The court heard from their landlord, Jennifer Call, who testified that on November 16th, as soon as she drove into the garage, she smelled chlorine and the odor intensified when she entered the house. According to the medical examiner's testimony, Sydney's death was ruled a homicide and the cause of death was asphyxiation. Toxicology reports indicated that Sydney had antidepressants in her system. The court learned that in addition to the missing organs, the part of Sydney's body that was not found was her upper left arm, the part just above the elbow and below the shoulder. Prosecutors had demanded the death penalty for both criminals, and the case would be retried if the sentence was unjust. But Aubrey, once again, denied involvement in the occult and pleaded guilty only to improperly burying the remains. At one point during Aubrey's trial, he shouted that Bailey had nothing to do with Sydney's death. "Bailey is innocent, damn you all." He then slashed his throat 3 times with a razor blade. He survived and was remanded into custody until he made a full recovery. After that, he did not attend court for several weeks. The next time he entered the courtroom was during the defense phase, and only when he was scheduled to testify. When he was brought into court, he smirked and told the judge, "I'll be good." It is unusual for a defendant to testify at his own trial. Usually, defense attorneys advise the defendant not to testify because it may cause more problems for him on cross-examination. Some reveal too much, some can't answer questions straightforwardly, and some are hostile to attorneys asking questions, which creates a bad impression for jurors. But this was not unusual in Aubrey's case, as he had many interactions with police after his arrest. He had given the police his version of events, and at trial, he wanted to change his story. Therefore, the court needed to hear his new version of events. He decided to skip the rest of the trial and only returned for the last hearing with his horrible scars clearly visible when he testified in his defense. Aubrey Trail took the stand and shocked his attorneys by admitting that he had previously lied to authorities and his own legal team about the death of Sydney Loof. In a new version of the testimony he gave, he admitted that they met with Sydney in March 2017, and he paid her to participate in his illegal activities because she needed the money. He said they did not keep in touch. But in November 2017, Bailey wanted to rekindle the relationship, and she contacted Sydney again. Sydney needed money, and Aubrey said that's why he was in Menards that day, November 15th. He offered her $5,000 to be part of his antique gang. The 3 of them ended up engaging in an intimate act later that night, and Sydney accidentally choked to death because of the extension cord they used in their games. "I don't know if Sydney had a seizure or something, but that's when she stopped breathing," said Aubrey. He told the court that there was no ritual involved in cutting up Sydney's body, and all the talk of witches, vampires, and blood-sucking was simply not true. He confessed that he only dismembered her because he couldn't put her body in the car. He said he panicked and dumped her body in a Clay County field as soon as dawn broke on the morning of November 16th. When asked why he didn't seek help if her death was accidental, he said no one would believe him. Aubrey admitted to disposing of Sydney's body, but claimed her death was accidental when they used an extension cord during their games. At Bailey's trial, she extension cord during their games. At Bailey's trial, she admitted to nothing. In fact, her attorneys argued that she was also victimized by Aubrey. Her attorney told the court that when she met Aubrey, she was a vulnerable young woman. At the time, she was living alone, working as a waitress in Princeton, Missouri. The defense argued that Bailey had nothing to do with either Sydney's death or the disposition of her remains, but that again proved to be false. The cell phone that Bailey used to access her Tinder account was used near where Sydney's body parts were found, and it was through a detailed analysis of her phone and location records that the police were able to find all of Sydney's remains. The court also learned that it was Bailey who contacted Sydney and arranged to meet her. She was the one who drove to Sydney's duplex to pick her up on the evening of November 15th. The prosecution told the court that Bailey derived satisfaction from discussing acts of cruelty, and she enjoyed talking about torture with Aubrey. Evidence was presented at trial proving a planned crime. On the day Sydney was killed, Aubrey and Bailey were together at a store where they bought tools, including a hacksaw, scissors, and a box cutter from Home Depot. Around noon that day, Bailey sent Sydney a text message asking how her day was going. Phone records and surveillance footage show that Bailey was in the Menards parking lot with Aubrey when she sent that text message on Tinder. And although Sydney worked at Menards, it appears she was unaware that Bailey was there. A few hours later, Bailey sent Sydney another message on Tinder, alerting her that she was at her apartment and ready to pick her up soon. Phone records indicate that instead of going on a date, as Sydney believed, They went to the apartment where Bailey and Aubrey lived. Bailey's attorney, Todd Lancaster, argued that as to Bailey, the evidence showed that Bailey was guilty of purchasing bleach and garbage bags to use to dispose of Sydney's body. And as such, she could be charged with aiding and abetting the improper disposal of human remains. On November 8, 2021, Bailey Boswell was sentenced to life in prison. For 3 long years, the Loof family mourned the loss of Sydney, holding on to hope for justice and a sense of closure. On July 11, 2019, their wait came to an end. A jury took less than 3 hours to find Aubrey Trail guilty of premeditated murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and improper disposal of human remains. The 3-judge panel overseeing sentencing described his actions as cold, calculated, and deeply disturbing. In the penalty phase that followed, county prosecutors fulfilled their promise to seek the ultimate punishment. Aubrey Trail was sentenced to death, and on June 9, 2021, he was executed by lethal injection. Trail, a known con artist, had allegedly manipulated members of his so-called cult into believing he was a flying, mind-reading vampire who led a coven of witches. He claimed these witches would gain their powers by taking human lives. But in reality, not fantasy, justice prevailed. And in this tragic yet powerful story, the legal system brought an end to the horrors inflicted by a man whose delusions were matched only by his cruelty. Moving on to the next case. The Lamesh family. Thanksgiving was just 2 days away, and the Lamesh family had meticulously planned everything: the turkey, the side dishes, and a gathering with loved ones. But this year's celebration held even greater significance. Melissa Lamesh, a 27-year-old EMT, was preparing for an even more momentous event, meeting her son, Barrett, in just 48 hours. She had spent months preparing for this special day, setting up the nursery, picking out tiny clothes, and imagining what his face would look like in her arms. Yet, none of these moments would come to pass. Instead, on November 25, 2020, her family would set an extra place at the table for someone who would never return home. At 4 p.m., the first emergency call arrived. A neighbor on a street in Mount Morris, Illinois, reported thick black smoke billowing from a small house. The fire alarm was ringing inside, but no one came to answer the door. Multiple fire crews arrived at the scene within minutes. Thick smoke pouring from the roof engulfed the air around the house, yet the flames weren't visible from the street. Firefighters quickly forced their way inside, navigating through the dense smoke. They checked the living room, but found nothing. The hallway was empty as well. Then, in the kitchen, they discovered her, a woman lying motionless on the floor near the stove. It was Melissa Lamesh, an EMT who was 9 months pregnant and expected to give birth in just 2 days. At that moment, no one knew this. From the very beginning, something about the situation felt off. She wasn't hurt. She didn't have soot on her. There were none of the usual signs that someone had died in a house fire on her. What had really happened? Melissa Lamesh wasn't like any other 27-year-old. People took notice of her because she had fire inside her, the kind of person who wouldn't give in or settle down. She was shy as a child, but that never stopped her from going after her goals. By the time she was in high school, she couldn't be stopped. She was highly independent, set on making something of herself, and always ready to stand her ground. She went to a lot of different community schools while she tried to figure out what she wanted to do with her life. Then something made sense. She had a medical emergency one night and had to go to the emergency room. The way the paramedics handled her changed everything. She wished she were that person. She wanted people to be able to trust her when things were bad. That's how she became an EMT. Not just any EMT, but one who was good at her job. She was the type to take on the hard jobs, the late nights, and the calls that no one else wanted. By 2020, she had added one more word to her name, Mom. Melissa didn't think she would have to raise her kids by herself. Matthew Plode, the father of her child, made it clear that he didn't want anything to do with the pregnancy. She didn't let that stop her, though. Bradley was the name she chose for her son, and she made sure everything was ready for him to come home. Her family also helped. Dina Lamesh, her mother, told her, "You don't need him. We're yours. We'll help you with anything you need." Melissa thought that too. She wasn't scared. She was all set. But she was found dead in her own home 2 days before she was supposed to hug her son for the first time. Smoke filled the air. The fire didn't look very big at first. It hadn't taken over the whole house. The fire hadn't gone through the walls or the roof. Mainly, it had stayed in the kitchen. Simply, that sent up red flags. Whenever a fire starts, it moves from room to room and burns everything in its way. But what about this fire? That seemed to contain it. There was a sense of purpose to it. A team of detectives from the Illinois State Fire Marshal's office arrived at the scene while firefighters worked. What they had to do was figure out where the fire began and if it was an accident or something else. The source was quickly found to be a cabinet above the stove. That wasn't normal. Most kitchen fires begin on the stove with a pan left unchecked, a grease fire, or a hob left on for too long. In this case, though, the stove was turned off. Not using the oven, there are no signs of a burning grease, not any electricity problems, absolutely nothing. Only one thing was left to think about. Someone had started the fire on purpose. Then the most important question came up. Melissa wasn't like everyone else. She received training as an EMT. She had been in dozens of emergencies, been inside buildings that were on fire, and saved other people from dangerous situations, but she never got out of her own house when it caught fire. There were 3 ways out of the room within 20 feet, a front door, a back door, and a window. There was no movement from her. She kept walking. She never attempted to leave. In other words, something happened to her before the fire broke out. Now the police had to figure out what. An awful phone call started Melissa's family's nightmare. Carol's brother, Carl, called. His tone of voice was crazy, and he was talking too fast for his mother, Dina Lamesh, to understand. "Has Melissa called you?" Although it was an odd question, Dina didn't give it much thought at first. That night was Thanksgiving Eve. Melissa had been busy getting ready for the holiday, possibly doing chores or taking it easy before her big trip to the hospital on Friday morning. Carl didn't think twice about it. "My neighbor called. It's burning in Gus's house." A sudden heavy weight in Dina's chest shocked her. There wasn't much meaning in the words. Melissa was meant to be at home with her baby, not stuck in a house on fire. Though as more calls came in, it became more clear. Melissa had been missing. She was not seen by anyone. No one was sure if she was free. Dina's world fell apart at that moment. In just a few minutes, the fire chief told the mother something she should never have to hear. Her daughter was dead. Also gone was Barrett, Melissa's unborn child, who was due in 48 hours. After the Lamesh family lost their loved one, the next 24 hours were a blur of shock, confusion, and painful sadness. Melissa's dad, Gus, was not in town and had no idea what had happened. He didn't believe it when he finally got the call. He couldn't have possibly done that. In good health, his daughter was young and strong. Getting pregnant made her so happy. This was not meant to happen. That was followed by Thanksgiving dinner. Even though the family was together, nothing seemed real. Nicole's sister, Cassie, was still waiting for a text or call to let her know that everything was a mistake. Later, as everyone sat down at the table, someone noticed something. Melissa had an extra plate already there. They hadn't even known they did it. They had set up a spot for her, like she was still expected to walk in the door, sit down, laugh, and talk about how excited she was for Barrett to arrive, although she would never go through that door again. And then Melissa was due to give birth on Friday morning, but her mother had to make another call. She dialed 911, the person who was waiting for Melissa to be induced. Melissa isn't going to come. Suddenly, the nurse on the other end stopped talking, and it happened to Dina again. Melissa had not only died, but her whole life had been taken away. Her nephew's child would never wake up. He would never be warm like his mother. This wasn't just a sad event. The act was illegal. Eventually, the medical report would show that it was true. People normally die in house fires either from getting burned or breathing in the smoke. But it didn't take long for the doctor to figure out that Melissa's death wasn't caused by a normal fire. Not at all. It wasn't a fire death. It was clean in Melissa's lungs, not any soot. No damage from smoke. There was no sign that she was breathing when the fire started. The amount of carbon monoxide in her body was fine. In other words, she hadn't died. Why did that happen? Then they found something else. There was another story in her body, one that didn't start with a fire. Around her eyes and neck, there were petechial hemorrhages, which are small blood vessels that had burst. The muscles in her throat are badly bruised. There are signs of a fight. The most important hint is DNA found under her nails. She had fought back Melissa. This wasn't a mistake. This was not a medical emergency. It was crime. The fire made sense at that moment. Someone had started it to hide their tracks. Someone killed Melissa first, and then set the fire to get rid of the proof. The police now had one question. Who saw Melissa last while she was still alive? The police went right to Melissa's family. They needed to know every name, every word, and every detail. That's when they learned something very scary. Melissa was on the phone when someone called her. Just hours before she died, she talked to her sister Cassie. She looked out the window and saw someone in the middle of their talk there. "Matthew's here again," Melissa told Cassie the last time she spoke to her. "Please tell him to stop." After that, the call was over. Cassie thought her sister would call her right back. She never did, though. The cops now knew their first name, which was Matthew Plote, a firefighter, as an EMT, a man who had learned how to save lives. More importantly, though, he is the father of Melissa's future child, a man who had been lying about her pregnant for 9 months earlier, a man who told her to get rid of the baby and then avoided her when she didn't, a man who kept showing up without warning even after Melissa told him to stop. He was the last person to see her living. The day before Thanksgiving, the police dug in. There were phone records, surveillance videos, and work plans that they got. They were scared by what they found. On the day of the fire, Plote had called in sick. He had no excuse. It looked like he didn't want to be tracked because he left his phone at home. When police asked him about it, he admitted that he had been at Melissa's house that day. He agreed that they did talk about the baby. He also said he left before the fire began. But was that really true? As more proof came in, it became clear that Melissa Lamesh never had a chance to get out of that fire. She wasn't there when it began because she had already left. Matthew Plote had been alive for 33 years and had become very good at hiding things. At first glance, he looked like a normal firefighter or paramedic, someone who was trained to save lives, not take them, someone who was always on time for work, did their job without complaining, and kept their personal life from the people they worked with. There were secrets behind that well-kept picture, though. Melanie Lamesh had been one of them for almost 10 years. They had been friends for a long time. Not even a friendship. It wasn't love. Matt thought it was just an on-again, off-again hookup that never turned into anything serious. But in April 2020, all of a sudden, there was a baby. Melissa was thrilled, maybe even scared, but thrilled. She was aware it would be tough. It was going to be hard for her, but she was ready to be a mom. On the other hand, Matt was very angry. He didn't want anything to do with it from the moment she told him. "You need to get rid of the kid." That was his first thought. He wasn't kind about it. He did not ask. What she should do was what he said. Melissa said no. She was going to have the baby with or without him. Matthew ran away when he realized he couldn't change what was happening. She couldn't reach him through texts or calls anymore. He shut her out totally. Melissa had not heard from him in months. She wouldn't let him act like their baby didn't exist, though. She did something he didn't expect. She went right to his dad and mom. She went right up to their house, knocked on the door, and told them everything. "Hi, my name is Melissa. I'm having your son's child. Soon, you'll have grandchildren." She told them when the baby would be born and showed them pictures from the scan. It was clear that this baby was real even if Matthew didn't want to be involved. What about Matt? He lost it. He was furious when he learned what she had done. She told her family that he was mad at her for telling them the truth. He had been hiding his double life for months, taking great care of his status at work and in his personal relationships. His parents now knew. Things were starting to fall apart. After that, he started showing up without telling anyone, not invited. Melissa told her sister Cassie that he had been showing up at her house without warning. He must stop. He didn't stop, though. He knocked on her door one last time, 2 days before she was due to give birth. Detectives already knew a lot when they brought Matthew Plote in to talk to them. He was the last person to see Melissa alive. They knew that. No one could say he had an excuse. He had called in sick that day, so they knew he should have been at that house. He didn't try to hide it when they put him across from them in the questioning room. "Yes, I was there," he told her right away. He told them he had only dropped by to discuss the baby, which seemed normal enough. Matt said it was just a casual conversation. They talked about money and visitation. He mentioned that the idea of becoming a father was starting to feel more real to him. After their talk, he left. As he was leaving, he saw her standing by the microwave, warming up some food. That was the last time he saw her. His account sounded straightforward and honest, with nothing suspicious. Except it wasn't true. Because this wouldn't make sense if Melissa was still alive and well when he left. Why did she not answer any more texts? She said she would call Cassie back, so why didn't she? Why did the investigation show that she was already dead when the fire began? The most important question is why Matthew left his phone at home that day. Detectives had already confirmed that, so he hadn't just forgotten about it. There was no mistake. He forgot to bring it with him. That's not something people do unless they want to be watched. At first, the police let Matthew talk. They were interested in how he went, if he got nervous, and if he stumbled over his words. Things they saw that were even scarier were that he wasn't nervous. He wasn't mad. He had no feelings. It looked like he was talking about the weather as he sat there and answered their questions. Someone from the police force then asked the important question, "Did you plan this?" Matthew paused for the first time. A half-second break was all that could be seen, but it wasn't enough. He said, "I never meant to hurt her. Not I did not do it. Not that's not the right guy. Not this is crazy. That's not something I would ever do. Just say, I didn't mean to hurt her." There was silence in the room. The police officer leaned in. So it was a mistake. One more stop. Yes, that was it. There was no way they could have come close to confessing after that. Matthew Plote wasn't just answering questions for the first time in that whole conversation. He was telling the truth. As soon as he said that word, police knew they were looking at the person who killed Melissa Lamesh. It was now up to them to prove it. Detectives had already seen that Matthew Plote could keep big secrets, but they were about to find out how far he had gone to keep up his double life. Plote was with someone else, a woman named Katie, while Melissa was getting ready to give birth to their child. Katie had been seeing Plote for months, but she had no idea that he was going to have a baby. She had no idea that Plote was in the house of the woman who was having his child just 2 days before his son was due to be born. As the detectives dug deeper, they put together a picture of what happened that night. Plote had planned to break up with Katie not sometime in the future, but on the night of the murder itself. That little thing changed everything. It meant that he wasn't just getting rid of Melissa. He was starting over. He had ignored the pregnancy for months, trying to avoid taking blame and acting like it wasn't there. Melissa did something he couldn't stop, though, and after telling her the truth, he couldn't just leave. What if instead of leaving, he chose to get rid of the whole problem? He wasn't being asked for anything by Melissa. She wasn't going to court. She wasn't asking for child support, and she wasn't making him become a dad. She only wanted Barrett to meet his family. That wasn't good enough for Plote, though. He meant for Melissa to be killed, and if he planned it well, it would look like an accident. But that's not all. As soon as police knew Katie's name, they looked at his phone records. What they found made one thing very clear. Plote had been living 2 lives at once. She was killed so that it wouldn't fall apart. There was already a lot of forensic proof against him, but the police weren't done yet. They had to find more. And when they got a warrant to search Plote's house, they did. They found some odd things in his trash, like rubber gloves, a pink Bic lighter, and a Fitbit. They didn't seem like much on their own, but when put together, they made a bigger picture. Things get even worse for Plote now. The fiery accelerant used to start the fire worked perfectly with the pink Bic lighter he found in his trash. The rubber gloves showed that he was trying to hide his tracks. After that, there was the Fitbit. Fitbits don't just keep track of steps. They also keep track of moving, your heart rate, and the time. Now that detectives had a possible timestamp for when Plote was physically present, all they had to do was match it to the timeline of the fire. Every minute, it became clearer. Melissa wasn't the only person Plote killed. He also cleaned up after himself. He had this planned. The more the police looked into it, the worse it got. The police had a lot of forensic and circumstantial proof by this point, but they still wanted Plote's own words. That's when Chief Rob Schultz stepped in. Plote wasn't just a suspect. He worked as a firefighter too. He also had a boss at the Carroll Stream Fire District. This man had known him for years, trusted him with life and death choices, and thought he was someone who wanted to save people, not hurt them. So when officials came up to Chief Schultz and asked him to do something strange, he was shocked. He was told to wear a wire. These people asked him to talk to Plote one-on-one as a firefighter to another. At first, Schultz wasn't sure. This is not what a fire chief was taught to do. Putting out fires was all he did. He didn't question people. He thought about Melissa after that. He thought about the child she was making. He also thought about how Plote had been walking around freely for almost a year. He agreed then. Everything was set up properly on the day of the surgery. Schultz called Plote and asked him to come in for a meeting. It wasn't anything important or suspicious. It was just a friendly chat, and Plote didn't know that the whole firehouse had been cleaned out when he got there. Police were listening in from outside the room, but he had no idea. Like he had done 100 times before, he just sat down next to his boss and laughed. Schultz wasn't too tough, not an accusation. He told Plote that this was just a conversation between coworkers instead. Schultz said, "I just want to know what happened. Tell me what you know." Plote didn't move. He did not respond. That was the first red flag. He would have fought back because he was a good man. "This is crazy," he would have said. "This had nothing to do with me." Instead, Plote did nothing but sit there and listen, not saying a word. Never ever did he say otherwise. Schultz didn't have to say much at the end of the meeting. "You're not allowed to go back to work." Plote just gave a nod. That was the end of his time as a fireman, but he was also running out of time as a free man. The next time Plote sat down to talk, it wouldn't be with his fire chief because police were closing in. It would be with a judge. Matthew Plote was free for 469 days. He went about his daily life as if nothing had happened. He worked part-time and fit in with everyone else, acting like he had nothing to worry about. Detectives in Melissa's family had not forgotten, though. They didn't want her case to go cold, so they waited and pushed. On March 9th, 2022, their long wait finally paid off. Police pulled up in front of a small office block in Malta, Illinois that morning. Plote had been working part-time at an insurance business there. He had no idea what was going to happen. It was too late for him to react when he saw the police walking towards him. "Get ready to be arrested, Matthew Plote." They didn't have to say why. He knew already. Plote was charged with murder in the first degree, killing an unborn child on purpose, aggravated hiding the body of a murder victim, and setting fire to property. The $10 million bail number made it clear that he wasn't going anywhere. Plote, on the other hand, never did anything. He didn't get angry, complain, or desperately say he was innocent. He just stared with his blank face. Someone must have felt bad at some point, but no one saw it. It had been more than 3 years since Melissa and Barrett's deaths by the time March 18th, 2024 came around. 3 years of waiting, having questions, and asking if justice would ever be done. But right now, 12 people on a jury in Ogle County, Illinois were about to decide what would happen to Matthew Plote. The government didn't waste any time. They told a story that was based on facts. Plote had a reason. He meant to get rid of Melissa and the baby. He choked her, lit the fire, and then left. There were bruises on her throat, which were clear signs that she had been strangled. Since there was no soot in her lungs, she had already died when the fire began. DNA found under her nails showed that she fought back. The lawyers then played the tape of the 7-hour interview in which Plote sat with his eyes closed and gave truncated answers while refusing to say that what had happened was not true. And most importantly, his one mistake, "I never meant to hurt her," he said, then asked, "So it was an accident?" Yes. That word hung in the air like an admission. The defense did have its own plan, though. They said that Plote was being lied to and that the police had been biased from the start and never looked into any other options seriously. They called in retired firefighter John Knapp to say that the study into the fire was not clear-cut. They said that Gus, Melissa's dad, or a past boyfriend should have been looked into. They said that the fire wasn't definitely started on purpose and that the lawyers were making up facts to fit their story. And finally, they said that Plote wasn't a killer just because he was cold and heartless. It was a weak case, but was it strong enough to make people doubt? But it only took the jury 2 hours to go through 3 years' worth of evidence, 2 weeks' worth of testimony, 7 hours of recorded questioning, and one cold, emotionless defendant. As the decision was read, there was silence in the courtroom. We, the jury, decide that Matthew Plote is guilty of first-degree murder, guilty of killing an unborn child on purpose. You are guilty of serious battery, arson on their hands, and guilty of hiding the fact that someone had been killed. Plote's face didn't show any shock. Don't worry. Don't beg for forgiveness. Her family, on the other hand, cried in the balcony because justice had been done. It didn't feel like a win, though. After 3 months, on June 27th, 2024, Matthew Plote finally went in front of the judge. He got life in jail for this crime, but he still didn't show any feeling. It had been 3 years since Melissa's family had lost someone they could never talk about. They fought and waited for justice, but when it finally came, it didn't feel like enough. In the end, justice could only punish those who were wrong. It could never take back what was done. It would never be able to bring Melissa back or give Barrett the life he was meant to have. They were sad, but that didn't make them give up. They made it better. Instead of getting angry, they decided to remember Melissa and Barrett in a way that would last. Barrett's family started giving to local homes in his honor, which gave other moms who were having a hard time the help Melissa never got from Plote. All the baby stuff she bought for her son, but never used, was given to other moms who needed it. Because Barrett couldn't have the life he wanted, he might have been able to help another child get theirs. That wasn't all, though. Melissa had always loved the holidays because of the warmth and tradition they brought. But there was one place she loved even more, a nearby park. She spent countless hours there under the trees, taking in the quiet and finding peace in the changing seasons. So now, every holiday season, that same park lights up a tree in her honor. It's just one bright light in the darkness, standing tall and steady, just like she always had been. But even as her family built these shrines, there was still one question that no one could quite answer. What could have been done to stop this? Because there were signs when I looked back. Everyone knew Melissa was telling the truth. When she said that Plote was unstable, angry about the pregnancy, and had started showing up without warning, but no one thought it would end up this way. How do you spot danger before it's too late? That's the real question. Melissa saw the warning signs, but she didn't think they would kill her. Now, her story serves as a powerful lesson, one about control, obsession, and the consequences of choosing to erase a problem rather than confront it. Matthew Plote had other options. He could have walked away. He could have accepted reality, moved on with his life, and let Melissa live hers. Instead, he took everything from her. In the end, he took his own life. Those who knew Melissa and Barrett will always remember them, but Matthew Plote will be remembered for nothing else. Moving on to the next case. Danielle Nemitz. The date was October 16, 2014, and it was a calm afternoon at the Lakewood apartment complex. After the noise rang out, things seemed to return to normal until a knock came at the door. On the other side, someone was shouting frantically, begging for help. When the residents opened the door, they found Skylar Nemitz, Danielle Nemitz's husband, visibly shaken and panicked. He was pleading with them to call 911. The neighbors were stunned by the abrupt and emotional scene. Through his distress, Skylar managed to utter just one thing. "It's Danielle." Danielle Ripien was gone. Born on January 11, 1995, in San Francisco, California, she had a sister named Ashley. From the very beginning, Danielle showed remarkable strength. She was born 7 weeks premature, weighing just 3 pounds, less than half the average weight for a newborn. Doctors and nurses were uncertain whether she would survive, but Danielle pulled through. For a time, she led a relatively typical childhood. However, tragedy struck early. Her mother, Elizabeth, passed away from cancer when Danielle was only 2. Though too young to grasp the concept of death, that loss marked a turning point in her life. Afterward, her grandmother, Scarlett Ripien, became her legal guardian and cared for her until she turned 14. But when Danielle was 14, she would see someone else she loved die. Another person, Scarlett, died of old age, and Danielle was very sad. This time, Danielle realized how cruel death really was, and she felt very alone and lonely. Danielle would later move in with her stepfather, Michael, who legally became her father. He would soon die though, which was sad. Danielle took a lot of hits, and they all made her want to be loved and have her own family from a very young age. Life was very unfair to Danielle, but she didn't give up her will to fight. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Danielle was like a breath of fresh air to her friends. Some of her friends even say that the phrase "small but mighty" was made just for her. Even though Danielle had a lot of bad luck, she kept going and put a lot of her energy into cheerleading, which was her favorite hobby. But Danielle really wanted stability more than anything else. Danielle had a big family with many siblings, but all she wanted was to fit in. Danielle's cheer coach said that she would always think of her boyfriend's family as her own because it was the only thing that was stable in her life. Danielle met the person who would become her forever when she was in her senior year of high school. Skylar Nemitz was his name. Skylar had just graduated from high school and was now 19 years old. He had joined the Army and was about to leave for basic training in Georgia. They first met at a high school football game in Northern California on October 4, 2012. They added each other on Facebook and started messaging each other. After a while, they couldn't be apart. Danielle and Skylar both fell in love at first sight and knew they wanted to spend the rest of their lives with this person. Skylar and Danielle's relationship grew so quickly, It was crazy. In just a few weeks, Danielle moved in with Skylar and Danette, his mom. Skylar asked Danielle to marry him on top of a mountain on their first Christmas together. Danielle said yes with tears in her eyes, and their future was set. Skylar and Danielle got married on March 7, 2013, a few months after Skylar finished his basic training. This was Danielle's wish. She finally had her own family. It was small, but it made her feel like she belonged and was loved, so it was perfect. Danielle and Skylar were very happy when they got married. David taught Danielle how to drive, and the two of them lived together in Lakewood, Washington, while he was stationed at Fort Lewis. After graduating from high school, Danielle began working at a local countertop store. Passionate about beauty and makeup, she dreamed of opening her own nail salon. Like many young couples, they had 2 adorable dogs and plans to travel the world before settling down and having children. At the time of the incident, Danielle's sister Ashley was about to give birth, and Danielle was overjoyed at the thought of becoming an aunt. Sadly, she never got to meet her niece or nephew, or fulfill her dream of starting a family of her own. The terrible day was October 16, 2014, just over 2 years after she married Skylar. She was found dead in her home. Skylar was going to be gone for 3 weeks for field training in Yakima, Washington in September 2014. Danielle was going to stay home with their 2 dogs. On October 16th, Danielle FaceTimed her best friend, Michaela Yingling, all day. During the call, Danielle seemed very excited for Skylar to finally get home. She even put candles around the house to show how happy she was. She did her things, like bathing the dogs and getting the house ready for Skylar to come home. She was getting ready when Skylar texted her and asked her to get a certain bottle of rum and whiskey for the night. You see, Skylar wasn't allowed to drink on the base during this field training operation. That's why he asked Danielle to buy him alcohol since he was coming home. Around 4 p.m., Danielle saw Skylar again and FaceTimed Michaela again. Skylar joined the call and said hello to his wife's best friend. At that moment, everything looked great. Of course, that was the last time anyone saw Danielle alive. Less than 15 minutes later, Danielle and Skylar's neighbors called 911 in a panic. The neighbors say that a frantic Skylar begged them to call 911. During the call, the neighbors told the operators that they heard a lot of noises and banging coming from the Nemitz home. Skylar then told the operators that his wife had hurt herself while cleaning a rifle. To give you some background, Skylar and Danielle were both crazy about guns. They would often hang out at the firing range and try out different guns. This was something they often did on date nights. The couple didn't have much time to themselves because Skylar was always training. So this was how they spent time together, and they both loved it. Anyway, when Skylar joined the Army, his gun collection grew to 15. For Danielle's 19th birthday, Skylar gave her a blue automatic rifle, which happened to be the rifle she was cleaning when it went off by accident. When the police and emergency services got to the room where Skylar said Danielle was, they were shocked and couldn't say a word. Danielle was slouched over on a table and not moving at all. Her computer was in front of her, and she had been fatally shot. The detectives had no idea what was going on. They needed answers quickly, and the first person they talked to was Skylar, who had recently lost his wife. She was the only person who could have seen this horrible attack. When the police got there, they found Skylar near his car. He looked upset. He was slouched and looked like he was crying. But what the police saw was that Skylar wasn't obviously crying. His eyes were closed tight and his face was twisted, but he wasn't crying. He was just making sounds like he was crying. The police began questioning Skylar because they really wanted to know what happened at the Nemitz house that killed Danielle. However, this is where Skylar began to tell a story that was very different from what he told the neighbors on the 911 call. From what he heard, Danielle was on her computer and Skylar was cleaning the gun. Even though the magazine was broken off, he didn't know that the gun still had 1 bullet in it. While he was working on the gun that was aimed right at Danielle, he accidentally pulled the trigger, which sent a bullet through Danielle and killed her instantly and tragically. Because of this, the police had even more doubts, so they decided to put Skylar in the police car and take him to the station. Skylar was emotional in the car, which was full of recording devices. Skylar repeatedly told Danielle he loved her and begged God for forgiveness. His emotions swung wildly. One moment he was crying over the possible end of his career. The next he was shouting Danielle's name and insisting he hadn't meant to hurt her. At times, he appeared to be sobbing but had no tears, and other times he became calm and focused, especially when detectives began to question him. Investigators quickly grew convinced that Skylar's emotional outbursts were an act. Back at the station, his statements continued to shift. Each time police interviewed him, the details of his story changed. Nothing remained consistent, whether it was the location of the magazine during the cleaning, how the gun went off, or even who was actually holding the weapon. 8 times, to be exact, Skylar changed his story while being questioned for 5 hours. It was making the police lose their minds. The police knew Skylar wasn't telling the truth. He was just making up stories about how he shot his wife by accident or how his wife shot herself by accident. Yesterday, Skylar finally changed his story 9 times. On his 10th try, he said that he was the one who pulled the trigger and even pointed the gun at Danielle, but he didn't know the gun was loaded. To begin with, why would someone point a gun at their family or friends if it wasn't armed? Second, the wound on Danielle's head showed that the gun was pointed at her from close range. Everything made people think of something terrible and dark. Did Danielle know Skylar was holding a gun so close to her? It's so scary to even think about it. As for whether Danielle meant for it to happen or not, she might not have known what was going on behind her. Meanwhile, while Skylar was at the station, a few police officers called Danielle's family and friends to tell them about her untimely death and to find out more about Skylar and Danielle's relationship. The police believed that the couple's marriage was not as good as it seemed. They were right because many of Danielle's friends came forward with details, and let's just say that Skylar was not on their nice list. Michaela, Danielle's best friend, was the first person to speak up. She said Skylar always made her feel weird. He swept Danielle off her feet as soon as they met. This isn't a big deal in and of itself, but Michaela thought Skylar should have spent more time getting to know her since she and Danielle were so close. You might or might not agree with her, but that's how she felt. Michaela also said that Danielle would be closely watched by Skylar, who wouldn't let her hang out with her friends and wouldn't even let her spend money without his permission. But if I'm being honest, the money thing could have been because they were short on cash. I think that's a bit of a stretch. Another man, James Peltier, was like a father figure to Danielle. He had only met Skylar once, if you can call shaking his hand and walking back to his car meeting. This was definitely a little strange. No one liked how Skylar didn't try to get to know Danielle's dad figure. Now there's a reason for every story. For instance, I didn't spend much time getting to know my wife's parents before we got married because I knew they were bad people. I'm talking about people who were found guilty of crimes and never changed their ways. In the case of Danielle, though, that was not the case. The next piece of information is a little harder for Skylar to get out of. Check this out. James also told the police that Skylar hit Danielle during a fight and broke her phone. Danielle also told James that Skylar was very violent and physical, especially when he was drunk, which really scared James to his core. Danielle was also left alone by Skylar, who made her clean the house all the time. After they were married for a while, Danielle's friends noticed that she didn't have that spark or light in her eyes anymore. She was stiff, her smiles were fake, and she always had to ask Skylar for something. To make things worse, Skylar thought Danielle was cheating on him. He thought Danielle was cheating on him with Michael Newton, her boss, even though there wasn't a single piece of evidence to support this. Then while the police were looking into it, a woman named Carrie Fass went to the station and told them all about Skylar and Danielle's not-so-perfect marriage. Carrie got to know Danielle pretty well because her husband worked with Skylar at the countertop store. It turned out that Skylar was not only controlling and manipulative, but he also hurt Danielle physically. Carrie told the police that Danielle had to cover up the bruises on her arms with long-sleeved shirts. All of the bruises were caused by Skylar. Skylar was very worried about Danielle's boss, Michael, and Carrie told the police about him. Michael, Danielle's married boss, was said to be pretty by Carrie, but that was all she said. Danielle never broke the rules at work, and Michael and Danielle only talked about work-related things. But what did Skylar think? Of course not. Skylar was convinced Danielle was involved with someone else, specifically her old high school friend Jeremy. He even accused her of having an affair with him. While Danielle and Jeremy had spent time together while Skylar was away in Yakima for training, it was purely platonic. Still, Skylar's deep insecurities led him to believe she was cheating any time she interacted with another man. It's difficult to imagine how emotionally exhausting it must have been for Danielle to deal with his controlling behavior. Now that the deteriorating nature of their relationship is clear, the investigation continued to unfold. Police had received the ballistics report, which raised serious concerns. Most notably, the bullet's trajectory did not align with Skylar's explanation. If the gun had truly been holstered at his waist, as he previously claimed, the bullet would have struck Danielle in a different location. Instead, the evidence showed the gun had to be at shoulder height in order for the bullet to enter the back of her head, strongly contradicting his account. So this proved that Skylar was lying. Plus, the fact that the gun was pointed so close to Danielle while she wasn't looking makes things even scarier. Another pretty bad injury Skylar had was on the index finger of the hand he used most. He did everything with the same hand, even held guns. He might not have gotten this injury from cleaning a gun, but he might have gotten it from firing one. With all of this evidence, and even some angry text messages between Danielle and Skylar that showed how unstable their relationship really was, the police charged Skylar Nemitz with killing his wife, Danielle, in the first degree and arrested him. He had a $1 million bond to stay in Pierce County Jail. The charges against Skylar were thrown out, and he was waiting to be tried. The trial began on January 21, 2016, which was about 2 years after Danielle's death. What I find so strange is that Skylar's mother stood by his side the whole time, even though there was a lot of evidence against him. And this broke my heart to see. No matter what, I'm sure every mother would. But his mom, Danette, really thought and hoped her son was innocent. She even sold her house, car, and pricey jewelry to pay Skylar's bail. To help her son's defense, she hired Michael Stewart, who was one of Washington's best defense lawyers. The prosecution used statements from Danielle's family and friends, the ballistic analysis, and Skylar's very strange behavior after Danielle's death as proof. The prosecution said that a soldier with a lot of experience who knew guns inside and out couldn't accidentally fire a bullet that hit Danielle. To give you some background, Skylar handled a gun for the first time when he was only 4 years old. That in itself is crazy, but that's a different story. Anyway, he first used an automatic rifle, the type of gun that killed Danielle when he was only 14. That's how he learned how to handle guns, take them out of action, and make them safe for cleaning or even regular checks. He had done it for many years. The prosecution tried to persuade the jury that Skylar lost his cool after yet another argument with Danielle about cheating on him and shot her once when she wasn't looking. They also said that Skylar wasn't sad about the death of his wife, the love of his life. Instead, they said, he dumped all the alcohol that he had asked Danielle to buy for him down the sink. While he was on trial, Skylar kept trying to hide how he felt, but he was really bad at it. He would act like he was crying, but he never did. His voice would never shake, and he would never show any signs of real emotion. There was no sadness or regret in this man's eyes for what he did. One thing the defense did, though, was try to get the first-degree murder charge dropped. Michael Stewart told her that Skylar didn't mean to kill his wife. It was a terrible accident, and Skylar was only slightly to blame for the death. For 1 month, the trial went on, and at the end, the jury ruled. Skylar was found guilty of first-degree manslaughter on March 3, 2016, but not of first-degree murder. The prosecution failed to persuade the jury that Skylar killed his wife on purpose. This was a terrible scene in court, but things were even worse for Danielle's family and friends. Skylar Nemitz got the harshest sentence possible for the charge on March 25, 2016, which was 13.5 years in prison. He is supposed to be freed in 2029, but Skylar's case came up again at the July 2020. He said that the manslaughter charge got him the harshest sentence possible, but that his young age wasn't taken into account. The lawyers for Skylar said that his sentence was a complete miscarriage of justice. It was said that the jury didn't take into account how young and immature he was when they gave him the harshest sentence possible. But accident or no accident, do I need to remind you that this horrible person is in prison for 13.5 years for killing his wife? Skylar's defense team said that the jury didn't understand that being careless is the very hallmark of youth, even though he did act carelessly. So does the defense mean that a young person can kill someone in cold blood and not get in trouble for it, because young people are usually careless and immature? Thank goodness. The jury didn't agree with this appeal and made it clear that being young and careless doesn't give anyone permission to commit horrible crimes. That means Skylar will have to stay locked up until 2029. Danielle's family took Skylar's sentence very badly. It took 13.5 years, which is not even close to enough time to give Danielle what she deserved. She died so cruelly at the hands of her abusive husband. Even though James wasn't Danielle's real child, he loved her very much. James remembers Danielle running through the front door and giving him a bear hug as one of his favorite times with her. James is very sad because he will never see or hear Danielle's voice or see her smile again. Ashley, Danielle's sister, wanted to see her grow up, have kids, and live a happy life with her partner. Tragically, Ashley never got the chance to see Danielle live out her dreams, as her life was cruelly taken at just 19 years old by someone she believed would always stand by her. On October 26, 2014, a candlelight vigil was held in Danielle's memory. Friends and loved ones gathered to share heartfelt memories and stories, reflecting on how Danielle had impacted so many simply by being her authentic, caring self. It's deeply painful to know that a man driven by jealousy, control, and manipulation could take her life and still walk away with such a light sentence. Danielle was a fighter. She defied the odds and kept smiling through adversity. It's heartbreaking that her life was ended in such a senseless and brutal way. There's no silver lining here, only grief, anger, and the feeling of injustice. Danielle was taken for no reason, and the person responsible has yet to face consequences that match the weight of what he did. Moving on to the next case. Diane Hank. On January 6, 1954, 16-year-old Diane Hank called her 23-year-old friend Sherry to let her know she had a belated Christmas gift for Sherry's husband and asked if she could bring it over. Sherry happily agreed and invited Diane to stay for dinner, but asked her to get permission from her mother first. After receiving approval, Diane set off for her friend's house. Sherry Fong, whose real name was Marjorie Lovell Fong, and her husband Wayham Fong, known as Wayne, had first met Diane 3 years earlier in 1951. At the time, they had recently moved to Portland, Oregon, and were searching for a babysitter for their child. The couple quickly grew close to Diane, with Sherry developing a particularly strong bond with her. They frequently exchanged expensive gifts, borrowed each other's clothing, and Diane even stayed overnight on occasion. At just 15 years old, Diane had given birth to her own daughter, Catherine, and often brought her along, caring for both children simultaneously. When Diane arrived at the Fong's home, she found another couple, Mr. and Mrs. Jean Smalley, already there enjoying drinks with Sherry and Wayne. The Smalleys were familiar with Diane and greeted her warmly, but they decided to leave before dinner, opting not to stay with the trio. Mrs. Smalley later recalled that Diane had consumed 2 martinis while they were still there and was acting playfully by the time they departed. Reports suggest that Diane may have had as many as 5 martinis that evening. 2 people spoke to her on the phone later that night. One of them, a friend of the 16-year-old, later mentioned that Diane's speech was slurred. According to this friend, Diane had told her they were having a party, planned to have dinner, and that she was feeling high. The second person to call Diane that night was her mother. Around 9:30 p.m., they spoke briefly, and Diane mentioned that Sherry had given her some vitamin capsules. Concerned, Mrs. Hank told her daughter to return them, to which Diane agreed but hesitated, saying, "You know, it would be kind of hard. You know how Sherry is." They spoke again sometime after 10 p.m., during which Diane mentioned that her hair was up in pin curls and that she'd be home soon. However, about an hour later, she called once more, explaining that Wayne had gone out and hadn't come back yet, leaving her without a way to get home. Given the late hour, she and her mother agreed that it would be best for her to stay the night with the Fongs. After that final call, Diane disappeared. The next morning, Mrs. Hank contacted Sherry, who claimed that Diane had left for school on the bus at 8 a.m. According to Sherry, they had gone to bed around 11:30 p.m. the previous night and slept in late. She had offered Diane a ride, but the teenager declined, opting to take the bus instead. However, Diane never arrived at school and never returned home. In fact, there was no sign of her anywhere. Police quickly launched an investigation, with the Fongs becoming the primary suspects. Not only were they the last people to see Diane alive, but their mixed-race marriage was considered unusual at the time, which fueled local suspicion. Additionally, rumors circulated that Wayne had ties to organized crime, and 6 years earlier, he had pleaded guilty to a narcotics charge. Investigators believe the couple may have played a role in Diane's disappearance, and racial biases, gossip, and moral judgments further complicated the case. Some people lost interest when they found out that Diane had a daughter outside of wedlock. Others simply held racist beliefs about Wayne Fong and perpetuated unsubstantiated rumors. That said, from the outside, the situation was odd even for 1954. Why was Sherry, a 23-year-old woman, so close to a 16-year-old schoolgirl? Why did the couple allow the teenager to stay the night? Why did they lavish her with pricey gifts? By today's standards, their actions appear very predatory. Following Diane's disappearance, Sherry placed a personal ad in the local paper which read, "Diane, please contact me. Regardless of your present circumstances or anything you may have done, I'll help you all I can. Sherry." An undercover officer later stated their belief that the thongs were being thrown to the walls, that the team investigating the case were under pressure to solve it and close it, and they were looking for anyone they could pin the blame on. Several of the 16-year-old's classmates came forward after she went missing. One of them told the authorities that they'd seen her downtown on the day of her disappearance. Another reported bumping into her at a department store a few weeks later. However, none of the sightings could be verified. Another suspect in the case was Kenneth Martin, Diane's boyfriend and Catherine's father. Reportedly, he told the 16-year-old that he would kill her if he ever saw her with another boy. 16-year-old that he would kill her if he ever saw her with another boy. Understandably, Diane found this statement incredibly distressing. However, the evidence of his threats comes only from Sherry, who claims Diane told her this. She also stated the teenager was so distraught that she was suicidal. She said Diane once told her, "If he stands me up again, I'll kill myself." There were also allegations that Sherry told a bartender that the teenager had taken her own life, and that she had said to the police that Diane had contributed perhaps 75% to her own death. On February 26th, Diane's body was found on a steep hill on the south side of Everclark County, Washington. She was wrapped in 2 blankets and a sheet and tied with rope. She was wearing the same clothes she had worn when she went round to the Fox. There were Kirby grips in her hair which had been shaped into curls and held in place with the grips, and she was not wearing stockings or her shoes. Almost all of Diane's clothing looked intact except for her bra, which was only partially fastened and had been moved up over her breasts. It was determined that she had died from barbiturate poisoning or from the mixing of barbiturates and alcohol. The teenager had never been prescribed barbiturates. In the pocket of Diane's jumper, investigators found a small plastic medicine bottle. It was about 2/3 full. The capsules contained rubramine, commonly known as vitamin B12, and a multivitamin. Sherry had already told the police that the pills the 16-year-old had told her mother about were vitamins. So this appeared to line up. Forensics showed that black straight coarse hair was found on the inner surface of the blanket wrapped around Diane's body. Further examination of the strands showed that they belonged to someone of Asian ancestry. It was similar to a sample taken from Wayne Fong and another defendant who was later tried in court, Kwang Tin Yi. Forensics also revealed that on the outer blankets and on the back of Diane's underwear, there was a black sooty material similar to a substance found in the Fong's basement. Investigators later theorized the teenager was dragged across the basement floor, which is how she ended up with the soot on the back of her body. Adding to this was that Sherry reportedly told a married couple that her life was so fantastic, "I even found a body in my basement," or "there was a body in my basement." When they asked her to expand on this, she told them it will be in all the newspapers. A spot of blood was also found in the Fong's car, but it could not be determined whether it was human or not. Notably, 5 days after Diane went missing, Sherry reportedly had the car, including its trunk, washed and cleaned. The circumstantial evidence against the Fongs was compelling, and it seemed like new details were constantly coming to light with the discovery of Diane's body. A Filipino man who had once been employed by Wayne Fong, Pio Rigo, claimed Wayne had talked to him about a dead body in January of 1954, told him the body was in the car and, quote, "He tell me to come help him." Reportedly, Wayne later told Rago that he would kill him if he didn't keep his mouth shut. Soon Sherry was brought in for questioning. She was interrogated for hours without breaks, and over the course of 16 hours provided the police with no useful information. Authorities used several strategies to attempt to get a confession, including having one of her friends question her involvement, but Sherry denied having anything to do with Diane's death. The police believed the Fong had given the teenager barbiturates that killed her, but neither half of the couple would confess. Despite this, a grand jury indicted both Sherry and Wayne, as well as a third person, Huang Ting Yi, who who spent much of his time at the Fong's house and is believed to have been a business associate of Wayne's. At their first trial, Wayne and Sherry were found guilty of murder and sentenced to death by gas chamber. However, a judge overturned the verdict, asserting that the prosecution failed to provide anything more than circumstantial evidence. In subsequent trials, it was revealed that the Fongs were heavily involved in the Portland drug scene, and that Wayne in particular was an important part of a criminal organization. Sherry was tried a second time, but the case ended in a mistrial. During her third trial, she was convicted, but the verdict was later overturned. She was tried a fourth time and ultimately acquitted. At some point between her third and fourth trials, she allegedly confided in an undercover police informant, claiming that a Chinese syndicate wanted Diane dead for talking too much. She reportedly offered the syndicate $125,000 to spare the teenager's life. Wayne also managed to avoid consequences in Diane's case, but in 1958, he was arrested and charged with dealing heroin. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 20 years in prison, though he was paroled after serving 12. Following his release, he quickly returned to Portland and resumed his criminal activities. In 1973, he was convicted of possessing heroin and cocaine. 3 years later, in 1976, he died in prison after an accidental fall in the shower. After Wayne's imprisonment, Sherry Fong largely faded from public view. Though she had been attending university at the time of Diane's disappearance, she never completed her studies. In 1987, she accepted probation for tampering with drug records. She passed away later that year at the age of 56. Diane's disappearance remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Jennifer Zucconi. People commonly labeled as psychopaths often display traits of antisocial personality disorder, rendering them incapable of genuine remorse, guilt, empathy, or compassion. Yet, they can skillfully imitate emotions, presenting themselves as entirely normal on the surface. Psychopaths are manipulative and exploit those around them for personal benefit, often exercising patience as they wait for the ideal victim. Shielding oneself from their calculated schemes is incredibly difficult. They engage in psychological manipulation, deceit, and seduction, gradually taking control over their victims before delivering a catastrophic outcome. Such was the case in February 2006, when the murder of a young woman named Jennifer Zucconi sent shockwaves through Italy, becoming one of the nation's most disturbing and notorious crimes. Born on February 19, 1984, in Martalago, a quiet town in the province of Venice, Jennifer was the only child of a humble family. Her mother was a homemaker, and her father worked in a local factory. Her parents cherished her deeply, raising her in a loving and supportive home built on trust. Jennifer blossomed into a bright, outgoing, and sociable young woman, always surrounded by friends and often becoming the heart of any social gathering. However, in the small provincial town where she grew up, opportunities for young people to engage in meaningful activities were limited. Most of the local youth spent their time at one of the town's few bars or its lone nightclub. One of the most popular spots was a central bar where Jennifer and her friends regularly gathered. It was there, in February 2003, that she met the owner, Lucio Niero, who also worked behind the bar. Although Lucio was nearly 13 years her senior, he quickly became interested in Jennifer and started paying her special attention. Their casual conversations soon deepened into something more, and Jennifer, flattered by the attention of an older man, found herself drawn to him. Lucio showered her with compliments, treated her to cocktails, gave her rides home in his car, and even surprised her with expensive gifts. Jennifer confided to her friends that she hadn't initially liked Lucio, but his strong charisma eventually won her over. A few months later, they officially began dating. Their relationship developed rapidly, but it was far from simple. Lucio was married and had 2 young children, something he admitted to Jennifer early on. However, he lied about his marriage, claiming it was an unhappy union. He said he no longer loved his wife, but couldn't leave her yet because of his children. Lucio frequently complained to Jennifer about how unbearable his home life was, saying he only felt peace and happiness when he was with her, while his home life was, in his words, a nightmare. Jennifer not only believed him, but also sympathized with his struggles. She listened to his stories attentively and even began to resent his wife, whom Lucio described as cruel, selfish, greedy, and dishonest. He insisted that his wife was only with him for his money and told Jennifer that he pitted his children, who would be emotionally devastated if their parents divorced. Lucio assured Jennifer that he would soon talk to his wife, settle everything, and separate, clearing the path for their happiness together. He was so convincing that Jennifer even introduced him to her parents, and he became a welcome guest in the Zucconi household, where he was treated almost like a member of the family. Jennifer confided in her mother about the complicated situation and Lucio's supposedly unhappy marriage. Her mother, understandably concerned, was initially displeased, but Jennifer managed to convince her of Lucio's sincerity and intentions. Jennifer always seemed overjoyed when she was with him or even speaking about him, which led her mother to reluctantly accept her daughter's choice, trusting that Lucio would eventually marry her. The couple's relationship lasted about a year and a half, during which Lucio repeatedly promised Jennifer that he was on the verge of divorcing his wife to be with her. While he continued to complain about his marriage, in reality, he had no intention of leaving his family. Lucio enjoyed his double life. Keeping Jennifer close fed his ego, added excitement to his daily routine, and made him feel special. In September 2005, Jennifer unexpectedly discovered she was pregnant. Instead of feeling scared, she saw this as a sign, perhaps even fate. She believed that the pregnancy would prompt Lucio to take decisive action, tell his wife the truth, finalize a divorce, and marry her as they had been planning. However, the reality turned out to be far different. On September 30th, during one of their usual meetings in a hotel room, Jennifer told Lucio she was expecting a child. There was no doubt about who the father was. Jennifer had been exclusively with Lucio for the past year and a half, and he knew this as well. Accusing her of infidelity wasn't an option. Lucio's reaction was immediate. His expression changed, and he went silent before demanding that Jennifer terminate the pregnancy as soon as possible. Jennifer couldn't believe what she was hearing. At first, she thought he must be joking, but when she cautiously asked him to clarify, Lucio erupted. He grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her violently, shouting at her to fix this problem immediately. Jennifer was terrified. She had never seen Lucio act this way before. It seemed as though he was barely restraining himself from hitting her, and in truth, that's exactly what he was struggling to hold back. He paced the room in a frenzy, repeatedly asking her who else knew about the pregnancy. That day, they were unable to have a calm conversation. After a heated argument, they parted ways, each heading home. Jennifer wasn't overly upset by Lucio's reaction. Naively, she believed he just needed some time to process and come to terms with the situation before making the right decision. She chose not to pressure him and refrained from calling him in the days following their tense meeting. However, unable to hold back any longer, she eventually called him first. Lucio, on the other hand, was convinced that Jennifer had used the time to terminate the pregnancy and that their relationship would continue as it had before. His first question was about whether she had taken care of it, and when she told him she hadn't, he erupted. He began yelling over the phone, accusing her of trying to ruin his life. Once again, they couldn't have a calm conversation. Jennifer, realizing he hadn't changed his stance, firmly decided on her own that she would have the baby with or without his support. Time passed, and the two saw each other less and less. Their communication was sporadic and usually ended in heated arguments. Meanwhile, Lucio's wife remained unaware of her husband's affair or the fact that Jennifer was pregnant. Lucio continued to present himself as a devoted family man, doing everything he could to conceal his infidelity while simultaneously pressuring Jennifer to terminate the pregnancy. Jennifer's parents supported her decision to keep the baby, reassuring her that they would help raise the child even if the father never came around. Deep down, however, they hoped Lucio would eventually take responsibility, acknowledge the child, and marry Jennifer as he had promised. For several months, Lucio avoided any contact with his pregnant lover. During this time, Jennifer had come to terms with the idea of becoming a single mother. She tried to stay positive and actively prepared for the baby's arrival. She already knew she was expecting a boy and had even chosen a name for him, Haven. By the February, the Zucconi household was fully prepared for the baby's arrival. With her parents' help, Jennifer had set up a nursery, complete with a crib, stroller, blankets, and baby clothes. She had even sent Lucio ultrasound photos of their baby along with a few messages, but he never responded. Despite his silence, Jennifer tried not to push him. She hoped to give him the space he needed to come around and believed that he would eventually choose her and their son. She checked her phone and email daily, waiting for a message or call from him. Then, at the April 2006, an unexpected phone call finally came. It was Lucio. He asked how she was doing and mentioned that they needed to meet for an important conversation. His tone was calm and his voice was soft and gentle, something Jennifer hadn't heard from him in months. For the first time since telling him about the pregnancy, Lucio sounded kind and sincere. He gave the impression that he truly wanted to discuss something important with her. Jennifer's heart leaped with hope. She thought Lucio had finally chosen her and their unborn son, decided to leave his unhappy marriage, and was planning to propose to her during their meeting. She shared her thoughts with her mother, who agreed with her optimism. Jennifer's mother saw Lucio as a mature, responsible man who would be an ideal husband and father, and despite everything that had happened, she would have gladly welcomed him into their family. Lucio arranged to meet Jennifer on the evening of April 29th, suggesting they take a walk in a nearby park. It seemed odd that he didn't suggest a cafe or a hotel as he had in the past, but Jennifer didn't think much of it. She was simply eager to see him again. At that point, her due date was less than a week away, and she still hoped her child would have a father. The evening before their meeting, Lucio called Jennifer again to confirm the details. He told her he would wait for her in the parking lot of a small shop about half a kilometer from her home. The area became nearly deserted in the evenings, but this didn't raise any alarms for Jennifer. She felt no sense of danger. Jennifer carefully prepared for the meeting. She carefully styled her hair, applied her makeup, and chose an outfit, wanting to look her best for Lucio. She spent nearly an hour in front of the mirror, eventually settling on a dress she thought he would like. She packed a small purse with her phone, a pack of mints, and just 10 euros in cash. Then she made her way to the parking lot, where she waited alone for Lucio. He showed up around 8 p.m., driving a car Jennifer didn't recognize. Still, she brushed it off, assuming Lucio had bought a new car during the period they hadn't been in contact. He suggested they grab ice cream at a nearby gas station, and, trusting him, Jennifer got into the car without hesitation. 2 hours later, Jennifer's mother began to grow concerned and tried calling her. To her alarm, the call went straight to voicemail. Jennifer's phone was off. By midnight, her mother's worry turned into panic, unsure of what steps to take next. Suddenly the phone rang, but it wasn't Jennifer, it was Lucio. Lucio calmly asked if Jennifer had made it home yet. He claimed they had met, talked, taken a walk in the park, and that he had dropped her off at the same parking lot where he had picked her up. When Jennifer's mother told him that she hadn't returned home, Lucio feigned concern and panic. He said he would call back later, but couldn't search for her right away because he had urgent matters to attend to. After this, he hung up and never called back. Terrified, Jennifer's parents began calling all her friends, hoping she had run into someone and lost track of time. Unfortunately, none of them had seen her that evening or had any idea where she might be. Then around 1 a.m., they received a text message from Jennifer's phone. The message stated that she had gone with friends to a casino in Slovenia, a place she had visited before. It reassured them not to worry and promised she would return home in a day. Jennifer's mother immediately tried calling her, but the phone was already turned off. That was when she realized that someone else must have sent the message. Despite the casino being only about a 2-hour drive from their town near the Italian border, Jennifer couldn't have gotten there. She hadn't brought any money, and more importantly, she didn't have her passport, which was necessary to cross into Slovenia. Her parents began to fear the worst, that their daughter had been abducted, and Lucio might have had something to do with it. But why? And where was Jennifer? They wasted no time reporting her disappearance to the police. Since she was heavily pregnant and due to give birth in just a few days, the authorities launched an immediate investigation, starting with checks for any accidents or emergencies reported in the area. Jennifer's mother told the police everything about Lucio's suspicious behavior. As the father of her child and the last person to see her, he became their primary person of interest. Lucio was summoned for questioning and repeated his earlier claim. He had spoken with Jennifer, then dropped her off at the parking lot near the store. Since there were no surveillance cameras at the location, his story couldn't be verified. With no physical evidence linking him to her disappearance, the authorities had to release him, but placed him under discreet surveillance. On April 30th, Jennifer's parents made a public appeal on television, asking anyone with information about their daughter's disappearance to come forward. Unfortunately, no valuable leads emerged. The police decided to question Lucio again. This time, he maintained he had nothing to do with Jennifer's disappearance. He admitted to their relationship and expressed concern for her well-being, but his demeanor was unsettlingly calm and indifferent. Lucio even offered a theory suggesting that Jennifer might have been kidnapped by a group of individuals. He specifically mentioned Roma communities who could have taken her to sell her baby. Though Lucio appeared to cooperate with the investigation, he did so reluctantly. Without direct evidence, the police were unable to detain him. Then, a week later, Lucio disappeared. By this time, his wife had learned about his affair with the young pregnant woman and his suspected involvement in her disappearance. The revelation shocked her. She had believed Lucio to be a devoted family man. Feeling betrayed and desperate to protect her own family, she filed for divorce and sought full custody of their 2 children. As their marriage fell apart, Lucio made his escape, seemingly determined to go into hiding and avoid further scrutiny. On May 11th, Lucio unexpectedly decided to contact his wife, placing a call to her. Unbeknownst to him, his phone was being monitored by authorities, who tracked his location to Milan. Lucio was arrested that same day and transported to the Martelligo police station. He continued to deny any involvement in Jennifer's disappearance, claiming that he loved her and was even ready to leave his family for her. However, his story began to change. This time, he alleged that Jennifer never showed up for their meeting that evening. Unfortunately for him, the recorded phone conversation with Jennifer's mother contradicted his new account. Meanwhile, investigators analyzed data from Jennifer's mobile phone and discovered that its last known signal had been detected near a gas station roughly 1 mile from her home. Luckily, the station was equipped with an outdoor surveillance camera and detectives decided to review the footage. The quality of the video left much to be desired, but the parking lot was nearly empty around 9:30 p.m. on April 29th. A car pulled into the lot, and while it was difficult to make out exact details, the investigators had little doubt about who was inside. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a woman suddenly bolted from the car and started running away, clearly terrified. The driver exited the vehicle and chased after her. The woman stumbled multiple times, struggling to move, likely due to her advanced pregnancy. The man quickly caught up to her, struck her several times, and then dragged her by the hair toward an area off camera. Detectives immediately combed the area around the gas station. In the bushes nearby, they found a torn piece of fabric with reddish-brown stains. The fragment was sent to a lab for analysis, and it was soon confirmed that the stains were blood and matched Jennifer's DNA. One critical challenge remained. The car in the video did not belong to Lucio. Without being able to directly tie him to the events shown on the footage, building a case against him was difficult. However, investigators managed to decipher the car's license plate number and issued a search alert for the vehicle. The car was traced to a rental company, and records showed that on April 29th, the vehicle had been rented by none other than Lucio Niero. Faced with mounting evidence and glaring contradictions in his story, Lucio came to realize that denying the accusations was futile. He eventually agreed to cooperate with authorities, hoping it might earn him a reduced sentence. Investigators' main focus was to determine the whereabouts of Jennifer's body, as by that point, it was clear she was no longer alive. During his confession, Lucio admitted that Jennifer had merely been a source of amusement for him, and he never had any intention of leaving his wife. He revealed that he had deceived Jennifer, feeding her false hopes with empty promises. When she became pregnant, the news caught him off guard, but he believed he could manipulate or pressure her into terminating the pregnancy. However, Jennifer refused, putting his marriage and financial situation in jeopardy. For 9 months, Lucio waited, hoping she would change her mind, but she never did. He feared that once the baby was born, the truth would come to light, likely resulting in a divorce that could cost him half his business and burden him with substantial child support obligations. To protect his marriage and reputation, Lucio went to great lengths to keep his wife in the dark. But he knew that once the baby was born, the situation would become impossible to hide. Lucio arranged a meeting with Jennifer, and she happily agreed. According to him, he still hoped to convince her to end the pregnancy, seemingly ignoring the fact that she was just days away from giving birth. Their conversation quickly escalated into an argument, and they began shouting at each other. He drove to the gas station, believing it was a secluded spot with no cameras or witnesses where they could continue the discussion. During the argument, Jennifer allegedly threatened to tell his wife everything, which Lucio claimed drove him into a rage. He said he struck her several times in the face to silence her, but Jennifer then threatened to report him to the police. She got out of the car and tried to run, but her advanced pregnancy made it difficult for her to move quickly, and she stumbled and fell multiple times. Lucio caught up to her and, in a fit of anger, began hitting her. Then, he dragged her by her hair into a wooded area near the road. Lucio claimed he had no intention of killing Jennifer, but was overcome with rage and lost control. He grabbed a piece of rope lying on the ground and used it to strangle her. However, the rope was old and rotted, breaking in his hands. By the time he realized what had happened, Jennifer was already unresponsive. Panicking, he decided to get rid of her body. He dragged her farther away from the road until he came across a deep trench. Recent rains had turned the ground at the bottom into soft, wet mud. Lucio decided it was the perfect place to hide her body. He threw Jennifer face down into the trench, then climbed in after her and began stomping on her to push her deeper into the muddy ground. He walked back and forth over her body, even jumping on it to press it further into the muck. Afterward, he shoveled some dirt over her, but didn't bother to properly bury her, leaving the scene in a rush. The suspect led authorities to the site where he had hidden Jennifer's body. Investigators noted that the location was disturbingly well chosen for such a crime. Just a week earlier, construction workers had filled in the trench, making it highly unlikely that anyone would have found Jennifer's remains without Lucio's confession. Excavating the site and recovering the remains required significant effort. When the remains were sent for forensic examination, the results were shocking. Despite the decomposition, medical examiners identified numerous injuries sustained while Jennifer was alive, including bruises, abrasions, and scratches. Ligature marks on her neck indicated strangulation with a rope, but that was not what caused her death. Jennifer had lost consciousness during the assault, and Lucio had thrown her into the trench while she was still alive. Jennifer tried to breathe, which was evidenced by soil and mud found deep in her airways, ultimately causing her death. Furthermore, as Lucio stomped on her body to push it deeper into the mud, he fractured her spine, collarbone, arm, and several ribs. Experts concluded that both Jennifer and her unborn son could have survived if Lucio had stopped and called for help. Despite her injuries, her life and that of her child might have been saved. After confessing, Lucio claimed he had acted in a fit of rage, insisting he was temporarily out of his mind. He requested a psychological evaluation, but the results determined that he was fully aware of his actions at the time of the crime. However, experts did note signs of psychopathic tendencies. Prosecutors argued that Lucio's actions were premeditated. They believed he was motivated by the financial fallout he would face if his affair and Jennifer's pregnancy became public knowledge, leading to a scandalous divorce. There was no doubt that he committed the crime deliberately, and his primary motive was to protect his wealth. Although the case gained significant public attention, media outlets did not report that Jennifer had been pregnant. This omission angered the Zucconi family, who decided to take matters into their own hands. They gave a detailed interview about Jennifer's pregnancy and shared post-mortem photographs of her and her unborn son in a small casket. Lucio's trial didn't begin until February 2008, 2 years after the crime. Throughout the proceedings, the defense continued to argue that the crime was not premeditated and that Lucio had acted in a state of emotional distress. Remarkably, even though a psychiatric evaluation confirmed Lucio was mentally competent, the judge determined that the crime was not committed intentionally. In October 2008, Lucio Nero received a 30-year prison sentence with the possibility of parole after just 15 years. This relatively light sentence sparked outrage among Jennifer's family, who sought to appeal for a harsher punishment, but their efforts were unsuccessful. Additionally, Lucio was ordered to pay the Zucconi family €80,000 in compensation, but he declared bankruptcy and never paid a single euro. By February 2016, Lucio had earned privileges for good behavior, allowing him to leave prison during the day for work and spend several weeks a year at home. Then, in February 2017, he was released on parole after serving only 11 years for his brutal crimes. Throughout, Lucio never showed remorse or apologized to Jennifer's parents for stealing their daughter and unborn grandchild from them. Moving on to the next case. Jenny Lynn. Jenny Lynn, a bright and gifted 14-year-old, excelled both academically and musically, playing the piano and viola while maintaining straight A's. She was the only child of John and May Leanne Lynn, both professionals, and lived in Castro Valley, California. On May 27, 1994, Jenny arrived home from school and spoke on the phone with a friend until around 5:15 p.m. This was a common routine for her, as she was well-liked and had many friends, often spending her free time talking on the phone, doing homework, or practicing music. Sometime after ending the call, Jenny was attacked in the second-floor bathroom of her home, where she was bound with duct tape and fatally stabbed. She had also been forced to undress. Her father discovered her lifeless body when he returned from work around 6:45 p.m., immediately alerting the authorities. When police searched the home with the family's assistance, they found no signs of burglary, suggesting the crime was not motivated by theft. Detectives suspect that the perpetrator entered the home through either a broken window or the sliding glass door. There is also speculation that the attacker may have intended to sexually assault Jenny, but was interrupted for some reason. Bloodhounds were brought to the crime scene, and they managed to trace a scent leading through a field behind the Lynn family's home, suggesting a possible escape route for the killer. However, the case took an even more puzzling turn when Jenny's father, John Lynn, came forward with a potential lead. John recounted an unsettling encounter that occurred on or around May 12, 1994, between 6 o'clock and 7:30 p.m. at the Bay Fairbart station in San Leandro, California. A man approached him and stated, "I have a proposition for you. I got your daughter." John provided authorities with a description of the individual, leading to the creation of a composite sketch. The man was described as being between 30 and 45 years old at the time, standing between 5 feet 8 inches and 6 feet 0 inches with a thin, gaunt appearance. Despite this, investigators do not currently consider him a person of interest in Jenny's case. For over a decade, John and May Leanne Lynn waited for answers and for justice so that they could finally begin to heal and overcome the tragedy that hit their family. Then in February 2006, police named their prime suspect as Sebastian Alexander Shaw, a Vietnamese man born in 1967. Sebastian was arrested in August of 1994, where he was found with a stolen car and 2 rifles taken from San Ramon just 3 days after Jenny's cold-blooded murder. Sebastian was also in possession of a quote murder kit including surgical gloves, a ski mask, duct tape, knives, binoculars, and plastic wrist ties like those used by police. The man already has a long criminal history, as he had already 3 murder convictions and claimed to have killed 10 to 12 people. While the lead in Jenny's case appears promising, there is not enough evidence to conclusively link Sebastian to the crime or secure a conviction. Authorities have not publicly disclosed what initially led them to consider him a suspect. Earlier in the investigation, the FBI theorized that the perpetrator was likely someone local who was familiar with Jenny and her daily routine. For a time, online sleuths speculated that serial killer Tommy Lynn Sells might have been responsible, but this theory has long been dismissed. Following the heartbreaking loss of their daughter, Jenny's parents established the Jenny Lynn Foundation to honor her memory through community initiatives. The organization hosts various events in the East Bay area, including a youth music camp, scholarships for aspiring musicians, and safety awareness programs. Despite their ongoing efforts to keep Jenny's case in the public eye, her murder remains unsolved to this day. Moving on to the next case. Kaylee Sawyer. In July 2016, a man carried out a 3-day crime spree across Oregon and California, leaving a lasting impact on his victims and their families. The violence began in the early hours of July 24th, when 23-year-old Kaylee Sawyer from Bend, Oregon, was abducted and killed. An autopsy later confirmed that she died from blunt force trauma and had fought for her life. The next day, on July 25th, 19-year-old Andrea Elizabeth Mace was carjacked and kidnapped at gunpoint in Salem, Oregon. The attacker falsely claimed to be a police officer and even showed her news reports about Kaylee Sawyer's murder. Forcing Andrea to accompany him to California, the perpetrator stopped at a hotel in Cottage Grove, Oregon, along the way. Inside the hotel room, he handcuffed her, made her take sleeping pills, and behaved in a way that led her to fear she would be assaulted. However, after receiving a phone call and worrying that law enforcement was closing in on him, he abruptly left the hotel and resumed the journey toward California. At some point during the drive, he attempted to swap vehicles to evade capture, stopping at 2 separate rest areas in search of another car to steal. In the early hours of July 26th, the perpetrator stopped at a motel in Yreka, California, where he noticed an elderly man standing near his vehicle. He parked, took Andrea by the hand, and approached the man. With his gun in plain sight, he demanded the vehicle. When the man refused to comply, the attacker shot him in the abdomen. Andrea, desperate for escape, begged him to let her go. Instead of releasing her, he tightened his grip on her hand and forced her to flee with him on foot to a nearby gas station. There, he came across his next victims, 2 young men and their elderly grandmother sitting inside a car. Threatening them with his gun, he climbed into the vehicle with Andrea and ordered them to drive. As they traveled, he admitted to his hostages that he had an overwhelming urge to take lives, revealing that he had already killed a young woman in Bend and shot a man in Yreka. He eventually dropped his 3 California victims on the side of the road, again threatening to take their lives, and continued driving southbound with Andrea. Soon after, California law enforcement caught up with the perpetrator and arrested him. After he called 911 and said he was wanted for slaying, 34-year-old Edwin Enoch Lara was a campus safety officer at Central Oregon Community College and a resident of Bend, Oregon. On November 16, 2016, a federal grand jury returned a 4-count indictment, charging Lara with 1 count each of kidnapping and carjacking, and 2 counts of using, carrying, and brandishing a firearm during and in relation to a crime of violence. In January 2018, prior to his sentencing, Lara pleaded guilty to the kidnapping and carjacking charges. He was then sentenced to life in federal prison. In April 2019, Lara received a second life sentence for terrorizing Andrea when he carjacked and abducted her. She briefly addressed Lara in court. "You thought you stole my life from me, but I am not a victim. I am a survivor. I am a warrior. I am stronger than I have ever been, and you are going to rot where you belong." Billy J. Williams, U.S. Attorney for the District of Oregon, said Edwin Lara is a ruthless perpetrator who will rightfully spend the rest of his life in prison. There is simply no place in civil society for this type of horrific violence. I sincerely hope Lara's 2 life sentences will bring some measure of comfort to his victims and their families. Their courage and perseverance throughout Lara's lengthy state and federal cases are an inspiration to the entire law enforcement community. In July 2020, Central Oregon Community College has agreed to pay $2 million to the family of Kaylee as he was on duty at the college. The family filed a federal lawsuit against the college in July 2017, arguing that Kaylee accepted a ride from Lara, believing he was a police officer she could trust. Instead, she became trapped in a patrol car equipped with a cage and doors that would not open from the inside. Julie Van Cleef, Kaylee's mother, said the family plans to use part of the settlement to continue KK's Readers, a program that provides books for kids in Head Start and early education programs. She expressed that she could finally lay her daughter to rest in peace, knowing that everyone responsible for the tragic crime had been held accountable. Now, she could grieve for Kaylee as her daughter, rather than as the victim of a brutal slaying. In the wake of Kaylee's death, the state enacted Kaylee's Law, legislation designed to safeguard students and the public by clearly defining the responsibilities of campus safety officers. Wearing an orange-striped jail uniform, Lara spoke briefly, saying he was sorry for what had happened. He claimed he wished he could have prevented it, but insisted he did not understand how it occurred, stating, "I was never this kind of guy." Moving on to the next case. Lorie Nessen. 15-year-old Lorie Nessen lived in Columbus, Ohio, in 1974 and was a student at Eastmore High School. Excelling academically, she earned honors throughout her school years. On September 27, 1974, Lorie attended a high school football game, and after it ended, she went to a house party. Shortly after midnight, she began walking home, but tragically never arrived. The following day, her body was discovered in a ditch on the west side of Reynoldsburg, Ohio. Her clothing was found scattered over several miles. An autopsy revealed that her cause of death was asphyxia of undetermined origin. This meant that investigators did not believe someone took her life. The family pleaded with investigators to reopen the case, and they finally did in 2019. A new coroner decided to review the case. He determined as someone definitely took Lorie Nessen's life. In December 2020, 10 TV aired a broadcast on the Lorie Nessen case. That night, a viewer called Reynoldsburg police with information and could finally solve the case. The woman said what happened to Lorie was very similar to what happened to her cousin, Karen Adams. In March of 1975, 17-year-old Karen Adams left her home in Whitehall, Ohio. She told her parents as she was going to a girlfriend's house to pick up some clothes she had left there, but she actually planned to meet up with her boyfriend at a supermarket. Karen's body was found the next day in a ditch about 6 miles from her home. She had been assaulted and strangled. There are a lot of similarities between the two cases. Both Karen and Lorie were teenagers, found in a ditch and passed away within a few months of one another. Karen's case was solved over. In February 2011, Robert Meyer was arrested in connection to her case and convicted in 2012 as his DNA was found at a crime scene. Meyer passed away just a few years after being imprisoned. There were DNA samples from 2 different men found at Karen's crime scene, but investigators were unable to identify the second man. Karen's cousin believed that Meyer could be responsible for what happened to Lorie Nessen as well, and that is why she called investigators. In 2021, DNA testing was done to see if Meyer was indeed responsible for taking the life of Lorie. It was discovered that there were also DNA from 2 men found at Lorie's crime scene. One of the DNA samples matched Robert Meyer's profile. Investigators suspected that the other sample might belong to Charles Weber, a friend of Meyer's with whom he had served time in prison. Since Weber died in 1992 and was cremated, authorities had to obtain a DNA sample from his son. It was then confirmed that Robert Meyer and Charles Weber were responsible for the murder of Lorie Nessen. Additionally, investigators discovered that Charles Weber was the second man involved in the killing of Karen Adams. Authorities believe these 2 men may have committed more crimes and are actively investigating further. Detective Chuck Clark from the Franklin County Sheriff's Office remarked, "I always suspected these 2 were involved in more than they were charged with. They would drink, drive around the city, and approach girls and young women, often alone." Moving on to the next case. Suckwinder Singh Sedu. The disappearance of a young woman on a warm summer evening sent a wave of fear and confusion through a small town in Punjab. Her trail vanished without warning, leaving behind a web of questions and speculation. Just days earlier, Jazz had appeared joyful, her future filled with promise. But no one could have predicted the darkness that was about to surface. The year was 1994 in the town of Jona, Punjab, India. This quiet town, defined by its winding alleys and the constant buzz of rickshaws, found itself at the center of a growing mystery. Among the locals was Suckwinder Singh Sedu, known affectionately as Mithu. He wasn't just any rickshaw driver. He was a figure of admiration, particularly among the youth. Mithu was known for his dynamic spirit, athletic ability, and his talent in a traditional team sport called kabaddi, a game that demanded speed, strength, and cooperation. As captain of his team, Mithu's name carried weight throughout the region. Known for his discipline in both work and sport, he lived a life defined by routine, until the fall of 1994, when something happened that altered his path forever. Suckwinder Singh Sedu, affectionately called Jazz, had arrived in Jona in November of that year to spend time with her extended family. A soft-spoken, gentle soul used to a peaceful existence. Jazz couldn't help but hear frequent mentions of a well-known local athlete and rickshaw driver named Mithu. His reputation seemed to follow her wherever she went, stirring her interest. Though she never intended to cross paths with him, destiny had other plans. One seemingly ordinary morning at the town's rickshaw stand, Jazz and her mother were waiting for a ride to the market. Unbeknownst to her, this was the moment she would finally meet the man whose name had become so familiar in casual conversation. When a rickshaw pulled up in front of them, she saw a young driver with an intense gaze. It was Mithu. He noticed Jazz right away, and his eyes lit up with interest. Jazz and her mother took their seats on the back bench, joined by a few other passengers. As the rickshaw made its way through the town's narrow streets, Mithu couldn't help but glance back at the young woman several times. Each exchange of glances was fleeting, but significant enough to linger in their minds for the rest of the day. Mithu, who was usually focused on the road and his duties, found his attention increasingly drawn to the mysterious girl sitting behind him. Jazz couldn't remain indifferent either. She felt his gaze on her, and it left her feeling slightly self-conscious, but also intrigued. She tried not to look in his direction, but at one point their eyes did meet, and a faint smile passed between them. It was a fleeting moment, but it left a lasting impression on both of them. When the rickshaw finally came to a stop, Jazz and her mother stepped out. For a moment, she turned around and caught Mithu's gaze once more. This time, it lingered longer than before. There was something unspoken in that look, something they both seemed to understand without words. This encounter was accidental, but it held a significance neither of them could have anticipated. Jazz went about the rest of her day, but the thoughts of that rickshaw driver, who had looked at her with a mix of curiosity and warmth, refused to leave her mind. Mithu, on his end, couldn't shake the memory of that brief interaction and the exchange of glances, which seemed to communicate more than any conversation ever could. That day marked the beginning of something new, though neither Jazz nor Mithu knew where this path would lead them. Night fell over John as Mithu returned home after a long day of work. Exhaustion settled in, and he decided to rest for a while in his room. However, the peace was shattered by sudden cries from outside. "Somebody help us. We need assistance." Mithu rushed out to see two girls stranded by the side of the road. One of them was Jazz, the very same girl he had driven earlier that day. They were in trouble. Their scooter had broken down, and they couldn't handle the issue on their own. Mithu approached them without hesitation, offering his help right away. He began examining the scooter carefully, trying to figure out what was wrong. After several attempts to get the engine started, he finally identified the problem and managed to fix it. Jazz was grateful, but communication was challenging. Jazz spoke only English, while Mithu spoke Punjabi. Thankfully, Jazz's friend could translate for them, allowing them to exchange a few words. Later, Mithu learned that Jazz was staying with relatives who lived just 15 minutes away from his own house. He was 22 years old and Jazz was 19. Young and full of energy, the interest between them was undeniable. The next evening, Mithu couldn't resist the urge to see Jazz again. He went to her relative's home, aware that her family was strict and would never approve of her having visitors, especially male ones. Jazz had to sneak out to the window to see him. They held hands and spoke through the window, even though much of their conversation was lost in translation due to the language barrier. Still, there was a special connection between them, one that didn't require words to be understood. Jazz's life was anything but free. Born in India, she moved to Canada with her parents, where they settled in a large house shared with extended family members. Surrounded by strict rules and many restrictions, her every move was monitored by her parents and other relatives, including aunts, uncles, and cousins. Jazz grew up in a world rooted in traditional values, where respecting elders and obeying family rules were of the utmost importance. Jazz was a quiet and reserved young woman, deeply committed to her cultural heritage. Life in Canada had not diminished her connection to Indian traditions. She had little interest in Western culture, avoided parties, and preferred calm, family-centered evenings. Education was her top priority, and even after moving to Canada, her views remained unchanged. She stayed true to her roots, even when surrounded by a different culture. In 1994, Suckwinder Singh Sedu traveled to India with her mother, Matias. They stayed with Jazz's grandparents, who were prominent landowners and among the wealthiest people in the region. Their large, luxurious home and high social status made it clear that Jazz's family held a special position in the community. Additionally, the family owned a business in Canada, which added to their influence. All decisions in the family were made by Jazz's uncle, Surjit Singh, as her father, who struggled with schizophrenia, was unable to take an active role in family affairs. Surjit was a strict and commanding figure, and the family abided by his authority. Mithu, on the other hand, grew up in a poor family in Jiang. His parents were farmers and life was tough. After finishing high school, he started working immediately to support his family. Mithu was known for being hardworking and honest, and he earned the respect of those around him. Although driving a rickshaw didn't bring in much money, he was proud of his independence and did everything he could to provide for his loved ones. When Mithu learned that Jazz came from a wealthy and influential family, he felt uneasy. He understood the significant difference in their social statuses. Yet, despite this, Jazz and Mithu began seeing each other in secret. Their relationship was carefully hidden from Jazz's relatives, who would never have approved of her involvement with a poor rickshaw driver. But Jazz wasn't concerned with Mithu's financial standing. She valued him for his kindness and sincerity. As the day of Jazz's departure back to Canada approached, her spirits grew increasingly heavy. She couldn't bear the thought of leaving Mithu behind. Just days before her flight, Jazz made a desperate move. She tore up her passport and lied to her mother, claiming she had lost it. This allowed her to stay in India for an additional 20 days while a new passport was processed. Her family was outraged by her actions, but they had no choice but to adapt to the situation. During those days, Jazz and Mithu spent every moment they could together, cherishing the time that remained. In January 1995, Jazz ultimately returned to Canada, but her connection with Mithu did not end. They maintained their relationship through letters and phone calls. Jazz wrote her letters in English, and Mithu replied in Punjabi. Friends helped them translate so they could understand each other better. Jazz even began learning Punjabi to communicate more easily with Mithu. Their phone calls were brief due to the high cost of international calls, but every conversation was precious to them. For 4 long years, they stayed in touch, holding on to dreams of a reunion. By 1999, Jazz's family returned to India with the intention of arranging her marriage. Her uncle, Surjit, had selected a match for her, a wealthy landowner who had recently turned 60. Jazz was stunned when she learned about the impending marriage. Her prospective husband was decades older than her, and the thought of marrying him was unbearable. Meanwhile, Mithu clung to hope for their future, despite the obstacles and barriers that stood between them. Jazz Winder and Mithu were in love, but their relationship remained a closely guarded secret. Jazz's relatives would never have accepted her choice. She knew that if they discovered her feelings for a poor rickshaw driver, the consequences could be severe, possibly even life-threatening for Mithu. One day, Jazz confided in an aunt she trusted. "If I can't marry Mithu, I'll die without him," she confessed. Her aunt realized the gravity of the situation and offered to help find a solution. On March 15, 1999, Jazz and Mithu married in a quiet ceremony at a Gurdwara without anyone else knowing. Jazz returned home afterward, and no one discovered what had happened. The arranged marriage to the older man was initially postponed and eventually called off entirely. Jazz stayed in India for another 2 months, secretly meeting with Mithu, fully aware that if their relationship were exposed, the repercussions could be devastating. When it was time for Jazz to return to Canada, she promised Mithu that she would come back soon. They continued to stay in touch, and Mithu even managed to get a phone line installed at his home, making communication easier. However, in early 2000, Jazz's relatives in India found out about her secret wedding and informed her parents. The reaction was immediate. Her mother and uncle were furious. Jazz was confined to her room, forbidden from using the phone, and cut off from any way to contact her husband. A few days later, Jazz's mother, Makiat Kaur, changed her approach. She came to her daughter and claimed that the family had decided to accept her relationship with Mithu. She assured Jazz they would help organize a grand wedding in India and even assist Mithu with moving to Canada. Jazz believed her mother's words and was overjoyed. A few days later, her mother asked her to sign a stack of documents, saying it was necessary for Mithu's visa application. Without much thought, Jazz quickly signed everything, including several blank sheets. What Jazz didn't know was that her relatives would later print a false statement on those blank sheets. The statement read, "I, Suckwinder Singh Sedu, declare that Suckwinder Singh Sedu, also known as Mithu, kidnapped me, attacked me, and forced me into marriage at gunpoint. I escaped to Canada as soon as I had the chance." These documents were submitted to the police in Punjab, and based on the false claims, Mithu was arrested. He was charged with kidnapping, coercing someone into marriage, and illegal possession of a weapon. Mithu spent several months in jail awaiting trial, while his family struggled under the weight of the serious accusations. Meanwhile, back in Canada, Jazz continued to write letters to her husband, but none of them were answered. Her repeated phone calls also went unanswered. It wasn't long before she began to sense that something was deeply wrong. Eventually, through contacts in India, Jazz learned that Mithu had been arrested. She immediately suspected the involvement of her own relatives. Recalling how her mother and uncle had manipulated her into signing certain documents, Jazz began to understand that everything had been part of an elaborate and deliberate scheme. But the truth was even more devastating than she had feared. Not only had Mithu been falsely accused, but 2 of his family members and 2 close friends, who had no involvement in the marriage whatsoever, were also arrested and charged as accomplices. Their detention was clearly a tactic meant to exert pressure on Mithu and his loved ones. Jazz refused to give up. She was eventually able to reach Mithu by phone, but the call was tense and emotional. Mithu was angry and deeply wounded, holding Jazz responsible for signing the papers that had led to his imprisonment. Jazz tried to explain that she had been misled, manipulated by her mother and uncle, and that she herself had become a prisoner in her own home, prohibited from reaching out to anyone. In time, Jazz managed to break free from her family's control. It's believed that her father, who suffered from schizophrenia, and her brother played a key role in helping her. With their help and support from Canadian authorities, Jazz escaped the restrictive environment and returned to India. Once back in Punjab, she went straight to the police and pleaded for Mithu and the others to be released. She gave an official statement, declaring that the accusations were false, that she had married Mithu of her own free will, and that none of the arrested individuals were guilty. After prolonged investigations and fact-checking, Mithu and his loved ones were finally released. Jazz decided to remain in India, promising Mithu she would not return to Canada. However, aware of the potential threats from her relatives, the couple began living in hiding. In June 2000, Mithu decided to take Jazz to his uncle's house, hoping she would feel safer there. A few days later, on June 7th, they received an unexpected phone call from Canada. Mithu's uncle answered and heard the voice of Makiat Kaur, Jazz's mother. She asked to speak to her daughter. Jazz approached the phone cautiously. Her mother's tone was gentle. "My dear, what have you done? But it's okay. None of that matters now. The most important thing is your happiness. We want you and Mithu to be together and celebrate your wedding in style. I've taken care of everything, so don't worry." Mithu felt something was off. Not long after that call, the phone rang again. This time, Maki had asked to speak to Mithu, and her tone had turned harsh. "You'll pay dearly for what you've done," she warned. Then Jazz's uncle, Sergeant, joined the conversation. His words filled with threats. "You have no idea who you're dealing with. There will be consequences." Mithu hung up silently, not wanting to alarm Jazz, but a sense of dread settled in his chest. He knew they wouldn't be left in peace. Jazz suggested going to the market to buy a dress for an upcoming celebration on June 12th. Mithu was hesitant, worried about their safety, and initially refused. But seeing how excited she was, he agreed, thinking it would be a quick and uneventful outing. On June 8th, they headed to the market. Jazz picked out a dress, and Mithu paid for it. They then stopped at a cafe for coffee before starting their journey home. On their way back, trouble struck. Their scooter kept breaking down, forcing them to stop and seek help from a mechanic multiple times. It was already dark by the time they managed to get back on the road. Despite the delays, they tried to enjoy the moments they had together. Late that night, Mithu's parents received devastating news. Their son had been admitted to the hospital in critical condition. There was no word about Jazz's whereabouts. At the hospital, Mithu was unconscious. Hours later, he regained consciousness, and after receiving medical attention, he was able to give a statement to the police. Mithu recounted that on their way home, he noticed 2 men following them on a scooter. He chose not to tell Jazz, hoping to avoid frightening her. After a while, the strangers seemed to back off, and Mithu thought the danger had passed. But as they were nearing home, a car suddenly blocked their path, and 6 men emerged from it. Mithu stopped the scooter, confused and unsure of what was happening. Suddenly, the men pulled out wooden sticks and began attacking. Mithu tried desperately to defend himself and protect Jazz, but they were heavily outnumbered. One of the attackers struck him in the head, causing him to lose consciousness. Believing he was dead, the attackers dumped his body into a roadside ditch. As for what happened to Jazz, Mithu had no idea. Some workers passing by the ditch later found Mithu unconscious. They called for emergency medical help, and he was rushed to the hospital. Meanwhile, the Punjab police launched a search for Jazz. By the next day, June 9th, Jazz's body was discovered not far from where the attackers had left Mithu. Her body bore multiple deep wounds with the fatal injury inflicted to her neck. The police contacted her relatives in Canada and sent photos for identification, but neither Makiat Kaur nor Surjit confirmed that it was Jazz. Eventually, Mithu, along with his parents and friends, positively identified her. Jazz's relatives in Canada did not attend her funeral or claim her body. Their behavior raised suspicions with the police, who began an investigation. During the search for suspects, officers detained a known troublemaker, Anil Kumar. Anil immediately confessed that a few days before the crime, Inspector Jajinder Singh had approached him, offering money to commit an attack on Mithu. Both Anil Kumar and Jajinder Singh were arrested. During interrogation, Jajinder revealed that the mastermind behind the attack was Darshan Singh, Jazz's uncle who lived in Punjab. Darshan had promised a payment of 3 lakh rupees, roughly equivalent to $4,000, but the lingering question remained. Why did the attackers end up harming Jazz if Mithu was their only intended target? Anil Kumar explained that after the attack on Mithu, they assumed he was dead and left him in a ditch. They then forced Jazz into a car. She was unconscious, and they took her to a remote farmhouse. When Jazz regained consciousness, she demanded answers and asked about Mithu. She was told that he was dead, which filled her with rage. Anil then called Makiat Kaur and handed the phone to Jazz. Her mother ordered her to return to Canada, but Jazz, furious and defiant, declared that she would tell everyone the truth. At that point, Surjit grabbed the phone and tried to calm the situation. While Jazz was being held under the control of the assailants, Makiat Kaur and Surjit discussed their next steps. The perpetrators pressured Jazz to make a false statement against Mithu and return to Canada, but she refused, which only escalated their aggression. Anil called Makiat Kaur again, informing her that Jazz would not comply. Her mother then reportedly gave her consent for them to take care of her. Surjit agreed to increase the payment, offering an additional 3 lakh rupees, approximately $4,000. Following Anil Kumar's confession and Inspector Jajinder Singh's testimony, the police arrested 11 more people, including Darshan Singh, Jazz's uncle. Back in Canada, Makiat Kaur and Surjit Singh became primary suspects. The case sparked legal proceedings in both India and Canada. The investigation revealed that Makiat and Surjit had orchestrated the crime, directing Darshan to handle Mithu. Darshan had enlisted Inspector Jajinder, who in turn hired Anil and his group. In October 2005, 11 of the 13 accused were convicted, though some were later released on bail. Anil Kumar, Inspector Jajinder Singh, and Darshan Singh received prison sentences. After Mithu was discharged from the hospital, he faced new charges. Authorities accused him of illegal possession of a weapon and dealing in banned substances. Additionally, a woman came forward, alleging he had tried to coerce her into a relationship. These accusations seemed unfounded, but Mithu spent another 4 years in prison before proving his innocence. During that time, he faced continuous threats from Jazz's family. They tried to bribe or intimidate him into retracting his testimony, offering money and land, but Mithu resisted both threats and bribes. For years after the crime, Makiat Kaur and Surjit Singh lived freely in Canada despite mounting suspicions. In February 2014, India succeeded in having them extradited, but appeals allowed them to remain out of custody for several more years. At that time, Makiat was working at a waste processing plant and Surjit served at a local temple. It wasn't until 2012 that they were officially found guilty, although the judicial process dragged on. In January 2019, Punjab police made an attempt to arrest Makiat Kaur and Surjit Singh, traveling all the way to Canada to do so. They were briefly detained, but soon released on bail, and the case remains unresolved to this day. It has now been 24 years since the crime was committed, yet a final judgment has still not been reached. Meanwhile, Anil Kumar and Inspector Jajinder Singh are continuing to serve their prison sentences. Darshan Singh, Jazz's uncle, managed to prove his innocence in court and has since disappeared, with his whereabouts unknown. Since her return to India, Makiat Kaur and Surjit have stayed silent, avoiding media contact and declining to speak about the case. Meanwhile, Mithu, left heartbroken by the loss of his wife, has committed his life to pursuing justice. He has never remarried and continues to work relentlessly to rebuild his reputation. Despite enduring years of legal struggles and countless setbacks, his determination to expose the truth and clear his name has never wavered. This case stands as a powerful reminder of the extreme lengths some will go to in order to control others, and how justice can take years to unfold. It also underscores the value of perseverance and the courage to defend one's rights. Mithu's journey is a testament to the strength it takes to keep fighting for dignity and truth in the face of relentless adversity. Moving on to the next case. The Four Girls. The youngest of the four sisters was Amy Lee Ayos, born in January 1978 during a cold Texas winter. From an early age, she was immersed in the ranching lifestyle and the cowgirl culture that the wide-open plains of Texas naturally inspire. Amy developed a deep love for the outdoors, feeling a special connection with animals and spending much of her free time with them. Her two biggest passions were fishing and horses, and she quickly became enamored with competitive horse shows. By the time she was just 3 years old, Amy was already excelling in horse competitions across Texas. She also mastered the art of cutting horses, a challenging equestrian skill where a horse and rider separate a single cow from its herd and keep it isolated. This was no small feat, especially for a young girl. Simply put, Amy was born to be a horse whisperer. These strong passions continued through her teenage years. When she wasn't at the horse barn, she was busy training her dogs in new tricks or making friends with animals belonging to strangers, seemingly possessing a natural gift for attracting animals with her energy and spirit. Amy carried her lively spirit with her wherever she went, whether cheering on her brother Sean at the rodeo or attending meetings with the yearbook staff at Burnett Middle School. After classes, she would head to Lanier High School's Junior Future Farmers of America, where she served as vice president, or participate in the Travis County Livestock Show, showcasing hogs and joining arts and crafts activities. All of this was part of her bigger plan. Amy dreamed of one day owning horses on open farmland and working as a veterinarian, caring for animals. With such natural talent and determination, it's clear those dreams would likely have come true, if not for the tragic final trip to the yogurt shop with a friend in late 1991. That friend, Sarah Harbison, was the next youngest victim. Sarah Harbison, born on October 28, 1976, was the younger of two daughters raised by stepfather Frank and biological mother Barbara Harbison. In 1979, Barbara moved with her daughters to Austin, and Sarah never looked back. Much like Amy, Sarah had a passion for outdoor activities and a fiercely competitive nature from a young age. She loved playing sports, basketball in particular, and thrived on being part of a team, always pushing herself to improve in whatever she pursued. Sarah never slowed down either, taking on as many activities as she could. Alongside basketball, Sarah also joined the cheerleading squad and would cheer directly after her own basketball game, supporting the boys' teams too. When she got into high school, she also excelled on the freshman volleyball squad too. This hectic lifestyle didn't bother Mr. and Mrs. Harbison though, as they pushed Sarah to achieve greatness and follow her passions. Thus, Sarah joined other organizations at school, such as the Lanier FFA chapter, and became a representative on her high school student council. But her very favorite extracurricular activity, showing sheep at local county fair competitions, was shared with her older sister, Jennifer, another victim of the yogurt shop mystery. Jennifer Harbison, the eldest child of Barbara Harbison, was born on May 9, 1974, 2.5 years prior to Sarah. She, her mother, and her sister had an inseparable bond growing up. In 1980, Barbara married Frank, and the family of 3 grew to 4, cemented with true happiness and consistent support. Through this support, Jennifer was much like her younger sister, in that she was encouraged to live up to her imaginations. She was short and petite, quick and clever, but equally as confident and athletic. She loved to remain social at school, also channeling most of her energy into sports, and the Future Farmers of America player stellar track and field star in high school. She used her athletic abilities to ready herself for a future career in rodeo barrel races, the perfect dream for a girl with her interests. Without a doubt, she and Sarah held many similarities in their close relationship, their mother describing them as wonderfully unique, faithful, and most of all, mature for their age. It was Jennifer's maturity that prodded Barbara to allow her to work part-time, late-night shifts at a minimum wage job at the I Can't Believe It's yogurt shop, so she could help pay for a navy blue Chevy S10 truck her birth father was wrangling for her. In a heartbreaking twist, it was this innocent plan that led into darkness after a few months on the job for Jennifer and her older co-worker, Eliza Thomas. Eliza Thomas was born on May 16, 1974 in Travis County, Texas. Her parents divorced when she was only a child, but she remained tight-knit with her birth mother, Maria, and grew up with her younger sister, Sonora Thomas. Like many of her friends and fellow mid-Texas natives, Eliza was fond of country music and dancing. When she became a teenager, Eliza and her best friend at the time, Michelle, would go out together to dance events. Maria Thomas would tell reporter Dick Ellis after the murders that her favorite memories of her late daughter were the times when Eliza and Michelle would meet up before or after dancing, get dressed up with nice clothes and makeup, and laugh through the homemade photo shoots. It was this youthful ritual that inspired Eliza to dream of becoming a model someday, with her expertise in beauty products a facet of her career goals. When she wasn't collecting tubes of lipstick, she was looking for the newest little knickknacks to add to her miniature collection, mostly made up of cats figurines. Much like her friends, Jennifer, Sarah, and Amy, she too loved animals and the Future Farmers of America program. In fact, she used these activities to support her modeling aspirations, selling the pigs she'd show at county competitions to fund her first modeling portfolio. It was also a big reason why she also got a job as the night shift closer at the local yogurt shop, and sadly, why she passed away far too soon, along with the 3 other innocent girls of Austin, Texas in December of 1991. Let's now turn to the timeline of events leading up to the Austin yogurt shop murders. At around 4:30 p.m. on Friday, December 6, 1991, Barbara Harbison returns home from work to find her youngest daughter, Sarah Harbison, sitting on the couch eating a snack. Sarah informs her mother that she's going out that night with her friend Amy Ayers, and asks if Amy can spend the night with them. Barbara agrees, and tells Sarah she and Amy can get a ride from her eldest daughter, Jennifer Harbison, to or more near Jennifer's work, and then a ride home after her shift ends. A few minutes later, Jennifer returns home from school to prep for work. Her mother and sister tell her of their plan, and she happily agrees. Sometime after 5 p.m., Jennifer and Sarah depart the Harbison household for the Austin shopping complex, the last time Barbara sees her children. Jennifer drops off Sarah and Amy at the mall, and clocks in for the closing shift at the I Can't Believe It's yogurt shop at 2949 W. Anderson Lane with her co-worker, Eliza Thomas. Over the next 4 hours or so, the night shift at the yogurt shop operates as usual. At around 10 p.m., customers at the store report seeing all the girls inside, happy and acting normally. This would be the last in the around 11 p.m. The 4 friends are entrapped at the yogurt store by multiple assailants. The offenders gag, sexually assault, and eventually murder the girls in cold blood via gunshots to the head with .22 caliber lead bullets. They stack the bodies in the shop's storeroom, pour accelerants around the crime scene, light it all on fire, and escape into the thick of night. At exactly 11:47 p.m., the same night, Austin police officer Troy Gay patrols the Anderson Line North Austin area. He spots a fire burning at the I Can't Believe It's yogurt shop and calls it in to his dispatcher. Austin police backup arrive on the scene, and just after midnight on Saturday, December 7th, authorities discover the dead bodies of Eliza, Jennifer, Sarah, and Amy. Eliza and Sarah are found with their wrists tied, with Jennifer's unbound, but her hands positioned behind her back. Their corpses are nude and charred almost beyond recognition. Amy's body is found in another section of the store, a sock-like cloth tied around her neck with second-degree burns on about 30% of her body. It's theorized the bodies were stacked on top of each other, with Amy escaping the pile and crawling away before being shot once more. All the girls are presumed to have died before being burned. A few days later on Monday, December 9th, law enforcement confirms reports that there were multiple people involved in the robbery turned homicide, and there were no signs of forced entry, and that the items used to tie up the 4 girls were all found in the store that night. The following day on Tuesday, December 10th, the city of Austin, Texas grieves with the various parents over the loss of their 4 children. A funeral is held, and it is attended by over 1,500 citizens. On Thursday, December 12th, State District Judge John Wisser seals the autopsy reports to sustain the evidence's confidentiality and protects the investigation. At North Cross Mall on Saturday, December 14th, a man by the name of Maurice Pierce is arrested for possession of a .22 caliber gun and bullets. Austin Police Detective Hector Polanco brings him into question in regards to the yogurt shop murders, and Pierce eventually tells the detective that his friend Forrest Wellborn used the .22 gun in the 4 girls' murders. Despite this development, police report that they have few leads on December 23rd after a false confession by an anonymous teenage girl and her boyfriend are proven untrue. To make matters worse, the Maurice Pierce tip is buried in case files after the interrogating officer, Detective Polanco, is removed from the investigation due to his dirty past in coercing false confessions from suspects on March 23, 1992. 7 months later, in October 1992, the next best lead evaporates when Porfirio Villa Saavedra, a suspect that Mexican police say confessed to his involvement, testimony, telling American authorities that Mexican federal agents tortured him into coercion. Over the next 3 to 4 years, leads pour into the interrogations. Scott confesses to playing a role in the murders. On September 15th, Austin police travel to Charleston, West Virginia, where they interview another alleged cohort, Robert Burns Springsteen IV. Springsteen is interrogated under scrutiny for 5 hours before admitting to raping Amy Ayers and helping kill the others. A couple of weeks later, on October 5, 1999, Austin Judge Mike Lynch signs the arrest warrants for Scott Springsteen, Maurice Pierce, and Forrest Wellborn. They are officially arrested the following day on October 6th for capital murder. Later that year, on December 1st, police collect the 4 suspects' blood and DNA samples for crime scene analysis. 8 days later, on December 9th, another judge rules Pierce and Wellborn will be tried as adults despite being just 15 and 16. On December 14th, Robert Springsteen is indicted by a grand jury, followed by Michael Scott and Maurice Pierce on December 28th. The district attorney, Ronnie Earl, says he will seek the death penalty for both Springsteen and Scott. In another twist, though, a different judge dismisses the capital murder charge against Forrest Wellborn on June 30th, 2000, after a second jury fails to indict him. Despite the lack of physical evidence against him, prosecutors continue with their case against Robert Springsteen in February. At the conclusion of the trial, the jury finds Springsteen guilty of murder, and in February, Springsteen is sentenced to death. 16 months pass by, and a similar conclusion to Michael Scott's trial is reached when he's found guilty of murder on September 22, 2002, and sentenced to life in prison on September. However, a few months later, on January 28, 2003, District Attorney Ronnie Earl asked for a dismissal of the charges against Maurice Pierce, claiming there wasn't enough evidence to convict him in the moment, and Pierce is released after spending over 3 years in prison. It wouldn't be until 3 years later, on May 30, 2006, when the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals overturned Springsteen's conviction, claiming that the written confession of Michael Scott was improperly used against Springsteen in his own testimony. This exact same reasoning is used again on June 6, 2007, when the court overturned Scott's conviction as well. In a bombshell announcement by prosecutors in the February, they report that advances in DNA technology have revealed that a previous piece of undetected DNA from an unknown male subject was discovered on a vaginal swab taken from Amy Ayers' body. This DNA profile does not match any of the 4 original suspects. This same DNA profile is found on the body of one of the Harbison sisters in February, and matches none of the over 100 suspects the police have looked into thus far, nor any of the forensic officers or medical personnel who had dealt with the corpses in the years since December 1991. Later that month, on June 24, 2009, the DA's office tells a Travis County judge that they are no longer prepared for a retrial against Michael Scott or Robert Springsteen without the identity of the man to whom the new DNA belongs. At 2:50 p.m., the 2 men walk out of the courthouse with their attorneys, finally free men. In February, all charges are officially dropped against Scott and Springsteen. In the 11-plus years since the wrongful arrests of Maurice Pierce, Forrest Wellborn, Michael Scott, and Robert Springsteen, and almost 19 years since the tragic assaults and murders of Amy Ayers, Sarah Harbison, Jennifer Harbison, and Eliza Thomas, No matches of the DNA samples found at the yogurt crime scene have been announced, and there are currently no known active leads in the investigation. Undoubtedly, the most significant piece of evidence uncovered in the yogurt shop murder case is the mysterious DNA profile from an unidentified male, found on 2 of the 4 victims after advances in DNA technology emerged around the turn of the millennium. Aside from confirming the donor's gender, little else is known about the sample. Authorities have announced that this DNA profile does not match any of the suspects tested throughout the extensive manhunt, nor does it match hundreds of associates connected to the prime suspects identified by the Austin Police Department. Technicians, law enforcement officers, and first responders have all been ruled out as sources of the DNA. This strongly suggests the DNA belongs to one of the actual perpetrators of these horrific crimes of rape and murder. While further testing continues and investigators await a match, other critical aspects of the case reveal the damaging errors made by authorities early on, particularly their brutal mishandling of suspects. The police's use of coercion and elicitation of false confessions severely undermined the investigation. If Detective Hector Polanco had not pressured Maurice Pierce into falsely claiming that his .22 caliber gun was the murder weapon used by his friend Forrest Wellborn, investigators would never have pursued this incorrect lead. Consequently, 2 innocent men, along with alleged accomplices Michael Scott and Robert Springsteen, were wrongfully arrested. Instead of chasing these false leads, authorities could have devoted their resources to identifying a legitimate suspect. Both the police and prosecutors were aware that none of the 4 men had any physical connection to the yogurt shop, and they also knew that Pierce's gun was not the weapon used in the murders. So to cover up their ineptitude, they turned to the bad cop routine. It is a tale we have seen far too often. If you want a better idea of how detectives coerced false confessions from 4 young boys, hampering the search for true justice, and destroying 4 more innocent lives in the process, you can listen to clips of these coerced confessions by following the link in the show notes. You'll hear audio clips from the elongated interrogations, full of persuasive tactics utilized by cops who want pleas of guilt to spill out of the tired minds of innocent people. Mike, look at me. You're remembering why I was if you were in town here, right? I don't. You're remembering why I had an eye cream room going in the building. Imagine being an underage boy brought in by police officers for a crime you didn't commit, cornered in a windowless, low-lit room by men twice your size demanding you say what they want to hear, bullying images into your malleable minds, forcing false memories upon you. Is that the gun you walked up behind somebody with and shot in the head? Not only that, but the officers used each man's false confession against the other, tricking them into believing that their friend was right, and to deny it would be to deny the other's seemingly true story. It's a crippling, debilitating sensation, and one that took precious years away from a proper investigation into finding the real killers. The Austin Police Department and Travis County Prosecutor's Office should be ashamed to the highest degree and must take the blame. Their rush to create answers where there obviously were none cost the victims' families the justice they deserved. It is inexcusable and disgusting behavior, yet vital to understand in grasping the entire picture of the failed and fractured yogurt shop case files. We can now turn to the most prominent theories surrounding the mystery of the Austin yogurt shop murders. The wildest part about the yogurt shop murders and its notoriety for the coerced confessions is that it didn't stop with the 4 main suspects believed to be responsible for years until DNA cleared their names. In fact, investigators heard over 50 false confessions related to the case, including one from infamous serial killer Kenneth Allen McDuff. McDuff's testimony coming the day of his execution was at first seriously considered by police when they realized he was in the Austin area around the time of the yogurt shop massacre, murdering Colleen Reed with accomplice Alva Hank Worley on December 29, 1991. However, after exhaustive investigative measures were taken, it was found that these claims by McDuff were false, a disturbing trend for a case lacking more and more clarity by the day. So why did so many people come forward with fake motives and lead authorities astray, distracting everyone from the real culprits still running free? For some, like McDuff, it was perfect fodder to receive their twisted 15 minutes of fame. These instigators deserve absolutely no recognition and should not be named, as their falsifications take away from the serious matter at hand. For others, false confessions might have come from further malpractices taken by Austin police and case detectives who had the previously mentioned history in pulling the trigger on coercion. If the four boys were manipulated into confessing for the case to be fast-tracked to the solved folder, it's not out of the realm of possibility that others were subjected to similar tactics. Again, it goes without saying these awful investigative patterns damaged the case, and the police who took them were criminals in their own right. So while the police were wasting disgust among case followers and armchair sleuths, the craziest and most ill-advised theory was purported in court by the prosecutor's office after the fifth cohort was the donor of the DNA profile. This theory was nothing but a desperate attempt by APD and the district attorney to save face in an obviously bungled prosecution efforts that shouldn't be considered further as anything but a coward's last attempt to frame four innocent men. Another string of theories discussed across the message boards and email chains revolved around possible serial killer suspects. After Kenneth McDuff was ruled out, sleuths started pointing out other murderers with similar MOs. The most frequently mentioned was Paul Dennis Reed, also known as the fast food killer, convicted of 7 murders over a string of 3 fast food chain robberies from February to April of 1997. Reed killed his victims in a similar fashion to the yogurt shop murderer, bringing them to the building storeroom, binding them at the wrists, and shooting them in the head execution style. While these slayings happened in Nashville, Tennessee, Reed had a criminal history in Texas dating all the way back to 1983, getting out of prison for an armed robbery charge in 1990. However, because Reed was eventually apprehended, his DNA records would have been entered into a criminal database, and victim of the Against Yogurt Shop crime scene evidence that there were multiple offenders who were likely skilled criminals operating with precision. These data points also most likely rule out involvement of the gunman in the Lane Bryant shooting mystery that took place on February 22, 2008. Despite the vast amount of time between the Lane Bryant case and the yogurt shop case, it's hard for people to ignore the similarities in crime scenes. The Lane Bryant shootings also involved all-female victims who were executed via gunshots to the head after being trapped in the back of their store. Ultimately, there was one victim who survived and told police that the gunman was working alone, and for a case that took place in Illinois, 1,000 miles away and 17 years apart from the yogurt shop case, a link between the two is highly improbable. Of all the theories put forth by the community surrounding the case, there is one hypothesis that stands out from the rest, an idea about who the killers might be built from a couple of eyewitness testimonies gathered by the consumers at the I Can't Believe It's Yogurt Shop the night of the massacre. These statements place 2 unidentified men sitting at a booth after 10 p.m., coming across as odd and emitting a peculiar aura. The first man was described as white, standing at around 5 feet 6 inches in his late 20s or early 30s, sporting dirty blonde hair and a large black jacket. The second figure was described as much bigger, a 6-foot white male of average build with darker hair and an elongated pointy nose, sporting a green military fatigue-type jacket. He spoke with a deep yet crystal-clear voice. The first customer to speak out against the 2 men was Darrell Croft, who testified for defense lawyers in Michael Scott's criminal trial in February 2002. Croft, a former police officer and security manager in 1991, had visited the Austin yogurt shop at just about 10 p.m. on December 6th with 2 friends. He recollected how, when he went to go stand in line, a man wearing a green military fatigue jacket matching the description of the second man was loitering, asking other customers to go in front of him so he'd be at the back of the line. When he approached Croft, he actually asked him if he was a former cop and if he'd jump ahead of him in line. Croft denied his bizarre request and monitored the man as he made his way to the counter and ordered a soft drink. Once he paid for the beverage, the man then slinked around the counter and walked into the back of the store. Croft, growing more and more suspicious, asked Eliza Thomas, who was working the cash register, why the man was allowed back there. She informed Croft that the man had asked to use their restroom, and she gave him permission, acting as the shift to use their restroom, and she gave him permission, acting as the shift supervisor. But Croft couldn't shake the strangeness of the incident, and waited around the front counter for a few minutes longer than normal, waiting to see if the man in the green jacket returned. When he failed to show up, Croft left the store with his friends, but reported the description of the man to the police a few days after the murders were reported on. For reasons unknown, a police sketch of the man in the military jacket was never procured, and Croft failed to pick a recognizable face out of a couple of suspect lineups in the aftermath, lineups that included the 4 innocent boys. The other major testimony regarding the 2 men was pulled from old police statements by the Austin Chronicle for a story published by reporter. Customers at the yogurt shop just before closing at 11 p.m. on the night of December 6th. They reported seeing the same 2 jacketed men sitting in a booth, acting in a way that made the woman's skin crawl. She watched them in the reflection of the shop's front window as the girls began to close up the shop by refilling napkin holders, cleaning floors, and flipping chairs on top of tables. Even as the couple left, the 2 men remained in their seats, acting as if they weren't going anywhere soon, as Jennifer Harbison locked the door and flipped the sign to read closed, as to dissuade any new customers from entering. The girls inside acted normally, but according to the couple, the men did not. It's hard not to find these shared experiences rather intriguing. These 2 men have not been named or cleared by authorities. For all we know, they were never tracked down by police nor interviewed. Law enforcement has stated that they are interested in speaking to the 2 men, but as witnesses rather than suspects. However, considering their uncomfortable vibes and peculiar behavior, those who consider them suspects have good reason to do so. In one of the crime scene photographs taken the morning after the murders, you can see a booth in the background of the dining area that has an empty napkin dispenser and cleared tabletop. When customers were shown the photo, they agreed it was likely the booth the 2 suspicious men sat at. This means that the murders happened in between the men leaving and the girls being able to finish up closing their booth, a very slim amount of time, considering they were in the middle of clearing the tables. Thus, if the 2 men aren't responsible, they at least had the best shot at spotting the real killers, making the mystery of the unidentified male closing customers the most puzzling and important of all. Before we divulge our hypothesis of the 1991 Austin yogurt shop unsolved murders, we want to make it known our conclusions presented are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each video, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in closing. We simply observe, research, and report. For starters, we believe that these murders were indeed the actions of multiple assailants, or a killer with at least one other accomplice. The evidence hides in the simple fact it would be next to impossible for a single perpetrator to subdue all 4 girls by themselves, take them to the back storeroom, tie them up, and set the entire place on fire without causing a ruckus. There are 2 key pieces of data to support this. Remember, none of the neighboring businesses at the strip mall where the yogurt shop was located reported hearing anything to suggest murder the night of December 6th. One business did say they heard a few popping noises, most likely the gunshots, but nobody heard screaming or shouting or banging or anything to suggest a desperate fight was put up. If there were multiple offenders, keeping everything quiet would have been a much easier task. The young girls, friends, and families agree with this, stating that their courage and tough mutter personalities would be too much for one person with one gun to overcome. Secondly, we are confident that these murders were orchestrated by career criminals and likely sociopaths who were seeking to attack women with the resources to do so without detection. These horrific crimes were not carried out by high school boys attempting to rob the neighborhood yogurt stand. Rather, they were premeditated acts of violence, people who sought to harm and strike fear in their victims. The reason the killings are more than likely not a simple robbery gone wrong is the presence of an accelerant around the storeroom after the fire was put out. Most criminals do not bring lighter fluid along with their robberies, usually seeking to run in and out of their targets and leave without physical conflicts. Plus, there were plenty of other shops around the area that would have provided much more cash than the yogurt shop did. No, we believe these murders were intentional from the beginning. It is highly possible that the men who murdered the girls were watching one of them from afar, maybe even prior to December 6th. They could have made Amy and Sarah targets after spotting them at the mall without parental supervision, a popular spot for offenders to track unsuspecting women. While there is no evidence to suggest this, it cannot be ruled out when considering these killers were concise in how they acted and the history of violence against young women in general. So who could the killers be? While it is impossible to know for sure, we believe those two jacketed men previously mentioned are the most fitting suspects. They were acting suspiciously bothersome to multiple customers, and were the only two of over 50 customers that evening that have yet to be accounted for. Not only that, but the story by Daryl Croft leaves us wondering if that tall man in the green jacket wasn't just going back to use the restroom, but rather scoping the shop for cameras, or worse, a place to commit a future assault. They were the last two people seen with the girls, and wearing clothes that could have concealed weapons. Of course, this is all circumstantial evidence. However, it is also curious that the two men who shop on December 6th have not come forward to absolve themselves of any further suspicion. They could have effortlessly cleared their names and identities through science, submitting DNA to be compared to the sample obtained by police. Until that happens, they are the greatest suspects we have, and must be found to unlock further answers regarding the entire mystery. Until then, we must keep the faith that the DNA profile currently held in evidence can be used to help aid investigators. Unfortunately, the type of DNA sample obtained, a YSDR strand, also known as mitochondrial DNA, is not the kind that can simply be entered into a genealogy database to trace relatives. While it can help exclude suspects when compared to direct DNA donations, it's far less useful as a backward investigative tool, unlike the DNA used in cases like the Golden State Killer. Adding to the challenge, the FBI has refused to submit this DNA sample for genealogical studies, citing privacy laws as a barrier to its use in broader DNA campaigns. Despite these obstacles, we remain hopeful that a breakthrough is on the horizon. In the meantime, we honor and celebrate the lives of Amy Ayers, Sarah Harbison, Jennifer Harbison, and Eliza Thomas. We cherish their unique personalities, shared passions, and their fierce determination to be unapologetically themselves. We carry forward the hope, happiness, and heartfelt courage those four girls radiated every day, inspiring everyone around them. We remember their athletic achievements, remarkable equestrian skills, farming expertise, and their deep commitment to their communities. These were four young women full of promise, navigating life in mid-Texas neighborhoods, dreaming of one day moving to open pastures to shape the world for the better. The tragic rape and murder at the I Can't Believe It's Yogurt shop on the night of December 6, 1991, will never define their legacy. Instead, their memory lives on through every positive and life-affirming moment they shared, their love for nature and each other. It is this enduring spirit that ensures their memory will never fade as the search for justice continues into the infinite night. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.